Chapter 1 All Heavens Video System. City H. A rental house in a community. There was an endless stream of crackling keyboards. Lin Chen was attentively editing the video, and the 2-day editing made him a little tired. After half an hour. Hey, it's finally done. Lin Chen sighed, slumped on the chair, and rubbed his eyebrows. Lin Chen propped up his tired body and walked to the window, picked up a fuchsia flower from the table, and put it to his mouth. Snapped. A tawny flame quickly lit the smoke. Call. With clouds and mist, Lin Chen exhaled and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar world outside the window. Damn, everyone else has cheats, why don't I have them? Yes, Lin Chen is a transmigrator. A year ago, he crossed into this world. The 007 working mode in the previous life was really tired. After returning home, he fell asleep while sitting on the toilet. When I woke up again, I was confused, with an unfamiliar ceiling and an unfamiliar room. Then a burst of memories flooded into his mind. Unfamiliar memories made him have to be clear about his current situation. However, I didn't have much reaction, and the novels I read in my previous life also quickly calmed down. It took him a month to gain a certain understanding of the world. The level of technology in this world is similar to that of the previous life, and he is also in the Dragon Country, but there are many monsters. These monsters appeared 20 years ago, and the number was huge. Human beings suffered heavy losses that day, but fortunately, many countries formed an alliance to push these monsters back to the border. In the past 10 years, it has become a lot more stable, and the existence of beast masters has also appeared in the world. Now Lin Chen is a sophomore in high school, and more importantly, he is an orphan now, and the monthly benefit he receives is simply not enough. Not to mention becoming a beast master, I can't support myself, so what kind of beasts can I raise? He simply started his own business. Lin Chen in his previous life was also an upmaster with more than 100,000 fans. It's a pity that the ghost videos and anime blood videos that were popular in the past life are not tepid in this world, and there are not many animes, so they can't compare with the previous life. Okay, this time it must be popular, otherwise I really have to eat instant noodles every month. Lin Chen put his hands together and prepared to upload the video. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations, you have been selected by Zushin Video. Whether you choose to agree to join Zushin Video, you will be the only creator in Zushin Video. Here, as long as your video is amazing enough, you can put it in all corners of the world, and there are amazing rewards waiting for you. Hearing the voice in his head, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, but ecstasy followed. Cheat, you are finally here. Excited heart, trembling hands, and even the last half of his mouth fell on his crotch. 1 year, a whole year, the system, do you know how he spent the past 2 months? System, how is this Zushin video released? Lin Chen calmed down quickly, as long as he made good use of the system, he could completely change the status quo. You only need to imagine the picture in your mind, and then add BGM and subtitles to form a video of the sky. So simple. Lin Chen was also overjoyed to hear the system's explanation. In his previous life, he had watched a lot of anime, movies, and TV dramas, and there were countless explosive scenes. Whether you agree to join Zushin Video. Agree to move in. Zushin Video, loading. The video of the heavens, the loading is complete. Official opening of Zushin Video system. Congratulations, you are the only creator of Zushin Video. Zushin Video, broadcast through the video screen, play volume, reward, get reward. System, is there a novice gift package? Lin Chen asked quickly. A must-have novice gift package for travelers. System. Opening the novice gift package. Congratulations to the creator for obtaining the Qinglong Remnant Soul, 5 million reward money. Just to solve the urgent need, you don't have to worry about funds anymore, and what is this Jinglong remnant soul? Whether to extract or not? No extraction for now. Lin Chen thought about it and didn't mention it for the time being. The most important thing now is to make videos, so as to get more things. What's the best way to edit? Lin Chen raised his head and pondered. Since you want to make a video of the heavens, it must be high quality, preferably the kind that explodes when you come up. Have it? Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The battle scenes in various anime worlds are all flaming. Not only burning but also many tragic scenes. So I started making videos in my head. 2 hours later. It's done. Lin Chen patted his sore shoulder. The video has been completed, and the next step is to upload it. Upload. Video review time within 2 hours. After the review is passed, it will be released in the heavens and the world. Please be patient during this period. After listening to the system's words, Lin Chen felt a lot more at ease. After the passion subsided, the sleepiness surged up, and with the emotion of worrying about gains and losses, he quickly fell asleep. It was at this time that the sound of the system also sounded at this time. Congratulations. Examination passed. Names not listed in order. Top 10 World Saviors No 10. Fairy Tale World, Burnett, Natsu. Successful launch in Zushin. Chapter 2 No 10. Flame Dragon King Natsu. In the world of Hokage. Inside Konoha village. After preparing for the Chunin exam, the little strong ones are constantly cultivating. Everyone looked at the huge light curtain that appeared in the sky and looked at each other in dismay. Shikamaru, what is this? Naruto exclaimed, looking curious. These 10 world saviors, are you talking about me? Idiot, you're thinking too much. Shikamaru pouted, and asked the savior, what are you thinking about as a genin? In the office, Third Hokage stood by the window, looking out the window with a solemn expression. Illusion. Does not look like rain country. Kisame stared at Itake beside him with wide eyes, and said in shock, Mr. Itake, what is this, is it the illusion you released? Deidara, like a curious baby, shouted, my god. Chief, did you do this? How did you do it? Kakuzu looked at Deidara with disgust. Deidara, shut up, these are small things, you have to learn from me and don't panic. He said silently in his heart, how much does this cost? Are you talking about Nagato, but he's already. Jiraiya, who is filming at the women's bath house, is caught up in her past memories. In the world of pirates. In naval headquarters, marine executives are frowning. A marine raised his back and reported loudly, report to the marshal. That huge light curtain has appeared all over the world, and everywhere there are people. Sengoku looked solemn. Not long ago, a huge light curtain appeared in the sky. They thought it was some demon fruit power, but after investigation, they found that the light curtain covered the whole world. What devil fruit can affect the world? Never heard of it? And it's not like elementalization, even covering Haki can't cause a little damage to the light curtain, as if it is air. Sengoku turned his head to look at Garp and asked, Garp, what do you think, what is the savior of the world, and who would do it? Garp grabbed the senbei on the table and said indifferently, ha ha ha, I don't know. Hearing this, Sengoku had blue veins on his head and turned to ask the others. It's scary. Kizaru said absently, no one knew what kind of expression was under the glasses. Humph, such means must belong to justice. Akainu snorted coldly. Phew. Aokiji took a deep breath, indicating that this was what he said. The other vice admiral and others also looked at each other, no one knew what to say. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the world is going to be destroyed, I'm going to die. Usopp looked at the light curtain in the sky with a look of horror, thinking that the end was coming. Really, Usopp, are we going to die? Chopper opened his mouth in horror, equally terrified. Ha ha ha, it's funny, this thing can't be beaten. Luffy laughed, not worried at all. Nami punched Luffy on the head and roared, "Idiot! Stop hitting, what if something bad happens?" "Ah, sorry." Luffy apologized with a bruised face. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were relatively calm. New World, in the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard looked at the sky curiously. Facing this situation, he did not panic at all. Wahahaha, is this a new toy made by Marine? He picked up the jug beside him and poured it into his mouth. Dad, this thing seems to appear all over the world. Marco on the side was the first to collect information. In the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo, who just became Shinigami's agent, is attending school at this time. The appearance of the huge light curtain also made the students lose their interest in continuing to study. What happened? Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists, not knowing what was going on. In Soul Society. Aizen looked at him calmly, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Something interesting is going to happen. In the Ghost World, Kamato Tanjiro and others, who had just defeated 12 Ghost Moon, are being treated at Butterfly Ninja. Tanjiro, is the 12 Ghost Moons here again? Zenitsu with blonde hair had a sad look on his face. I don't know either. Tanjiro shook his head, and now they didn't fight again when they encountered 12 Ghost Moon. But he is not worried, this is the butterfly house where one of the pillars, Insect Pillar, is located. Just as the countless comprehensive worlds were discussing, the light curtain on the sky gradually changed. Some large characters suddenly appeared on the dim light curtain. This is in a magical kingdom called Fiori, where there is a sorcerer's guild that uses magic to help people deal with incidents, and the most famous guild is the guild that gathers top wizards, Fairy Tale. And the story is a story that happened when the girl Lucy, who became an independent star wizard, and the boy Natsu met. The clouds dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the picture appeared in the light curtain, and a dense army appeared on the video, like a black cloud. However, there was a boy and a cat in front of him, which seemed out of tune with this master of tigers and wolves. A boy with sakura-colored hair and a white scarf on his neck was staring solemnly at the army ahead. In the fairy tale world, Fiori Kingdom, the Battle of Sanjiang vs Sanjiang also ended with Natsu's victory at the scene of the Great Demon fight. The whole fairy tale is in a state of extreme excitement. It's amazing, as expected of Natsu. This is the power of Fairy Tale Dragon Slayer. But this excitement subsided instantly with the appearance of the light curtain. Immediately after the screen in the light curtain appeared. Is this introducing our guild? Could it be that the savior is in our guild? Countless people have question marks all over their faces, not knowing what happened. Then they saw the dense army on the screen. They had never seen such soldiers before. In front of the army, a young man stood in front of the battle. Isn't that Natsu? Yes, that fierce expression, that white scarf. And hubby is there too. Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at Natsu and then at the video, full of question marks. What the hell happened? P.S. Big brother and big sister, please ask for the flower recommendation ticket. The bud has already voted for the enemy, asterisk. Chapter 3 Natsu faces a million heroes alone. The screen continues. Natsu, how do I find Jeff? Hubby tilted his head, looking very cute. Then force him out. Natsu fell from the sky, his eyes full of fighting intent. I saw that his fists erupted with endless flames and rushed towards the army in front, without flinching. With every punch, fiery flames instantly covered the army. Alvarez's army had no chance of fighting back. Damn it, who is this guy? Let him taste the magic of my waiting Alvarez army. The magic released by hundreds of soldiers aimed at Natsu, and the next moment, the sky was extremely gorgeous. Boom! Hundreds of magical attacks landed on Natsu, and the ground shook violently. With the sound of explosions, Natsu's figure was also drowned. No. Natsu. Seeing that Natsu was drowned in the magic attack, Lucy also shouted out in worry. Ah! Don't what? Natsu turned his head to look at Lucy with a puzzled look on his face. Ah, this. Lucy blushed suddenly, turned her head away, and stopped looking at him. Hubby fell into Natsu's arms at some point, and said firmly, Natsu will be fine. The other fairy tale members also nodded, joking, he is Natsu, he will be fine. Haha, yes, he is Natsu, the dragon slayer, how could this attack work against him? Yes. Even though everyone said that, their bodies couldn't help shaking, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. They also hoped that these magics would be useless to him. Hubby also held Natsu tightly, unwilling to let go. Damn, it's Alvarez. Makarov said gloomily. It is unforgivable to hurt his child like this. Others don't know Alvarez, but he knows that it is another country, and its strength is far more than Ishgar. What happened? Why did Alvarez's army come to Ishgar? Unfortunately, no one answered for him. Ishgar's commentator was also in a solemn mood at the moment, and his face was not very good. Why did the mighty empire send troops to Ishgar? If true, it is indeed the end of the world. The screen continues. The smoke gradually dissipated. The figure of Natsu at the center of the explosion was also revealed. Except for the loss of clothes on the body, there is almost no injury on the body. Monster! It was the first time that the soldiers of Alvarez met such a person, and they were a little overwhelmed. Roar! I saw endless flames spewing out of Natsu's mouth, instantly covering the Alvarez soldiers in front, with a range of hundreds of meters. And this is not the roar of the fire dragon, just a breath. Ah, this is a monster. Only Lord 12 Shields can kill him. Damn it, this guy is so underestimated. Look at my magic bullet. In the constant shuttle of Natsu in the army, other mages kept releasing magic. But this time their magic didn't hit at all, and Natsu bounced them all away. Even so. Don't be afraid, he's the only one, as long as we keep shooting. Biu. Harpy, who was high in the sky, also showed a worried look. Natsu, with his hands in front of him, also felt Harpy's worry, and said solemnly. It's okay, I want to protect everyone. So I will fight. After saying this, his eyes were extremely firm, and there was no wavering at all. The roar of the Flame Dragon King. Roar. The sky-shattering dragon roar gushed out from Natsu's mouth, resounding through the sky. I saw flame jets of nearly 1,000 meters appearing on this land. Wherever the flames go, everything is burned. Even people outside the screen can feel the terrifying flame temperature. Gollum. Countless people in the entire fairy tale world looked at the scene in shock and opened their mouths slightly, not knowing what to say. This roar can cover the entire great demon fighting arena. Did this Natsu put a C in the game just now? This roar is simply outrageous. I am afraid that some small towns will turn to ashes in an instant in front of this roar, so terrifying. Hey, Natsu, your flame is too scary. As expected of the roar of the Flame Dragon King. Is Natsu so scary? Everyone was shocked by Fairy Tale Tale. They had never seen this roar before, and the power might have surpassed that of an S-rank magician. Everyone who has experienced the Sirius Island incident is also shocked. The power of this roar can catch up with Akonorokia. Wow, quack, this is my flame, as expected of me. Natsu is also arrogant and arrogant. I'm afraid this is a picture of the future. Makarov thought to himself. The current Natsu is far from the terrifying strength on the screen. On screen, the originally dense army suddenly appeared empty in the front and middle, and even the ground was burnt. You can imagine how terrifying the temperature of this flame is. The troops that survived on both sides looked terrified. Many people were slumped on the ground, not daring to move at all. Earth, the terrain has changed. Strange, monster. Natsu took a deep breath and looked at these people with a fierce look. We haven't heard of such a character in Ishgar. Just, how many people have just been killed? I'm afraid there are nearly 1,000 people. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath again. 973 people. At this moment, an extremely cold voice appeared on the video. Everyone looked at the sound, and a huge black ball appeared in the air, full of dark aura. Gradually, a dark-haired man appeared from the black ball. 999,027 left. The man said this number calmly, not caring about the lives of these people at all. The people of Alvarez looked respectful when they saw the man. His Majesty. The man didn't care about other people at all, just looked at Natsu in front of him with a soft face. Seeing Jeff, Natsu said with a heavy face, "It came out earlier than I expected." Seeing this, Jeff smiled faintly and responded, "Because I want to see you soon, Natsu." Natsu disagreed. "Then let's say goodbye here, Jeff." After he finished speaking, he slowly loosened the bandage wrapped around his arm. The two smiled at each other. Seeing this, the soldier in the rear asked the person next to him in confusion. Did he just call His Majesty Jeff? Jeff. At this time, the ice blue-haired man at the forefront of the army looked extremely gentle. But the moment he appeared, all the mages in Ishgar felt extreme pressure. This man is super strong. This is His Majesty's name in Ishgar. Master Inber. Inber calmly looked at Jeff and Natsu. Speaking of which, Black Mage Zelf, this is the real name. P.S. Big brothers and sisters, please recommend tickets, flowers, comments, thank you all. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Explode. The roar of the Flame Dragon King. Everyone outside the video was shocked by the news and didn't know what to say. Jeff is the Emperor of Alvarez. Ishgar's executives watched the video in amazement, and the news really shocked them. The Emperor Alvarez, who made them extremely fearful, turned out to be the legendary Jerf, the terrifying Black Wizard. Gate of Hades. When all the demons knew where Jeff was, they all showed tears of excitement. Oh! Great Jeff, the creator of my waiting. Pluton Mardogil also showed an excited look and murmured, "We will definitely fulfill your wish." Fairy tale. President, is this true? This black mage turned out to be the emperor of another country. This is too scary. Natsu is actually going to face such an enemy. What about us? Yes, Natsu must never be left alone in the face of this enemy. The members of the fairy tale scrambled to speak, and the words were all worried and concerned about Natsu. No one is going to abandon Natsu's claim. Gray, Urza, Wendy, Lysina, Lucy, Hubby, etc. are even closer to Natsu, and he must not let him have any mistakes. President Makarov was even more silent. He knew Alvarez's strength, but he really didn't expect Jerf to be their emperor. And judging from the video, 1,000,000 troops invaded Ishgar. This picture of the future has revealed a lot of information. In Alvarez. Guard 12 shields. The Desert King said disdainfully, "Humph, what a broken thing, dare to take action against His Majesty the Emperor, it seems that he needs to be turned into a mummified corpse." Shinigami, definitely not His Majesty's opponent. Lagai de Dragneel, is he my uncle? Aaron bears Arian, this magic is familiar, Ignalu. Screen continues. Everyone, can you step back a little? Happy, you should stay away too. Seeing this, Hubby also flew into the distance, but his eyes did not leave Natsu at all. Does Natsu plan to use that move? Come on, Natsu. Inber, let everyone retreat dozens of kilometers to the west. Jeff gave the order without questioning. But, Why should your majesty do this kind of opponent himself? Inbal showed a puzzled look and extreme confidence in his own strength. But Jeff replied indifferently. This is something only I can do. Hearing this, Inbar lowered his head and directed the army to retreat backwards. Everyone, step back. Your majesty will open up the road ahead for us. The densely packed army retreated several kilometers in an instant. We will not hand first generation to you. It's all because you didn't destroy me, which caused things to become like this. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I'm not interested in understanding either. The moment Natsu untied the bandage, the scorching dark red flames filled the entire arm. A red dragon-shaped pattern appeared on the arm, and when the pattern appeared, the earth also became hot, and there were faint signs of melting. When Jeff saw the dark red flame, even he couldn't help showing a cold sweat, marveling at the terrifying flame. What's the matter with this magic power, this heat? Konez didn't answer him. Take it, Jeff. Speaking of this, Natsu suddenly exerted force on both feet, and the whole person bounced out. He raised his right fist with terrifying flames, and slammed into Jeff. Facing this punch, Jeff had no room to fight back. The man flew up in an instant, his eyes were white, and he lost consciousness for a short time, but he recovered quickly. Every time Natsu swung his fist, the temperature of the air rose by 1 point, and everyone outside the video felt dry. The rain-like fists fell on Jeff's body, making it only passive defense. Jeff couldn't be more calm. He was unable to fight back when suppressed by this terrifying force. However, Jeff seized an opportunity, and a white light shot from his hand, hitting Natsu's face heavily. Puff. A scar appeared on Natsu's cheek. But he didn't have the pain at all, he was still attacking frantically, and the surrounding terrain changed drastically. The originally towering top of the mountain gradually melted into magma. Everything around is burning. The two kept attacking, forming a red and a white ball of light. Boom. Inbar, who was observing from a distance, also showed a horrified look. I didn't expect this Natsu to be so strong. Natsu and Jeff collided with one arm, and the shock force caused them to retreat dozens of meters. It really surprised me. What kind of power is this? It is the power that Ignala gave me, the last power left in my body. I spent 10 months in order to liberate this power. Last power? Yes, this one will disappear after using it once. This is exactly Ignala's obsession. After that, a huge flame spewed out from Natsu's body, and a phantom of a giant dragon gradually formed behind him. That is Ignara. The power of the dead, so it is. In that case, you might really be able to destroy the undead. Jeff showed an excited look, looking like he wanted to die. Flame Dragon King mode. Dark red flames covered Natsu's whole body, continuously spraying out until several thousand meters enveloped Jerf, and the whole continent burned. It's amazing, the earth is burning. Jeff showed a look of amazement and looked around. The guardians of the 12 shields outside the video are no longer despised before, if such magic power is shot against them. Hiss. Some of the 12 shields are already sweating, and such flames may burn them out. Can't help but worry about His Majesty the Emperor. In the video, a flame full of obsession covered Natsu's right fist and roared. This is the end, Jeff. The jumping fist of the Flame Dragon King. The monstrous flame smashed at Jeff. Terrible. But what is puzzling is that Jeff didn't panic at all, and he didn't even have the idea of doing away. I didn't expect my wish to come true in this way. There was a hint of liberation at the corners of Jeff's mouth, and he looked at Natsu softly. Completely different from Natsu's fierceness. A tear flowed from Jeff's eyes and fell on the flames. Many figures appeared in the dark pupils. Thank you, Ignalu, Anna, Layla, Mabis, and my favorite brother. Natsu. P.S. Everyone knows, *. Chapter 5 Life is but a book. What? Brother? God, we heard right, Natsu is Jeff's brother. How is this possible? What a joke. On the great demon fighting martial arts arena, Fairy Tail's tale, and everyone looked at Natsu in stunned eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Just kidding, Natsu is the younger brother of the Black Mage. Someone muttered cautiously, eyes full of shock. Everyone began to get anxious. Obviously, the news made the entire Ishgar and even the wizards of the Alvarez Empire shocked. Shut up, Natsu is our family. President Markov stood up and roared. Hearing this, the people in the guild became much quieter. Yes, Natsu is their companion and family. Lucy also quietly clasped Natsu's hand with a firm look, no matter who Natsu was. He is the dragon slayer in Fairy Tail. Screen continues. The strength of the Flame Dragon King in Natsu's right arm was gradually fading, and he was also half kneeling on the ground due to lack of physical strength, panting heavily. Hubby in the air was anxious. Natsu. It's okay, I'm okay, I can still hit a blow. Lend me your strength, Ignalu. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and Jeff was covered in bruises, but he was not dead yet. You really became strong, Natsu. Jeff watched Natsu grow to this point, and was sincerely happy, and he didn't care how Natsu attacked him before. He looked at Natsu, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said slowly, I have always believed that maybe you can kill me. But it's still a little bit late, rather than my own destruction, I chose the world's destruction first. Until now I meet you, your next attack may completely wipe out the undead like me. It depends on your strength. The breeze blew lightly. So, I want to tell you something important while I'm alive now. Natsu looked puzzled, not knowing what Jeff had to say until now. Before he could speak, Jeff said, My name is Jeff Dragneel. It's your brother. When the voice fell, Natsu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. About 400 years ago, our parents were killed by the fire of the fire dragon, and my brother Natsu died in that disaster. Natsu's voice trembled with Kaido. What are you talking about? Jeff still didn't respond to him, and continued talking. I did research to revive you, and as a result, I succeeded in constructing the life of the demon in Jeff's book named Atelias. That's you, Atelias Natsu Dragneel. And the strongest demon of flame in Jeff's book. Everyone outside the video looked at Natsu, obviously the news shocked him. Hearing this, Natsu froze and trembled. If he is End, what happened to the previous battle with the Gate of Hades? In that battle, the guild lost a lot. Could it be that he caused it all? No, it's not possible. Just when he was thinking about it, hubby's words also pulled him into reality. Natsu can't believe his words. Natsu came back to his senses, shook his head frantically, didn't believe what Jeff said at all, and shouted, Am I Jeff's dead brother or End? I can't stand the amount of information. Obviously, the simple-minded Natsu couldn't turn around. Putting his waist on his back, he said, Igunaro said he didn't defeat End. If I were End, wouldn't it be easy to be pinched to death? At this point, Jeff explained. It wasn't because of the physical power gap, but because of love, it couldn't be defeated. But Natsu did not choose to believe it and retorted. End is the devil who built the gate to the underworld, not me. And I am human. It was Mardo Gil who built the gate to the underworld. He discovered this book by accident, and claimed to follow the will of End to lead the demons. Before he finished speaking, an ancient book engraved with End appeared from Jeff's hand. If you insist, it can be regarded as the gate to the underworld that you built. Naz didn't care what he said at all, and shouted. So I don't know what End is at all. Natsu raised his right fist and rushed forward, not intending to mess around with Jeff at all. Next moment, a light suddenly shot from Jeff's finger, piercing the book of End on the ground. Natsu stopped, clutching his chest tightly with both hands, as if he had suffered great damage, and his breath was much weaker. You have always been like this, not very obedient, so I asked my friend Iguniru to take care of you. Friend. Yes, at that time Ignalu was a rare dragon that was not an enemy of humans. Ignalu said that he wanted to teach you dragon-killing magic. Igunilu and Metallicana have made a plan to train the Dragon Slayer wizard and seal it in the Dragon Slayer's body with the Secretary Soul Dragon technique to go to the future. In order to defeat Ako no Nokia. But to disarm this Soul Dragon technique, a high concentration of magical energy is required, so a celestial wizard named Anna made a plan to use a solar eclipse to travel through it. Later, a celestial wizard named Layla opened the after the solar eclipse. You came to July 7, 777. The day you think the dragon disappears is also the day you wake up. There are 5 people selected by this plan: Natsu, Gajiru, Wendy, Rog, and Stinger. You are all children from 400 years ago, of course you and my brother. I also agree with this plan. This plan horrifies me. Is Igniru in my body? Natsu burst into tears. The father he had been looking for a long time was actually inside him. No wonder he couldn't find it. Natsu was really raised by a dragon. On screen. However, it's not just Akonarokia, but I want you to become stronger and kill me. But 400 years is too long, and I have witnessed the end of too many eras. At this moment, Natsu roared and charged towards Jeff, including an angry right fist, wrapped in the last flame. To shut up? I will not hesitate any longer. I am here to stop you from starting a war. Jeff calmly looked at Natsu, who rushed over, and muttered. You are the devil in Jeff's book. If I die, you will die too. This is a fact that cannot be changed. With Natsu's anger, the picture stopped abruptly. P.S. Brothers, Mensin authors are here to ask for evaluation tickets. Flowers, these are really important to me, please, asterisk. Chapter 6 Burn Everything. Natsu. In the world of pirates. Sengoku looked at the video in the sky with a solemn expression, and said solemnly. Magic? Is there really magic in the world? It's scary, this boy's magic is so strong. Kizaru muttered while clipping his nails and pouting. Humph. This boy is a demon, so it must be eliminated. Akainu still looks like he wants to eliminate the wicked in the world. As everyone knows, I still use devil fruit. Is his life just a book? Garp looked at Natsu and couldn't help but admire. He was about the same age as Luffy, but he was so strong, he could rival Admiral. And that 1 million army is a disaster for any country. Go on. Look for the Alvarez Empire immediately, and never let them start a war. Sengoku immediately began to prepare. Yes. Sudden turn in the screen. Brown dragon scales covered Natsu's cheeks, his eyes became like dragon pupils, and golden flames ran through his body. Go back, first generation. It just happened that I was just on fire. At this time, Jeff's eyes were full of ruthlessness, and he looked at Natsu with contempt. Humph. Dragon power. This is no good, Natsu, unless you also have the dragon transformation power of Akonarokia, otherwise. The dragon scales gradually covered Natsu's body, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. I'm not Akonarokia, I'm human. Even if you are not a dragon, you are not a human, and... On Jeff's right hand, a huge black ball was condensed, covered with ancient runes, and the terrifying power almost overflowed. It's dark. Just as the two attacked each other, a petite and exquisite figure penetrated between them. Wait a moment. The two of them stopped abruptly. Mibbies. First generation? They don't know why the girl came out and called to stop. Please let me talk to Jeff. The girl stared at Natsu with a firm gaze, then turned around and walked towards Jeff. You man. Jeff grabbed Mibby's hair instantly, his face gloomy. Mabi said in pain. Jeff, I can save you from the curse of immortality. Hearing this, Jeff's body was shocked, and he looked at Mabi's in disbelief. Even End can't beat me, what can you do? Mabi's looked at the gloomy Jeff and asked back. Then why are you afraid of Akonorokia? Because of immortality and immortality, I am afraid, I cannot defeat Akonorokia. It is the terminator of humanity. Only by absorbing the heart of the fairy, can I obtain the infinite magic power beyond God, and can I travel to the past and return to the era when I did not receive the curse. After speaking, Jeff began to absorb the heart of the goblin. What? Mabi screamed in pain. Your magic power belongs to me. Jeff laughed grimly, and the moment finally came. First generation. Natsu wanted to save Mabi's, but before he acted, a bright white light shone through the world. With the end of the music played. A pure white light flashed all over the body, and the pure light wings spread out behind it, like that holy fairy. Unlimited magic power. God's power over time. Coming now. Jeff's eyes looked at all beings like ants. First generation, it's not going to work. Natsu hugged Mabi's body, trembling all over. At this moment his heart was full of anger, and he needed a crown. I will destroy you. When Jeff heard Natsu's words, he said disdainfully. Destroy me? I am now above Akonorokia. Natsu raised his right fist, and the golden flame was wrapped around it, which was the flame of anger. The jumping fist of the Flame Dragon King. The flames of anger were instantly released, and the hundreds of kilometers behind the guild turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The power is terrifying. Jeff didn't dodge at all, so he took this suffocating punch so firmly. After a while, a huge deep pit appeared in front of Natsu. Looking at Jeff, his figure had already disappeared. Good job, Natsu. Let him fight first generation. The people in the guild were very excited when they saw the disappearing Jeff. Judging from the picture, Jeff had already hit the guild. Where did they go? Maybe some people have already been poisoned. In the universe, in a spaceship, the king of the universe, King Frisia, almost laughed out loud when he saw this fight. He was too weak. This little flame is not bad as a sideshow. Shijikuni Ryasai, the Shinigami world, praised, pretty good flame. Rubber jump punch. Luffy excitedly learned the moves from the video. Screen continues. Just when he thought that Natsu was over, pieces of white light gathered, and the guild that had been destroyed was restored. As if nothing had happened. Gradually, the light in front of him gathered into a figure. It was Jeff, and he was not injured at all. It's not damaged. That piece of space has disappeared. Could it be that time is going backwards? Uchiha Obito was shocked. If he had this ability, would he be able to return to the timeline of Yalin? This ability must be obtained. It seems that pain needs to be used. The work of the finishing beast will be slower. On screen, Natsu was shocked by everything in front of him, and before he could recover, Jeff pierced Natsu's chest with a punch. Flesh and blood flew. In an instant, Natsu lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. No. Natsu! Lucy shouted in horror outside the video, seeing Natsu's heart break so badly. Hubby also hugged Natsu tightly, trying to block the punch for him. It's okay, I'm not fine. Natsu patted Happy and Lucy with a smile. The screen jumps to Lucy, Gray, and Happy. At this moment, they have opened the Book of End. Are these all Natsu information? Well, this might save Natsu. Lucy's big Kazillan eyes seem to think of something. If you change the content of the book, can you save Natsu? Lucy wasn't sure, but at the moment there was nothing else to do. When they changed the book, some words suddenly disappeared, and the whole book fluctuated violently. What happened? Natsu's body may have been severely injured. Hubby heard the whole cat panic and kept saying, "How to do, how to do? Don't worry, I remember the previous text, just write it again." Lucy took out a pen and filled in the missing text. Within the guild, Natsu, who was seriously injured and could no longer stand up, was now burning with fire all over his body. "The old man always told us to walk out of that door and swear to come back and come back alive." Jeff's body trembled, looking a little sluggish. Why can Natsu stand up? The wound disappeared? He seemed to have thought of something. Where did the Book of End go? It seems that someone touches the Devil's Book, which is not something that mortals can touch. Just as he said, at this moment Lucy's whole body was collapsing, and hot flames flowed through the blood vessels. But she still had Gray by her side. The cold air of absolute zero emanated, and even the body that was scorched by the flames became a little cold. "Let's save Natsu together." Lucy continued to revise the Devil's Book. "Thank you, Lucy, hubby, Gray." Natsu seemed to feel something in his heart, and he also remembered the pictures of the past, like a revolving lantern. Urza suddenly appeared in the video. Urza blocked Gray and Natsu, who were fighting, with tears in her eyes. "What are you doing? Elsa X2. Urza stretched out her hands, took the two of them into her arms, and said in pain, "I love you deeply, I love you from the bottom of my heart." Natsu thought of whoever said that. That's what the old man said, but I was fighting with Gray. Even if my mind was eroded by the demon species, it still wouldn't change this fact. The picture flashed again. Lucy hugged Natsu naked all over, and hubby kept rubbing the cat's claws. I fell down when everyone was fighting to the death and only cared about myself. When Natsu thought of this, remorse and anger surged up in his heart, and he clenched his fists. Remember, what are we fighting for? It's all about fighting for fairy tale. We have been fighting until now to implement this belief. The original flame in Natsu's body burst out in an instant, and the scorching flame seemed to turn everything into nothingness. This is not a demon, this is not the power of a dragon, this is the flame of the guild. The fairy guild outside the video. When everyone heard this, their hearts were ignited and their blood boiled. Fight for fairy tale. The shocking road roar resounded throughout the great demon fighting martial arts arena. No, it is the entire kingdom of Fiori, the entire Ishgar, and even the entire world of fairy tale. On screen, Natsu's emotional, angry flame fist fell on Jeff's body like raindrops. "How long are you going to hinder me? Until we take back the days when everyone left. Am I not going to create such a world?" Jeff gathered his magic power into a fist and smashed it towards Natsu's face. Natsu swallowed the fist and fought back desperately. "You are for yourself, what you do is to completely deny the world. Burn it, my everything. Turn the power of the guild into flames." The red flame illuminates the totem of the guild, becoming more sacred and aspirational. Seeing this monstrous flame, Jeff had to face it squarely and fight back with all his strength. Now Natsu is so strong that he is afraid to absorb the heart of the goblin. My curse, anger, sadness, turned into all the power of darkness. The collapse fist of the Flame Dragon King. Dark flame array. One red and one black flames collided together, and the endless beam of light rushed into the sky. Countless people witnessed this moment. "This is the end, Jeff. Disappear, Natsu." But this flame collision did not last long. Jeff's black flame was gradually engulfed. So hot. Jeff was horrified, the flames were too terrifying. It was burned, my magic, my time was burned. What kind of flame is this? Is Natsu burning his soul? This kind of flame, so this is the flame of Natsu. The flame of the guild. Natsu's flames instantly covered Jeff, and a punch landed on his face. At this moment, Natsu surpassed everyone. He is the strongest in the world right now. P.S. 4,000 chapters, Old irons point to recommendation tickets, flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Let's go back to the guild. As Jeff fell heavily, he could no longer stand up. Outside the video, the crowd of fairy tale resounded with shocking shouts. Natsu, you are so strong. Romeo jumped up excitedly, his eyes filled with stars. Natsu didn't expect the future to be so strong. Hey, it's not so outrageous, it's just a little bit stronger. Natsu's praised nose is not sure how high it is. Excitedly, he shouted at several people, Elusha, Laxus, and Gray to decide the outcome. But what he didn't know was that he wasn't so outrageous now. It was knocked to the ground by Urzai's iron fist in just 2 blows. Lucy, what's wrong with you? Natsu looked at Lucy with a sad face. Nothing. Lucy shook her head. The video didn't say whether Natsu broke the curse or not. Ah, did Lucy think of something bad? Hubby covered her mouth and looked at the two wretchedly. Happy. Lucy blushed instantly. Okay, don't make trouble, I didn't expect your relationship with Natsu and Lucy to progress to this stage. Urza looked at the two in shock, obviously shocked by the scene on the screen. It was unbearable for simple people like her and Wendy, who were like steam girls. When they still wanted to say something, the picture appeared in the video again. Mibbies and Jeff, who has recovered to the original state, hugged tightly, not knowing what to say. At this time, Jeff's face was relieved, and a tear was streaming from the corner of his eye. As long as I love you from the bottom of my heart, I can kill you. Mibbies looked at Jeff sadly, her petite body kept shaking, and tears as big as peas fell on the ground. It was originally planned to be like this. But in fact, I don't want you to die at all, I want to be with you all the time. The words that Mibbies roared from the bottom of his heart made Jeff moved, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Like self-deprecating. The more you love someone, the more contradictory curse that will take away the other person's life. It turns out that this is the way to lift the curse of immortality. The girl cried bitterly, and her fists kept hitting Jeff's chest, without a trace of strength. I hate you the most, you destroyed the guild, and killed Makarov. So I'm dead. Makarov didn't seem surprised. The child in the guild suffered such a serious injury, he could not be absent, and he was the only one who sacrificed. There are no surprises in this result. Go to die, go to die. I don't love you at all. The girl roared angrily, but the light around her was completely opposite to her words. So, let's go together, Jeff. Hearing this, Jeff fluctuated violently and shouted. No, you have to live. But Mibbies had no intention of living alone. The two immortals are finally coming to the end. Originally, death was the ending that many people feared, but in their eyes, it was a complete relief. Mibbies stroked Jeff's cheek and said softly. Do you really think so, Jeff? Looking at the girl's firm gaze, Jeff no longer persuaded him and took the girl into his arms. The sky shrouded the two of them. It's so warm. Of course, this is fairy tale. I still want to reconcile with Natsu. If there is another lifetime. Boom. As the light dissipated, so did they. In the distance from the guild, Lakusis hugged Makarov, who was sleeping peacefully. Is the battle over? I had a dream. Everyone in the guild couldn't believe that they heard the voice, and they all turned to look at Makarov with tears in their eyes. President. Come alive. Lakusis couldn't hold back any longer, tears poured out instantly, and his snot flowed down. Old man. Juvia, Mirage, Kana, Gajaru, Sialulu, Lily, and others all shed tears of excitement. Makarov half opened his eyes and murmured. I seem to have had a strange dream, and there is a gentle life force flowing in my body. Above a garden, wrapped in gentle white light and light music. The girl with bare feet and the boy in black have fun together. The president is not dead, woohoo. Everyone in Fairy Tale saw Makarov's death in the video, and they felt the same way. It was first generation and Jeff who resurrected me. Makarov whispered heavily. The screen turns to Lucy et al. Due to Jeff's disappearance, the Book of End turned into a light spot and gradually dissipated. Happy hugged Lucy tightly and closed her eyes. Don't worry, I have written our memories in it. Duh. With the sound of footsteps, everyone in and outside the video was nervous. Yo. Natsu dragged his exhausted body and greeted Lucy and the others. Natsu x3. Happy jumped up excitedly, tears of joy flowing out. Ended. Natsu showed an ending smile, and the sun was warm. Yeah, Natsu isn't dead either, great. It looks like the curse has been lifted. The people outside the video boiled. It was a perfect ending, no one died, all survived. Sengoku, what a happy ending, it seems that the boy survived. Luffy, I'm on fire. Yanzu, nice boy. One Punch Man, what an interesting magic, can I learn it? Hungry Wolf, it's really evil, and the righteous side has not died. The picture is still not over, Natsu and Lucy are on their way back to the guild. Gray turned his head and said coldly. Natsu, don't you take a break? Natsu was stunned for a moment. They, who had always been enemies, could actually hear Gray's words of concern. Gray. The two raised their fists tacitly and collided. On the way back, Hubby looked at Natsu's injury. Yushayu is seriously injured, are you alright? Just ask Wendy to help me treat it later. Natsu didn't care at all. I saw the guild. Gray turned his head and looked at Natsu. Ming just came out from there, I feel a little nostalgic. Natsu's tone seemed nostalgic, but no one noticed. Lucy stretched her waist and said with a smile. The war is finally over, I want to go back to take a good bath and continue writing the unfinished manuscript. Gray heard what Lucy wanted to do, and also thought of the picture of fighting Juvia while he was being controlled. My words, I want to apologize to Juvia. Lucy smiled lightly, and then planned the next thing. When everything is settled, let's go on an adventure. Good idea. I want to go too. Hubby rushed up to express his position. By the way, don't you want to do something after the war, Hubby? Hubby covered his mouth and looked behind him, and said mysteriously. Yes, do you want to announce it, Natsu? But when they turned around, the familiar figure was no longer there. The hot-blooded young man standing behind them disappeared as if he had never appeared before. Hubby didn't see Natsu, and was in a trance for a while, and then shouted in horror. Strangeness! Natsu! Where are you? But still no one responded to it. Hey, don't make such a joke. Gray's voice trembled. Obviously the content of the book has been changed, why? Natsu! Lucy screamed Natsu's name desperately and slumped on the ground. The screen stopped abruptly. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Number 9 Gentle King Sakura Full Episode. The picture in the video gradually disappears. A line of words is revealed. Do fairies have tails? After all, do fairies exist or not? So this is an eternal mystery, an eternal adventure. The picture gradually became much darker until it calmed down. At the same time, the real Lin Chen is still sleeping. Ding! Congratulations to the host for harvesting 500,000 emotional points, and please ask the host to make persistent efforts. Ding! Start to improve the physical fitness of the host. Lin Chen, who was sleeping, didn't hear this prompt. The system is subtly changing Lin Chen's body, making it stronger. I was afraid that the host would die suddenly in his sleep, so that he would have the energy to continue to update the video and shine for the audience. In the fairy tale world, everyone watched the last scene and couldn't make a sound for a long time. Just kidding, is Natsu still gone? What happened in the future? I can't digest it at all right now. Natsu. Hubby hugged Natsu tightly, afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would disappear. Just like in the video, I just didn't look at Natsu a little, and he just disappeared. Natsu, don't rush over alone. Urza pressed Natsu to her chest and said solemnly. So hard. Natsu felt his head hit the mountain, but then he felt Urza's body trembling slightly. Don't worry, I'm really strong in the future. Natsu smiled to comfort everyone, but no one responded with a smile at the moment. The resurrection of the president is already a miracle. How could miracles happen one after another? Many things have been exposed in the video. But now even if they know what will happen in the future, there is still no solution. The difference in combat power is so great that even the entire Ishgar may not be able to resist. But Natsu didn't care so much, as long as he and his comrades could be together now is enough. And Igniru, are you inside me? Natsu shouted, patting his stomach. Obviously, the plan that Jeff said has been exposed, and the remaining Dragon Slayer wizards have also recovered. It turns out that the dragon has always been in their bodies, no wonder they can't find it. Natsu becomes stronger. Ignilu was also able to see the video, woke up briefly, and said calmly. You really are inside me. Natsu jumped up and grinned. Even though Natsu continued to comfort everyone, many people who had a very close relationship with Natsu had a look of reluctance. In the world of Hokage. Why? Natsu just died like this. Naruto roared unwillingly. It's obviously a perfect ending, but why is it still dead? Their companions are really good, and they fight for the guild all their lives. But Naruto is not envious either, he has real companions too. Why isn't Sasuke here yet, thinking? In the world of pirates. GG, this is the truth, how can there be a perfect ending, no one will die in the war, how is it possible? Doflamingo picked up the glass and watched Natsu disappear without the slightest surprise. Is the boy still dead? Sengoku sighed, he was very optimistic about this boy. Isn't blood, justice, and kindness what their marines need? Makarov in the video couldn't bear the slightest harm to his child, and Natsu's will to fight to the death for his companions is not a relative but is better than the fetters of a relative. This kind of will is not even found in most marines. In the world of Dragon Ball. It's really a pity that I can't fight him. Sun Wukong, who had just returned from training at the Karen Immortal and was about to participate in the martial arts conference, was very sorry to see Natsu disappearing. Looking at Natsu, who has always been thinking of his comrades, also aroused his thoughts. I don't know what happened to Kellen, Bulma, Yamcha, Grandpa Gaixianren. In the tutor world. I really want to be friends with him, to be able to do this in order to protect my companions. The 10th-generation leader of Penchel can't wait to join the video and fight side by side with Natsu. The two share the same dream of protecting their companions from harm. Super Seminary World. A good boy. Although weak, his willpower is very strong. He will become a good male god in the future. His quality is really beautiful. Geisha, the king of angels, sat on the throne and admired it. Queen, this video comes from the depths of the void and cannot be traced with our technology. TNG King Hexi appears next to Geisha. Since you can't find it, then don't check it. It seems that the owner of this video is not malicious, we can just watch it next. Geisha waved his hand and looked at the black screen calmly. A group of angels under the throne, some people began to be restless. Geisha smiled lightly when she saw this. Looks like we have a lot of angels who want to be the guardian angels of this little guy. Just when many worlds were discussing the video just now, the screen made a squeak. Soon the black screen became vivid again. Top 10 World Saviors No. 9. The World of Guilty Crown, The Gentle King Sakura Full Collection *. Chapter 9. This is the crown of weaving sin. In the picture, the teenager gently hugs a girl, the two are covered with dark black crystals, and the teenager is constantly absorbing the dark black crystals. Guilty Crown World. Is that portrait a set? Hanchuan Gugzun exclaimed. That's the set. The school festival said firmly through gritted teeth. My god, isn't this my classmate? Why is Sakura Manji the savior? Am I crazy or the world is crazy? At this moment, the world knows that there is a savior named Sakura Manji in their world. Did he end the apocalypse virus? Pirate world. It seems to be another tragedy. Sengoku looked at the expression of the boy and girl, and had already come to the conclusion that it was the look of death. Is it the same as last time, as the savior is destined to disappear? Hokage world. Kakashi-sensei, are you going to die again this time? Naruto couldn't bear to look at the expressions of the two on the video. I have no idea. Kakashi shook his head. The savior was too heavy for him, and he couldn't understand the savior's mood. The screen changes, and the introduction begins. The island country was thrown into chaos by the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse virus spread. 10 years later, a second-year high school boy named Sakura Manji met the girl he had always longed for. The teenager came to an abandoned factory as usual, but before he entered, he heard singing at the door and looked for the reputation. The girl bathed in the setting sun is staring at the opening of the skylight, singing constantly in her mouth, and her half-body is exposed outside. The boy just stares blankly and keeps approaching. Until he kicked over the can, the girl suddenly reacted and was on guard. In the panic, the girl accidentally turned on the computer the boy had been making. I haven't finished it yet, it's the scene of my hometown. The girl has a ray of light in her eyes, and calmly said, it's really beautiful. The boy kept introducing himself, but the girl stretched out the woven flower rope and said something the boy didn't understand, take it. Before the boy could react, a group of people with guns broke into it and injured Yuchi and took him away. The teenager lay on the iron net in a daze, watching the girl being taken away, his eyes filled with doubt, confusion, and at a loss. Can I really do this? Very useless escape from the danger of violence, let me breathe a sigh of relief. The teenager is constantly engaged in psychological struggle. Attack the giant world. If you don't stand up and fight, nothing can change. Alan looked at the cowardly Sakura full set and roared angrily. It seemed that he saw himself in him and was very angry. Ordinary professional world. It's the same as my cowardly past. Nagamo started laughing at himself. If he hadn't faced that life and death and was plotted against by his companions, he wouldn't be what he is now. If you keep at ease, you will still be unable to change your indecisive and cowardly character. ReZero world. As a high school student in an island country, I understand you. 486 understood the mood on his face, otherwise he would have collapsed after countless deaths. After all, being a high school student in an island country is a very dangerous thing. Sakura Manji finally picked up the robot dog and started to follow the positioning. After coming to the place, I saw a group of strong gangsters. The bald gangster looked at what Sakura Manji was holding and planned to grab it, but G held it and didn't plan to give it to him. The result can be imagined. G was beaten violently, and when the bald head wanted to do something to him, the surroundings suddenly lit up. I saw a handsome yellow-haired guy with long hair reaching the waist in the light appearing in front of everyone, and easily solved this group of gangsters. Huang Mao and the boy looked at each other, and at this moment one of them ran over and said loudly, "Yeah, those people from GHQ broke into the street." The picture comes to a group of people in white clothes who are constantly using weapons, wanton massacres of people, endless fire, abandoned buildings, like a purgatory on earth. Seeing this scene, people in all peaceful worlds are very glad that this is not the case in their own countries. There are constant gunshots on the screen, the mechas are fighting, and there are screams everywhere. Many people lost their lives in this situation. The episodes that have never encountered such a situation are already completely confused, and I don't know what to do. At this time, Ya yelled at G, you must protect her this time. She seems to have never told him his own name, but he rushes out immediately when he thinks of Yuuki. Muchi also got out of the car at this time, and walked towards the robot without changing his face. Seeing this, G, who came over, just took a step back and stopped. The next second, he rushed up and hugged Yuchi in his arms. The next moment, it seemed that something was broken. G opens his eyes again, everything around him has changed, and his red pupils are full of shock. This is. Then rays of light wrapped around his arm, gradually forming a black mark on the back of the hand. Released his hands, looked at G deeply, and said, "Please, G, use my power." G looked at Yuuki's glowing chest, and seemed to think that there was another girl in the past, and said the same thing to him. Said, "You must take it this time." Who? This is power, a crown of sin woven from the heart of man. The next moment, G's mind kept flashing pictures from childhood to adulthood. The episode, which was originally affected by panic, and other negative emotions, has now become extremely calm, his eyes are indifferent and full of majesty. The boy stretched out his glowing right hand and approached the girl's chest, and the crystal quickly formed a long sword. The blue light broke through the sky, the light dissipated, and the young man reacted only now, and he was overwhelmed by what happened. But at this moment, the robot that was originally a threat was not worth mentioning in front of him. Just waving a sword lightly, the robot turned into a fire explosion. He who had no power at first, has now gained extremely powerful power. Facing the incoming shells, he will destroy them with just one wave. This crisis is also temporarily lifted. Then the two returned to Ya together and learned about the king's ability and void from him. After the episode, I wanted to return to a peaceful life, but I was witnessed the activities at that time, and ran around the campus with the clue of the shape of the void. Guilty Crown World. G, you are actually digging my heart. Soul Pavilion Sada grabbed G next to him and stared at him. In the picture, I rolled my eyes, how painful it was. Sakura Manji classmate, I need an explanation from you. Kuzumakanen pushed her glasses and pushed away the Soul Hall Sada, with a gloomy expression on her face. After all, she was the place where she was robbed. At this time, all the people who were devastated by Sakura's full set looked at him with bad eyes. There are more people who are jealous of him, and actually obtained such a powerful power. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Gentleness Cannot Save the World. Pirate World. What a miraculous power, you can actually use the power of other people's hearts. Sengoku looked at the power of the king in amazement. It's great, but it's kind of rubbish. Hokage World. In a basement. Is this using the power of human genes? Interesting and interesting. Orochimaru looked at this ability, and his eyes were full of madness. This was technology beyond what he knew, and he really wanted to go to this world. The screen continues with the encounter of Sakura full episode. The daily life of Sakura's full set is quickly broken, the betrayal of his companions, and the continuous completion of the tasks of the funeral society. People are also gradually questioning whether they should continue. The final episode refuses to use the power again, and leaves Yuchi next to the episode, and gradually discovers his inner feelings. Songs that spread throughout the city, as if to tear two hearts that have missed each other, the lost Christmas will begin again. The people of the island country fell into the panic caused by the lost Christmas again, but the high-level officials of the island country built a high wall around them, in the name of isolating the virus, in fact, to kill them, to get the genetic fragments. Black Clover World. Roaring Emperor kept doing muscle exercises, looking at the depressed picture, the demon in his body was also ready to move. Black ripples crawled up his cheeks. The upper echelons of this country are too dark. In order to get those things, they even ignored the lives of civilians. This is absolutely not allowed in Black Bull. One Punch Man world. The bald boss looked at the army and frowned at the wanton massacre. Genos, there are no heroes in this world. Teacher, it seems like this. Genos nodded. In the face of this disaster, ordinary people could not resist at all, and they could only see what the savior should do. But from now on, this young man is very gentle and indecisive. Moon World. On the throne. Jin Shining looked at this cowardly Sakura full episode with disdain. He was far worse than the previous Natsu. He didn't look like a savior at all, and his character was too cowardly. Miscellaneous repairs, such a person is still a king? I'm dying of laughter. Living in a blocked campus, Gu-sun proposed the void grading system. Ji believes that this system will create inequality among students, and rejects it. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to help others, and did not want to be dictatorial. But gentleness can't change everything at all. Sakura Manji was hit by an explosion in front of him in order to protect Zyosai, and his life and death are unknown. The awakened Zyuji looked at the bruised Sakura Manji, his pupils widened, and crawled towards Sakura Manji with difficulty, planning to save him with a void bandage. Zyuji looked at Sakura's full episode softly, and murmured in his mouth, "Ji, have you read the book The Gentle King?" Once upon a time, in an unknown place, there was a king who was very gentle and kind. His smile was as bright as the early spring sunshine, so warm and bright. Once upon a time, in an unknown place, there was a kingdom where people lived happily. Because here, there is no pain and no sorrow. Because here, there is a gentle king. Let the world, without war, this is the king's wish. But people say that the king is still a child, and the king needs to grow up. I will become more gentle and kind. Wang smiled and went to sleep. It is such a gentle king who suffers a loss. I believe that Shu will become such a gentle king. Zyuji dragged his broken body and crawled towards Ji with difficulty, but in the end he never touched him. Ji woke up and looked at the crystallized Zyosai, fell into a frenzy, walked to Chi-Chi without any expression, and killed everything in front of him without gentleness. At this time, the heart of the collection was greatly impacted, and the void classification system was adopted to create a void kingdom. Turns into violence, Kun's body is covered with sin, and there is no way out. The students also began to rebel, and the career of being resurrected by Gideo and others is completely different from the past, and the power of the king of the set is taken away. What? The power of my king. Afterwards, he will kill all the students except Arisa. The set that lost the meaning of life, began to run away with Yuki, but in the end Ya also took Yuki. The screen tells the follow-up story of Wang again. Then came a mighty kingdom. The gentle king said, I can give up this king. But I hope everyone stays safe. On this day, blood stained the pure white city wall. On this day, people no longer trust the failed king. Gentle and kind. Only to attract jackals. Wang said that there will be no more in this world. Gentle king. Brutal, King Kun, fully armed. Leading the rest of the power to fight back. The brutal Kun King is as cold as ice. Squeeze the blood of the people and pay homage to the Demon King. Wail like Brahma singing in the sky. There is only sorrow left in this kingdom. The king eventually regained the throne. He smiled and stood on the city wall, as bright as the early spring sunshine. So warm, so bright. But he knew he was no longer the gentle king. Everyone rebels, everyone rebels. Resist this, tyrannical king. Walking alone on the road, the demon fluttered his battered wings. They laughed at this. Lonely king. The gentle king is just one. Lonely king. Brutal king, still hope no one gets hurt. He put on the pure white robe and took off the crown of sin. One has faced the sorrow of all alone. The people blinded him. Exiled to a desolate place. Many, many years later, people gradually forget. There used to be a gentle king. Isn't this what the king is talking about is what Sakura Manju faced. Humanity cannot stand the test in the face of disasters. Some people face a strong enemy, but they promise to fight hard against their own people. Kings rank the world. Okay, these bastards, just treat the gentle king like this. The princess could not wait to give them a slap and let them know what the sinister society is. Porgy, don't worry, I will protect you. The princess looked at Porgy beside her and said silently. Porgy looked at the princess with a very cheerful smile. The 7 deadly sins of the world. Mariotas, you must treat the people kindly in the future. The king looked at the yellow-haired boy who kept making black hands on Elizabeth, and his face was almost black. Don't worry, I don't want to be a king yet. Meliodas pouted and buried his head in the abyss. Screen continues. Chu took the genome and used it on himself. Using the power of the void genome, Shu restores his right hand and absorbs the cancer in Sada's body. Ya also announced to the world that the lost day of Christmas, and then the United Nations Army was completely overwhelmed. Through the records in the diary, Shu learned the cause of the lost Christmas at that time. P.S. Thanks to 7608 for the tip, asterisk. Chapter 11 Sakura Flowers All Over My Heart. Sakura Manguru and Shuichiro Kemiki are 2 genius doctors. They jointly study the science of genetics, and the published papers are also known as world-renowned existences. During the research, Kurosu also gave birth to a daughter with a talented girl from the school real name. A meteorite fell from the sky, broke the tranquility, and found that there was a genetic resonance reaction on the meteorite. After research, it was found that there was a virus in it. This virus usually does not respond, but if I am in the activation process, it will lead to biological tissue hardening and fragmentation. At this time, a mysterious person named Yu told the 2 that this was a virus called Apocalypse. Because it was a meteorite, it spread, and the first person who discovered the meteorite fragments was her real name, and she waited until she matured, will become Eve and seek the atom in your heart. And these 2 people will become the same existence as kings, so that all other life forms will be eliminated and evolved. At this time, the younger brother of the real name was also born, and the mother of the real name was also bedridden because of the virus. Looking at the younger brother who was born, her real name showed a strange expression. She decided to make the younger brother her atom. The picture continues here. An empty world. Brother, I understand this. Dome. People in various orthopedic worlds tacitly responded to the same idea. Orthopedics, they understand. The 2 doctors in the picture went to different paths. Shuichiro went to the road of human experimentation, and kept experimenting with children. Hokage world. Orikimura calls him an expert. He likes this kind of person, but it is possible to cooperate, but unfortunately it is not a world. Soon, Blackbeard discovered that the infected person was able to use the power of the virus, which he called the void genome, or power of kings. A boy escaped from the laboratory, and this person was Ya. The 3 lived a short and happy life. Ji's bravery and cheerfulness made Ya want to be such a person. The real name started to be different due to the virus, and let Ya become his subordinate, and at the same time kept getting Chi to marry him. On the other hand, Shuichiro secretly saw Kurobeard's theory, looked at the perfect void genome theory, and was directly autistic. He has cooperated with the military to conduct so many human experiments, but he can't compare to Kurobe alone. Shuichiro of Blacken killed Kurobeard and stole the experiment results. And the real name of the failed marriage proposal, a complete outbreak. The power of the virus destroyed the entire city and crystallized everyone, which is also the famous Lost Christmas event. Guilty Crown World. People all over the world were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, My former friend turned out to be such a person. The power of this virus is beyond imagination. Top of the United Nations. The power of the virus has to be suppressed, you know. Agree, send troops to suppress. But that career has already defeated our army in the video. What are you afraid of? If it doesn't work, just drop a nuclear bomb. If one doesn't work, just two. You still have to think carefully about this matter. Do you want the earth to turn into ruins? At this time, the episode in the school thought about the past, and the whole person collapsed, and the memory that was sealed by himself was awakened again. Zyuji and other girls quickly hugged him and comforted him. Gusun, these 2 or 5 boys, were kindly instructed by others, and Zan greeted them, especially Satai. Pirate world. Everyone's scalp is numb because of this relationship. The power of this virus is so terrifying. I remember a user of Gravity Fruit. It seems that he can also summon meteorites. The unknown vice admiral whispered. Everyone stared at him for a moment, as if they were going to eat him. Hurry up and tell him not to call meteorite casually. Hokage world. Pure Land. It seems that Tenge Shinsei can't be played casually after resurrection. Uchiha Madara said solemnly. This virus is hard to prevent, and even medical ninjutsu is useless if you get hit. One Punch Man world. Teacher, didn't you break a meteorite last time? What's wrong with you now? Janyo asked quickly. This virus is no joke. Sayatama, who was watching TV, buttoned his nostrils, rubbed his stomach, thought for a moment, and widened his eyes. No, Genos. Teacher, what's wrong? Discount today, come with me. Good teacher. Unconsciously, people in many worlds are facing up to its meteorites and viruses. It's terrifying that a single meteorite can destroy all mankind. The final battle is coming, and the real name is also resurrected at this time. Ya used the void taken out from the real name to start the fight in the same episode, but the real name began to spread the lost Christmas at this time, and the fourth apocalypse began. After a struggle, just when Ya was about to give G the final blow, G pulled Cheese Void from Cheese Flowers, finally defeated Ya and reached the end of the apocalypse. At this time, Ya also finally stated his purpose. The screen shifted to another space. Ya looked into the distance with a calm face, and said lightly towards G. This is the so-called ideal world of divine consciousness. Everything in this world will be preserved in the crystallization in the form of memory. Those who are revered as kings will also come here in the end. I've always been afraid of being eliminated, so I've been working hard and wanting Eve, that's my real name. Originally, I thought that being pierced by you would save the real name, but I didn't expect that the consciousness of the elimination of the creature would not allow her to die. But there is another way, that is to complete the mission, become the devil, become the apocalypse virus, and then let you kill me. My mission is over, it's your turn next. As Ya and true name were wrapped in crystals, they also dissipated in this world. The pure white seal of the king returned to G's hand again. The episode of returning to reality, with dull eyes, did not expect such an ending in the end. But before he could think about it, Yuchi's voice came from the dark depths ahead. Said. Don't blame yourself, I feel a lot of emotions from you. All, thanks to you. A figure in the dark depths gradually emerged. Yuriki, whose whole body was crystallized, staggered toward the set, which was distressing. The picture at this time is the beginning of the scene. The girl slammed into the boy's body, and the girl who lost all feeling at this time asked in a panic. Set, where are you? The boy gently held the girl's slender hand, the girl seemed to feel it, and there was a ray of light in her eyes. Set, you must always be by my side. Because I will always support you, okay? The boy was full of tears and spoke softly. Xiaoqi, let's go together. The teenager stretched out his right hand and raised the sky high, and the ground glowed with white light, accompanied by a violent movement. The crystals of the world began to shatter and flew towards the boy's hands. The virus in countless people is being absorbed by the teenager, and he wants to carry the virus of this world. I can feel everyone's hearts, as well as memories. Even those who harbor malice towards me were born into this world because they were loved by others. Once upon a time, in an unknown place, there was a king who was very gentle and kind. Gentle king. Sakura flowers are gathered in my heart, and I pray for the dance to follow. The screen stopped abruptly. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Number 8 Glory to Lelich. Guilty Crown World. Inside the school. The students gathered around Sakura Manji, watching his final ending, opening their mouths slightly, their eyes full of horror. Sister G, I'm sorry. Sada, Gusun, and others have done something very sorry for Sakura Manji before, and now they are ashamed. It doesn't matter, as long as everyone is fine. Sakura smiled and didn't care. Everyone looked at the full set of smiling Sakura, and they didn't know what it was like, and some people kept looking away. Chi-Chi also came to the school gate at this time, and there was something wrong with his chest for some reason. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. He stared blankly at the front, and muttered in his mouth, "Gee. Everything in the world is changing quietly, for better or for worse. No one knows what will happen to them in the future. The love of the two is also quietly affected in the world. The world of heavenly things. Master, I feel a dull pain in the power furnace, can you help me see it?" Icarus said deeply, leaning against Sakura Ichiki. Sakura Ichiki looked at the turbulent giant in front of him, wiped his nosebleed, and asked, "What do you think?" "Unpack the package to see the essence." Icarus tilted his head and said something that made her power furnace jump faster. Demon High School World. "ISE, I want to spend time with you today, okay?" Rias hugged the pillow, her pretty face blushing, and she whispered. She didn't want her love to end tragically in the end, so the offensive had to hurry up. Brother Chen rubbed his hands and said slyly, "Minister, of course. Overlord World. In Sama, can I not have to endure it?" Albedo, the shame of the succubus, gleamed in the eyes of all men. "Humph, gorilla, didn't you take me seriously?" Shaltier stood in front of the shame of the succubus. The women's clothing boss Mare also looked shyly at the bones in front of him. "You blushing bubble teapot. Be quiet, be quiet." Inzergong waved his big hand, showing the attitude of a king. At this time, the surface was calm, but the heart was panicked. "Humph, nonsense. The world beyond the border. Senior, touch my head quickly." Kuri Shanmiku looked at Chiren expectantly. "Hey, you put on your glasses. I am not happy. April is your world of lies." Mayasano Kaoru looked at the ending of Sakura Manji and Yuuki, took a deep breath, and seemed to decide something. For them, the savior is too far away from them, only with the person in front of them, even if the world is destroyed. And her life is coming to an end, and she doesn't want to leave any regrets. "Kunzhung Arima!" Kaoruma Yasuno shouted loudly. Arima, who was playing, was taken aback and wondered, "What's wrong? Let's play another song together." Mayasuno Kaoru smiled and looked at Mr. Arima, his face full of love. "Okay. Unheard flower name world. Renta keeps looking for Myanmar who is hiding." After a while, I saw the thin figure, ran over with a smile, and said loudly, "Myanmar, I found you." Clanid world. Under the sakura flower tree, Tomoya looked at the figure in front of him that made his heart flutter, and immediately ran over to hug him tightly. Sue was frightened by this sudden shock, and even dropped one of his shoes. But Sue quickly calmed down, patted Tomoya's back lightly, and said softly, "What's wrong, Tomoya-kun?" Thread. "Well, I'm here. Thread. I'm here. Plastic memory world. Ella sat quietly on the Ferris wheel leaning against S.I. Jing Jing, their fingers interlocked. Ella looked at S.I. who was already crying, combed his hair, and said softly, "May you meet the person you love again one day." People in the ordinary world have nothing to do with the end of the world, no other special power, and they cherish everything in front of them more than the end of the world. Real world. Lin Chen opened his eyes, rubbed it, and looked at the time. Why did you only sleep for an hour? Huh? Why is there an extra day on this date? I'm FG absent from school for a day. Forget it, take a sick leave and go to sleep. It's not the first time. Lin Chen habitually raised his voice and dialed the phone. The hoarse voice scared the head teacher into paying some money to send him to see a doctor. Moved by Lin Chen, he asked for another half-month leave. After all, he is the only orphan in the whole school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million emotional points, and please ask the host to make persistent efforts. Some emotional values have been converted into Wanju rewards, which will be distributed on the list after the inventory is over. Now host's physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary people, and he has more energy. You can continue the liver video. It's really not as tired as before. Now I don't think it's a problem to go to Golan to listen to music. I'm afraid even ordinary alien beasts are not my opponents. Lin Chen clenched his fist and felt the energy contained in it, it was so terrifying. Oli, continue the video of the remaining liver. With this physique, I'm sorry for so many emotional values if you don't let the audience members enjoy it. Fragments of various worlds flashed in my mind. The originally silent light curtain of the heavens became bright again. Top 10 World Saviors number 7. Lelich World, all glory returns to Lelich, asterisk. Chapter 13 Get the name of Power Zero. In the picture, in the wide street, the young man in white imperial robe is looking at the front calmly. Under the throne, there are several sinners who have been erected. There is no cheering on both sides of the street, and there is only endless hatred in his eyes. Lelich World. Countless people looked at this young man with disgust and disbelief in their eyes. Why a violent Kun who just died not long ago can be on the list of saviors? Why is that? Just this violent, how could Kun be the savior? Stop joking. Yes, this time the list must be wrong. Without violent Kun, our lives have changed dramatically. Countless people are talking about the good life that will come after Zero ends violence Kun Lelich. In particular, the people of the island did not recognize this Lelich at all. And those who knew Luluxio looked at this familiar scene with guilt on their faces. Nanali put her hands on her chest, looked at the screen in the sky, and murmured, "Brother, Nanali misses you so much." Suzaku looked at the good friend on the light screen, showing a look of nostalgia. Pirate World. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows, and now he has ordered people to thoroughly investigate the meteorite incident, especially a smile as a special observation object. Are you still a king this time? But the people seem to hate him. What happened? It's a pity that no one responded to him. After all, they were all big men with developed limbs and simple minds. Straw Hat Pirates. Boys, look at my rubber, the roar of rubber. Luffy kept exhaling, but only drooled. It's dirty. Nami raised his iron fist and slammed it. Stop, I'm tired, but the man who wants to become One Piece. Moon World. Jin Twinkle looked at Lelich with a Dio-like face, showing a different look for the first time. At last there is a decent miscellaneous repair. Saber, who was feasting, looked at the people's attitude towards him in the video. How could he have a déjà vu? After thinking about it, I decided not to, and shouted at Shiro, "Shiro, add another bowl." The world of red eyes. Asta kicked the northern brave man to death with a look of disdain. Only strength can make everything surrender. The people standing on both sides of the video are not the people who are dominated by power and cannot be free. The Lion King world. Simba patrolled as always, showing off his kingly aura everywhere. Fortunately, the retainers love this kind king very much, otherwise they would have traveled 1,000 miles earlier. New Huxia Ghost Story CG World. Ying Shujing looked at this aloof figure and thought of the incomparably beautiful Monkey King, who was also her favorite monkey. A monkey who used to climb trees. Sun Wukong, why didn't you come to see me? The screen suddenly changes to Lelouch when he was a child. Lelouch, as the 11th prince of the Holy Britannia Empire, recognized the cold-bloodedness of the imperial family in his childhood, so he gave up the succession to the throne and came to the island country as politics. In the island country, he met Suzaku, his lifelong best friend, and this time was the happiest time he and his sister Nanali lived. After the island country was reduced to District 11, he has been hiding himself as a high school student. However, the gears of fate have already turned, and Lelouch once again met Suzaku, but this time with a completely different identity. I thought it was a gas canister, but when I opened it, it turned out to be a beautiful girl with long green hair. Then the military arrived, and the military ordered Suzaku to kill all the people he saw, but he didn't do anything. Just when Lelouch was about to die under the gun, the green-haired girl blocked him, and the girl did not die, and gave Lelouch the ability of geese. Afterwards, Lu Luxio commanded the rebel army. In front of his super high IQ, the army was as powerless as a flag on a chessboard, allowing it to be ravaged recklessly. After Lu Luxio killed the third brother, Uncle Orange took Suzaku as a scapegoat, because he was the son of the former prime minister, and killing him could restrict District 11. In order to save his former companions, Lelouch needed to rely on the power of the rebel Karen and others, and in order to hide his identity as the prince of the empire, he put on a rather cool masked cloak. In the name of Zero, he will completely subvert the empire. Lelouch World. Countless people who were rescued by Zero couldn't believe what they saw and heard. That violent Kun Emperor Lelouch is the Zero who saves everyone? What an international joke. Impossible, this must be fake, we clearly saw that violent Kun was killed by Zero. This video is absolutely fake. Where is Zero? We have to ask clearly, is Lelouch still alive? The originally relatively stable world became agitated as soon as the news came out. There is only one thought in the minds of countless people. What the hell is going on, who can tell them? However, in this chaotic time, CC is digging his grave, where the dead Lelouch was buried. After a long while, CC looked at Lelouch, whose face was bloodless, with a flash of distress, but he quickly returned to his original state. Lelouch, I won't let you do things alone. Thanks to 7,139, the monthly ticket for Buddhist shrimps, Ujo Yoshi for the reminder. If you have any suggestions, leave a message in the comment area, I will try to change it, *. Chapter 14 Save the Weak Black Knights. Lelouch used Zero as the name, relying on a mask and a cloak to cover his identity, and appeared on the opposite side of the empire as the general leader of the rebel army. After returning home, Lelouch asked CC for his own purpose, to destroy the current world with the power of geese and create a new world for his blind sister Nanali. World, are you polite? Due to the death of Lelouch's third brother, the empire sent the third princess Yuffie and the second princess Cornelia to the 11th district. Yuffie advocates that everyone can communicate in a friendly manner and never discriminate against the digital country. Suzaku also met her at this time. After the Orange Uncle incident, Yuffie also exposed her identity. At the same time, Lelouch knew that his death was related to the second sister, and this battle was unavoidable. Afterwards, Suzaku appeared on the campus, but under the mediation of Lu Luxio, Suzaku joined the student council. Peaceful time is always short. In order to capture Zero and avenge the third brother, the second princess took action and sent troops to surround the slum. Lelich had to come forward. He thought he had the power of geese and could make everything easier, but CC saw that things were not good, but still couldn't stop Lelich. As expected, even though Lelich played the soldiers with applause at the beginning, the gap between the soldiers quickly became apparent. Just when Lelich was facing a desperate situation, Zero appeared in front of everyone. Lelich whirled. Who is this Zero? Suzaku, who has turned into Zero, has a confused look on his face. Why doesn't he remember this scene? When did he save him? Is it possible? Suzaku seemed to have thought of someone, and there was a hint of jealousy on his face. Doge.jpg. In the picture, Lelich meets CC wearing Zero. At this time Lelich also realizes that he must build his own army. At this time, a person named Island Rescue Organization kidnapped everyone in the hotel and demanded the release of the island country war criminals. The second princess will naturally not agree to their request and will continue to send rescue mechas, but in the narrow passage, the losses are heavy. At this time, Lelich sensed an opportunity and hurriedly brought Karen and others to the stage as Zero. Finally, under Lelich's strategy, all the kidnapped people were rescued. At the same time, Lelich also announced to the world the establishment of the Black Knights and their purpose, fighting to protect the weak. Only when the weak are bullied, they will come forward, and those who raise guns also have the consciousness of being killed. Even my companions are confused when they hear this. However, the people who listened to this were excited. Lelich gave an impassioned speech, and everyone who stared at the screen was attracted. O people with power! Fear us! People without power! Follow us! The world, come from our Black Knights! Arbitration! Lelich whirled. This guy! Carlin looked at Lelich on the screen with tears in her eyes, and she missed it immensely. More Black Knight's heartfelt remorse. I don't know why you betrayed Zero in the first place, just because he was the prince of the empire? Think Lelich cheated them all? Seeing this, they realized how ridiculous their suspicions were. Bless the world for a better world. Aqua looked at this bloody speech with excitement on her face, swaying Heijin continuously, and said excitedly, Kawa-shen, Heijin. It's there, it's there. Kazuma's face was calm, and he was even a little ashamed in his heart. He speaks so passionately, and it must be very suitable for my flowers, birds, and moon, are you right? Apparently Aqua has gone crazy. Yes, yes. Kazuma watched this passionate speech, thought of his past, covered his face, and complained, what a special middle school. I am the most powerful explosion magician, Kazuma, follow me. Kazuma, those clothes are so cool, and the area to be beaten is even bigger. Kazuma burst into tears. Stop torturing him. The second disease whirled. Zionio Liuhua secretly put on the leather cloak that Yangta wore before, opened his right hand, and gently removed the blindfold. I am the true eye of the strongest evil king, I will recognize your belief, follow me. Idiot. What are you doing? Yangta took a knife, and when he saw Liuhua wearing his own clothes, his face turned red, and he was more ashamed. It hurts, Yuta. Jobless world. I am Chihirka Chi Iris, the great emperor of the demon world. The one with power. People follow me. The demon king looked at the desolate desert with an extremely arrogant expression. The sand lizard on the side looked at this man and ran away in fright, remembering what my mother said, telling me not to play with fools. Drum. Very hungry. Overlorad world. The Bone King silently recorded what Luluxio said in a small notebook. Use it later. After Lelich returned, he talked about his ideals to CC. He who has always played black, this time he chose to use the White Knight to defeat the Black King. Lelich relied on the Black Knights to continuously save the people from the disaster, and the fate of those capitalists was even more miserable. As a result, it was supported by the entire 11th District Resistance Organization. Lelich met the largest Chable in the island country today, and won the unreserved trust of the Chable. When Lelich was about to leave, the Chable asked with a smile, "Are you going to embark on the road of Shura?" Lelich responded with a smile, "If this is my destiny." Lelich is still very happy at this time, but the next thing makes him autistic. Charlie's father and many innocent people died in Lelich caused the incident. At the same time, Suzaku is constantly criticizing the actions of the Black Knights, especially Zero. And he also forgot that they were the ones who saved him before. At the same time, Karen was also quite confused, not knowing what to do. Then Lelich gave her a reply. Lelich in the shadow spoke extremely ruthless words. "There will be victims, there will be people who are not soldiers, people who are implicated and die. However, because of this, we have to keep moving forward, using any means. Even if it is despicable, embark on the road of Shura. For the sake of the blood that has been shed in vain, we can only shed more blood. P.S. The previous chapter has been revised, **. Chapter 15, Embark on the Road of Azura Demon King. Lelich World. Karen, who was still in school, was surrounded by a group of people. "Karen, you actually became a member of the Black Knights like this. You are so amazing." The classmates looked at Karen with shocked and questioning eyes. "The same school, the same class, why are you so DL? Could it be that they are too stupid?" Pirate World. Sengoku and others have completely given up thinking things are too tiring for them, watching Lelich in the video. I couldn't help but sigh, and shouted out. This son's brain is definitely very human. On an island. Revolutionary Long grinned and praised Luluxia very much. It would be great if there were more people with such a high IQ in the Revolutionary Army. He doesn't have to be so tired anymore. Straw Hat Pirates. Frankie, make me a mask cape. Luffy hugged Frankie's thigh willfully. Lelich's outfit was really cool. I want it too, Chopper shouted, praised. Me too. Usopp quickly followed suit. Shinigami World. Lando pushed up his glasses and looked at Lelich with admiration. It's a really good brain, if only I could use it. Lelich, who embarked on the road of Shura in the picture, continues to grow the Black Knights. The arrival of the white hair made Lelich have to use the power of geese to make Charlie forget everything about himself. At the same time, Baimao kidnapped Nanali, Lelich and Suzaku came to Baimao, and Suzaku was also exposed and killed his own father. In the end, Baimao died in the CC who was already waiting at the door. Pirate World. Doflamingo said that he is familiar with calling him an expert, killing his own father. I still use a gun, which is a little less painful, and what this Suzaku can use is a knife, it will hurt to death. The screen keeps telling the development of things. Yuffie wants to establish a special administrative region in the island country, which is deeply supported by the people, but this also puts the Black Knights in danger. However, Yuffie did all this for Lelich and Nanali. Originally things were going in a good direction, but Lelich underestimated the power of geese, and unknowingly, he started to run wild. Lelich casually said 3 sentences, but the third sentence made Yuffie feel like something was inside him. Lelich doesn't know what happened. Yuffie struggled for a moment and regained her composure, with a strange smile on her face, and said, yeah, I must kill the islanders. After speaking, he ran out with a gun. Lelich also realizes that his power cannot be turned on and off at will. The Imperial soldiers outside the venue also massacred wantonly because of Yuffie's order, and everyone in the entire square let out ultimates wailing, I don't know why this happened. The islanders look at Zero and think he is the savior, only he can save them. Lelich looked at all this in a collapsed way, he understood that he had completely embarked on the road of Azura. Yuffie, who has come to his senses, looks at the tragic scene around him and faintly collapses. Lelich raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bump. Yuffie fell backwards, in disbelief that Lelouch would kill her. Suzaku, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, his anger towards Zero has broken through the sky. Suzaku swears to kill Zero by hand. Since then, Lelouch has carried countless blood debts on his back. Lelouch completely defeated the second princess in order to understand the truth of his mother's murder, but the truth of the matter made his mentality explode. Lelouch's mother knew she was going to die, but she never told Lelouch and Nanalie. At this moment, Vivi took Nanalie away, and Lelouch also knew about C.C's past, lived for hundreds of years, and experienced countless regrets, partings, and hatred during this period. As time goes by, she has long been left alone. But Lelouch said, "We are accomplices. If you are a witch, then I can become the devil." Perhaps this is what quietly opened C.C's heart. Game Life World. The moment Stephanie Dora saw Yuffie's death, she was stunned, and she didn't know why things turned out like this. Yuffie didn't say that the Black Knights would not be disbanded, so why did Zero still use power? Why would such a gentle person die? Sara, do you know why this is? Dora looked at Sara, who was playing chess beside her with tears in her eyes. In the face of absolute power, she can only be slaughtered. Her governance is too ideal, and she is very simple. Dora sniffed and said hoarsely, "But they are siblings." Sara looked at Zero in the masquerade and said solemnly, "It was Zero who killed Yuffie, not Lelouch. Isn't that the same thing?" Dora looked puzzled when she heard this. These two were the same person. Different. Sara dragged by to the balcony, quietly staring at the sky in a daze. At the same time, the game Life World 6,000 years ago. Ha ha ha, if only it could be so idealized. Rick was in the ruins and laughed loudly. Shura rode. Rick looked at himself in the world of the gods, full of despair, but he couldn't fall. What a shitty world. Lelouch was finally brought to the Emperor by Suzaku. Lelouch, who wanted to use geese to resist, found that the Eggroll Emperor also had geese, and he was much stronger than him. Lelouch's memory has been completely tampered with. Thanks to Heiai-zan for the big reward, and thanks to Shura for the monthly pass, *. Chapter 16, A Girl's Simple Wish. Lelouch, whose memory was tampered with, was sent to the battlefield by the Eggroll Emperor, and in just a few days, the European battlefield was panicked. At this time, a young man named Lolo appeared and tampered with Lelouch's memory again, returning to his short campus life. Fate may not come, but it will never be absent. In a casino, Karen and other members of the Black Knights wanted to rescue Zero. Lelouch accidentally separated from Lolo and fell into the bottom of the tower. The corpses everywhere are like purgatory in the world, making the Lelouch people who have not recovered their memories to be scared dumbfounded. At this time, a mecha suddenly appeared in front of him, and he thought it was some kind of terrorist inside, but a beautiful old ant with green long hair walked out of the mecha. "I'm here to pick you up, Lelouch." CC. Before he could say anything, he was shot down by the Imperial army behind him. Lelouch's eyes are dull when he sees this scene. This expression is exactly the same as when we first met. Lelouch knew that the army in front of him was going to shoot him, everyone was numb, and his heart was very angry. Why did he have to die, if he had the strength? At this time, CC, who fell into Luluxio's arms, suddenly kissed him. The original power is gradually released along with the dusty memory. Lelouch, who recovered his memory, put on an extremely elegant posture, waved his hand, and said extremely arrogantly, "Lelouch v. Britannia ordered to grant you a death." "Yes, your highness." Following after, Karen and others drove the mecha to Lelouch. Zero comes back completely, and the truth behind this world gradually emerges. Until Lelouch and the Eggroll Emperor meet in the Hall of Twilight. Gundam Speed World. Kira, the performance of these mechas seems to be quite strong, but they are far less powerful than our Gundams. Aslan looked at the mecha driven by Karen and others, and these actions were no longer something ordinary people could do. Especially that Suzaku, if in their world, he would be another terrifying driver. Muv-Love World. The protagonists of each parallel line looked at the power of these mechas, and at the same time were extremely amazed at the number of mechas. If their world has so many mechas, maybe they can counter-attack Beta. Age of Heroes. Diana-Ella looked at Edge outside the spaceship, then at her mecha, and then at the mecha in the video. Edge seemed to feel something, looked back, and grinned. Dean-Ella smiled softly, trembling for some reason in her heart. I-Allow silently prayed for that world in his heart. I hope that there is no hero family in that world, and the mecha will not be torn by hand and starburst. Pirate World. Garp, give me a bite of senbei and let me slow down. Sengoku looked at such a complicated world, full of lies, exploits, and conspiracies, and people were dumbfounded, and their heads were buzzing. Layer by layer, people who don't know it think they're rolling a layer of puff pastry. Aren't these tactical brains tired? Ha ha ha, I don't know, I hit it with an iron fist anyway. Garp laughed and shoved the senbei into his mouth quietly, for fear that Sengoku would eat more senbei. Hokage World. Orochimaru licked his mouth, desperately wanting Lelich's brain, but what he said always felt a little strange. This is the joy of not knowing the second disease. Those mechas, what are the driving principles? If you get that kind of technology, Konoha would have fallen long ago. The ability of those eyes is much stronger than Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Distinguished heavenly gods would have to wait for more than 10 years every time he used it. This geese could just stare at him. With this ability, Rinnegan might be a dirter. Orochimaru was getting more and more excited at the thought of this power, and even stuck out his tongue and kept pouting. Shuiyu on the side saw this scene. Shout out! It is too pervert. Lelich's continuous shooting appears on the screen, and no matter what he does, he can't do any damage to the Eggroll Emperor. At this time CC appeared and told Lelich that his wish was to die and completely erase his own existence. Lelich is stupid when he hears this. 1 second he was an accomplice, the next second you tell me you have enough to die. CC looked at Lelich, who was hesitant, and said, "Goodbye, Lelich, you are too gentle." The next moment, Luxio seemed to be beaten into hell and fell into the abyss, but there was no pain at all. The light spots gradually converged, and other pictures appeared around. These pictures are C.C's past memories. The young girl CC was rescued by the nun, and signed a contract to fulfill the nun's wish, and the reward is the ability to obtain geese. C.C's ability became stronger and stronger, and one day the nun revealed a long-buried wish, and then stabbed a big hole in C.C's chest. The nun died. CC was burdened with a curse called immortality, which is code. After hundreds of years of war and betrayal, CC wants to find a contractor to end his life completely. Lelich finally realized that C.C's wish was not death at all, but a sincere love. Lelich, who came back, looked at the CC whose code was about to be taken, and asked, "Why don't you let me be your substitute? You can obviously push the hell of eternal life to me. Don't die with that pitiful expression. At least die with a smile at the end. I will make you live with a smile." Under the offensive of Lelich, CC pushed the Emperor away and took the opportunity to return to the outside with Lelich. CC looking at the young man in front of him, he ignored his previous lies and betrayal, and insisted on taking her away. The 500-year-old aunt completely gave up thinking and closed her memory. Lelich, as Zero, launched a general attack on the Empire. People in the outside world understand the difference between code and geese. Too much physical brain burning has caused many people's brains to crash. What's wrong with having the ability of immortality? You can become stronger. Kaiwatsuji looked at Ishin CC, who begged for death with disdain. Only immortality can become extremely powerful. Those who have always wanted immortality have a deep desire for this ability. What you can't get is always restless. In the picture, the egg roll emperor has almost completed his invasion of the world and is now on a small island in the center of the ruined system. Lelich set geese on a large number of soldiers, and at the same time blew up the ruins and came to the Hall of Twilight. Even if the egg roll emperor has the ability to be immortal, he still can't get out. However, Lelich's mother Mariana entered the ruins with the power of CC and appeared in front of Lelich. At this time, Luxio's never-before-seen sense of autism came to his mind. Why did his long-dead mother appear here? Asterisk. Chapter 17 The False Ideal World. Lelich World. At this moment, people in the world looked at this scene, and a sense of conspiracy came to their minds. This woman who was dead at the beginning is now alive. Passerby A, even if I'm not very smart, I can see that there is a huge conspiracy here. Passerby B, is it necessary for you to see? In the picture, the egg roll emperor looks at the confused Lelich and speaks slowly. The empire has existed for 200 years, and more than a dozen generations of emperors have been replaced. It is conceivable how fierce the competition for the throne is. At that time, the egg roll emperor and VV2 brothers and sisters witnessed the darkness in the world. Assassinations were commonplace, and they were all surrounded by lies and betrayals. After a fight to the death, the egg roll brother got the geese for manipulating the memory, and the little boy brother got the code of the immortal body. The two decided to change this world full of lies. Later, the younger brother used his strength to quickly expand the empire, and the older brother also discovered the possibility of changing the world, which is C's world. Humans have been fighting continuously since ancient times. The two brothers are trying to change such a world, that is, killing gods, turning the world into a perfect world without disputes and harm. In this way, a world where everyone is at peace will be completed. Madara in the Pure Land looked at the ideals of the brothers and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect someone to have the same ideal as me. I, Madara, approve of you. But the appearance of Anna changed the plan. At that time, Anna's fighting power was almost invincible. Even now the first knight of the Round Table is her little brother. Such women naturally attract Brother Egg Roll and Brother Little Boy. Vivi was quite upset that Anna married her younger brother, so she shot Anna to death. Hearing Lelich here, I understand a lot of things. In short, he is a tool person who leads CC. The angry Lelich shouted at the two of them. Don't think of putting all the blame on the dead Vivi. Why did you send me and Nanali to the island country in the first place? The egg roll emperor said calmly. In order to protect you and keep you away from V.V. Marianne went on to add. It is found through research that there is no absolute guarantee for code without CC. Because Anna didn't convince CC, so she took advantage of you. Lelich looked at the two with a lonely expression, and laughed at himself. So I am the noise of the world, the blocker? At this time, Suzaku and CC appeared in the fog behind themselves. Suzaku looked directly at the egg roll emperor in front of him and asked. What kind of world do you want to create? The gentle world that Yuffie and Nanali wish for. Just CC you are here, so start planning. The egg roll emperor raised his imprinted right hand, and a strange red light emanated from it. Endless skeletons appeared on the screen, which became weirdly distorted and chilling. The whole world shook violently, and a strange light appeared in the sky. At this time, Suzaku asked Luxio. Lelich, why do you want to get the world? Of course for Nanali. So far, do you still want to use Nanali as an excuse? I fought for everything I wanted to protect. For the sake of the result, you must give up something. The egg roll emperor who was gradually approaching CC, Luxio stood in front of him, his eyes were very firm. I don't agree with your world. Why do people lie? That's not just for plunder, but for pursuit. The world that satisfies the status quo will not change because of this. This can't be called survival. I don't agree with this closed world. You may be kind, but this imposed kindness is no different from malice. What you expect is a world that is gentle to yourself, and what Nanali expects is a world that is gentle to others. Lelich became more and more determined, denying the ideal world of the egg-roll emperor and Anna. Life is the future, and nothing can change in the future. Is that still called the future? Humans need a dialectical way of looking at the world. Whatever the idea, there will be debate and controversy, without which no loopholes in the problem will be found. C's world unconscious collective is also human. Since it is human, there is inequality, my unequal power. The egg-roll emperor obviously disdains Lelich's power. How can the power of the king overcome the power of God? Lelich unleashes geese on the world of C. God, unconscious aggregate. Dante stopped the pace of time. Anna frowned, looking at the rebellious Lulushiu, who was blocked by Suzaku as soon as he stepped forward. This is impossible, for humans. Even so, I still want tomorrow. The firm belief makes Lelich awaken the power of geese in the other eye, complete the slaying of the gods, and destroy the entire relic system. Lelich looked at his parents who had been attacked and passed away with grief and indignation. Lelich denies his parents' ideal world, but the world outside is still in dispute. A plan called Zero Requiem quietly took place. P.S. Everyone thinks the rhythm is slow or fast. You can leave a message, I will change the rhythm appropriately. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Tyrannical Emperor. Hokage World. Konoha Village. Danzo, who had already run to the Hokage room, was sitting peacefully at this moment, and he had closed his eyes just a moment ago. Danzo, what do you think of people in this world? Third Hokage took a breath and said, shaking his body. What do you think? Danzo opened his eyes slowly, and those who didn't know the situation thought he had just woken up. You understand what Lelich said just now? Well, I get it. Then go. The two looked at each other and saw each other's embarrassment, leaving this as a riddleman. Somewhere in a cave. I just want to create a world with Lin, and I have nothing to do with others. After Obito finished speaking, he hid in the space, adding a sense of mystery. Pirate world. Where's your head, Garp? Lost. Can you still find it? Don't look for it, it's down. Sengoku and the others gave up thinking and sat in front of the light curtain quietly in a daze. Overlorad world. The Bone King sat on the throne, his right hand holding his chin was a little sore, and he lifted it slightly. When Xiao Di saw this action, his 24K titanium alloy eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately thought of end plans. He said to the Guardians, looks like Insama has already wanted to act. Bone King. Albedo also echoed, follow Insama's orders. However, the other Guardians were dumbfounded and asked what to do. Xiao Di couldn't help shaking his head when he looked at the group of Guardians with paste in their heads. Insama, do you want to announce it to them? The Bone King was skeletal for a while, not knowing what he was talking about, but he still roared hard. All right. Xiao Di cleared his throat and began to say. In the picture, Lu Luxio came to the capital of the empire and announced in front of everyone that he had killed his father as a filial son. And he is going to succeed the new emperor and make Suzaku the highest ranking knight of Zero. But the people below haven't reacted yet, thinking that he is joking, and it's another farce. Lelich raised his right hand, put on a rather handsome posture, and said solemnly, admit me. Both geese activates instantly. Everyone present was instantly controlled, showing a pleasant smile. Yes, your majesty. All hail Lelich. CC standing in the shadow looked at Lelich with distressed eyes. Lelich, who ascended the throne, conquered many people, and destroyed the imperial tomb, abolished the nobles, and disintegrated the Chabal. During this period, Lelich frantically used geese. Because the throne was won by killing his father, in the eyes of many people, it is tyranny and dictatorship that are people's impression of him. The original Knights of the Round Table wanted to kill this violent Kun, but he was facing Suzaku, who had already maximized his potential, and was instantly stunned. At this time, Suzaku has the word invincible all over his face. After Emperor Lelich cleared the rebellion of the Empire, he even initiated negotiations with the Super United States to let the Empire join it. If the Super United States passes a certain resolution, it needs more than 2/3 of the delegates to vote. The Empire has a large number of people and has the greatest right to speak. Members of various countries expressed their opposition at first, but in Suzaku, the latest mecha was mounted, and the muzzle was aimed at all the representatives to persuade physically. Emperor Lelich's army is suppressed, the parliamentarians of various countries are controlled, and he is about to complete his rule over the entire world. Hey ha ha ha, what an interesting world. Fan Ma Yongjiro let out an extremely pleasant laugh. This mecha didn't know if he could dismantle it. The second prince acted at this time, and used Phrasia to directly bring the capital of the empire to nuclear level, and sent a communication, thinking that he was not worthy of becoming the emperor, and the real one who could become the emperor was Nanali. Lelich is stupid again when he sees the people here, no wonder he hasn't been seen for a few months, and Nanali is actually there. At the same time, it was said that Lelich was zero, and the credibility of Lelich's kidnapping of parliamentarians from various countries was reduced to a critical point. The second brother even has an air fortress. He intends to use the power of Phrasia to force the whole world to stop the war, and directly crush it when he is dissatisfied. Nanali on the side keeps questioning Lelich. Is everything my brother did for me? If so, then Luluxio's heart was extremely shaken, his fingers clasped together, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Ha ha ha, for you? Being my sister is too shameless. Don't defile your own hands and condemn others, you are the old aristocrat I deny." Nanali listened to her brother's ruthless words, clenched her fists and turned pale. How come? Lelich raised his head, the corners of his mouth twitched, the corners of his eyes kept shaking, and he said viciously, "Not for anyone, I took the world for myself. You and Schneiser joined forces to stop my domineering, I will not show mercy." The next moment, Lelich shut down the communication. CC on the side looked at Lelich and couldn't bear to look at him, and turned his head away gently. The boy keeps deceiving the girl. But the teenager has no turning back, and the road to domineering has begun. Second brother and Lelich start the final battle. The original Black Knights also betrayed Lelich and left and joined the second brother camp. Lelich's side was constantly suppressed by his second brother. Lelich lamented that the Black Knights were so difficult to deal with as an opponent, and he just blew up Mount Fuji. This bombing caused heavy deaths on both sides. The second brother saw Luluxio so decisive, and his words stimulated Nanali. Nanali trembled with her hands and murmured, "My brother's sins, let me end." Phrasia launch. Boom. A huge ball of energy light appeared in the air, destroying everything. In just an instant, the Imperial army was defeated. Lelich ordered a delay. Before leaving, he said a final goodbye to CC and flew towards the air fortress. Second brother looked at Luluxio's move like a moth to a fire, smiled lightly, thinking that everything was under his control. Phrasia is activated again. But it didn't work this time. Phrasia disappeared into the air, and the second brother marveled that Lelich actually had such a small toy, which could stop Phrasia's explosion. However, the second brother has not yet realized that all this is in Lelich's plan. There are typos, brothers and sisters, forgive me, sometimes my hands tremble when typing on a mobile phone, I have already checked it, asterisk. Chapter 19 The boy destroys the world, creates the world. Why do you choose to fight in the island country, because there is a table corner girl Nina Einstein. Why is the battle time delayed? Because Nina and others are developing Freyja suppressor. Once Lulu is repaired, it means that the suppressor has been researched. Release Freyja, you need to complete the analysis data before 19 seconds, and complete the suppression in 0.04 seconds after the explosion. This is an impossible task for anyone to complete, but Lu Luxio's mecha is equipped with a data analysis system. With his high IQ, 19s is enough to complete the analysis. Suzaku has defused a lot of bombs, this 0.04 seconds is enough for him. The friends of the base are united, and their profits will break the gold. At the same time, Lu Luxio and Suzaku attacked the air fortress. Second brother looked at Lu Luxio, who broke in, and couldn't help but admire. As expected of you, Lu Luxio, you forced me to use the last trump card. Decisively choose to abandon the air fortress and prepare to escape by spaceship. But he didn't expect that Lelich was already waiting for him at this time. Seeing Lu Luxio, the second brother did not panic, but sat down calmly. For him, as long as he completes what he expects from the people, now he only needs to detonate the air fortress and make plans to perish together, and the world will be peaceful. But Lelich didn't give him such a chance. He appeared behind him and cast geese loyal to zero on him. Lelich finally came to Nanali. With her own will, Nanali broke the geese that the egg-roll emperor gave her and opened her eyes. Lelich looked at Nanali, who opened his eyes and fell into a brief absence. This is how long he had expected it. Nanali looked at her brother in front of her and said firmly, Damocles will become a symbol of hatred. Hate gathers here, in order to let everyone welcome a better tomorrow. Lelich looked at Nanali, who was so resolute, and closed his eyes. He didn't expect that what she wanted to do was the same as himself. Thinking of this, Lelich had no more worries and used geese on Nanali. Lelich v. Brittany ordered, give me the key to Damocles. After a brief resistance, Nanali smiled and put the key in front of her. Lelich looked at Nanali softly, and said softly, Nanali, you have been able to survive by your own will, so I can also go my own way. I love you, Nanali. Lelich half knelt on the ground and took the key. Looking at Nanali, who was about to wake up, Lelich regained his solemn and determined expression. Nanali, who came back to her senses, looked at her empty hands. She really couldn't believe that her brother, who loved her the most, would use geese on her, and shouted, Brother is a devil. Despicable, shameless. Lelich looked at Nanali lying on the steps. His heart was dripping blood, but he still didn't stop and walked straight forward. Lelich whirled. Brother, I'm sorry. Nanali looked at Lelich in the light curtain and kept apologizing and burst into tears. How much she hopes her brother is still alive at this moment. She is too much. People in the world looked at Lelich's different expressions before and after. Some doubted, some wept. Those closest to Lelich already understood what Lelich was going to do next. Lelich stands on the world map in the picture and announces to the world. Notify the world. I am the Emperor of Holy Britannia, Lelich v. Britannia, and Schneider has come under my command. Now that Damocles and Freyja are in my hands, the Black Knights no longer have the power to fight against me. No one can stop my domineering. Lelich v. Britannia ordered. O world! Surrender to me! All hail Lelich! At this moment, the whole world falls into the hands of Lelich. Many people died in this war, and many names, including Suzaku, are engraved on a cemetery. Pirate world! Garp! Stop talking, I have no brains. Garp looked at Sengoku badly, and he asked himself what he thought, and promised to let him eat his beloved Iron Fist. This time the savior will rule the world. Countless people expressed doubts. Is dictatorship the only way to save the world? The screen finally came to the scene at the beginning. The dictatorial emperor, without the love of the people, was forced to curse in a low voice. There are many soldiers in ambush all around, preparing a rescue plan. However, before they could act, a familiar figure appeared in everyone's eyes. 0. Karen on the execution platform widened her eyes, her brain shut down. Liar, Lelich is there. People who know Zero's true identity at this moment are stupid. Could it be, Luxio's plan is? Karen didn't react until now. Zero rushed towards them, and the soldiers kept shooting, but everything missed, frantic strokes. Uncle Orange stood up at this time and shouted. Don't shoot, I'll deal with him. Uncle Orange rushed straight over, as if I was going to fight him, but within 2 seconds, Zero stepped on his shoulder and jumped up. Go, Kamen Rider. Zero rushed to Lelich in an instant, raised his long sword and stabbed it. Lelich resisted symbolically, and looked forward with a look of relief. At this time, the picture came to a quiet palace. The sun shone in the house and shone on the two teenagers. Lelich said to Suzaku. Suzaku, according to the plan, all the hatred in the world has gathered on me, and as soon as I disappear, the chains of hatred will disappear. The Black Knights have the legend of Zero, and Schneider will also obey Zero. In this way, the world will no longer use military force, but can be resolved at the negotiating table and move forward to tomorrow. At this time, Lelich didn't have the tyrannical look on Lelich's face in front of the world. Instead, he looked relaxed. Suzaku took the mask from Lelich. This is Zero Requiem. Hey, Suzaku, don't you think geese is very similar to wish? Ugh. What you cannot do by yourself will seek others. Wish. Yes, I use geese called wish to people all over the world. For the world's tomorrow. Suzaku's sword is constantly approaching Lelich in the picture. The people who responded below kept shouting, but to no avail. Lelich smiled and said to Suzaku. Only with the consciousness of being killed are qualified to shoot. In front of the throne, Luxio did not evade at all, and faced what happened next with a smile. Suzaku, you have to be a hero. The savior Zero who saves the world from Lelich v Britannia, the enemy of the world. The long sword penetrates the entire chest of Luxio. The whole world is quiet at this time. The blood instantly soaks the white imperial robe. The tears of Suzaku under the mask have already soaked through the front of the shirt, and she trembled. Luxio. Lelich weakly raised his bloody hand, put it on the mask, and muttered, this is also a punishment for you, you must live with the mask as a messenger of justice. No longer Shumu Suzaku, I must sacrifice the happiness of ordinary people for the world, forever. Suzaku said with tears in his eyes, I did receive the skis. Luxio took 2 steps weakly and fell under the high platform, his eyes were slack, and he would die at any time. Nanali stared blankly at her brother who was about to die. The moment she touched Lelich's hand, she understood everything. Brother, I love you. Lelich seemed to react a little, his eyes flickered with the last weak light, and he muttered, I, destroy the world, create, the world. Then closes his eyes and leaves completely. The girl kept calling for her brother, but the boy could no longer respond to her. The girl's desperate cry resounded around, but no one cared, but it overshadowed the shouts of countless people. There is only one voice in people's hearts at the moment. Zero. When people shout the name of the hero, they don't know that the real hero has fallen. Glory to Lelich. PS 3000 words, ask for a wave of recommendations, flowers, if the data does not go up, I will panic, asterisk. Chapter 20 Number 7 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Hokage World. It's really stupid to think that the hatred can be interrupted by gathering hatred on one person. Pain looked at Lelich's death indifferently, disapproving of this idea. As long as there are living things in the world, there will be the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Those who are weak will eventually be eliminated. But there is enough resourcefulness. Shinigami World. Landa looked at Lelich who died last, and shook his head disdainfully. He originally thought he was the same person as him, but he didn't expect to be so gentle. The weak are destined to be unable to coexist with the strong. If you can finally change the world with your own power, why not? Since there is no obedience and equivalence, then let others follow you and be the god of the world yourself. Humans are just apes in gorgeous coats. Big Blue firmly believes in its own philosophy. Super Beast World. On the throne, Pluton looked at the fallen Lelich with a pity expression, and said lightly, "Love can create everything and destroy everything. The world is like this. Either the wolf died or the sheep died, or the weak wolf was starved to death, or the weak sheep was bitten to death. Perhaps, the world is too cruel, but it is beautiful because of it. Doraemon World. Doraemon, it's a pity that Luxio died." Nobita cried while holding Doraemon. Such a gentle person actually died? If the video hadn't exposed him, he might still be the person everyone hates in his world. Nobita, we have also saved a lot of worlds. No one will hate us. I think should not be. Eat the world. Many kind-hearted gnats looked at Lelich, who died for everyone, a little lost. It is possible to do this for strangers all over the world. Will their world also have a savior? Cage World. Woo, boss, it's a pity that he died, such a person who cares about the world. Seato cried bitterly while holding the game console, hoping that he could come back to life. Lelich World. The people all over the world stared blankly at this last scene. It turned out that he was not a violent Kun. Day 2 after the video ended. A cemetery. The sky gradually became dark and raindrops fell to the ground. The originally silent cemetery, now many people came. Holding flowers in their hands and wearing sacrificial clothes, they surrounded a tombstone in an orderly manner. This is the tombstone of their savior. Raindrops fell on their faces, but no one left. Thunder and lightning. Tears streamed down the corners of people's eyes. The cries of guilt and regret echoed in the sky with thunder. 0. Your Majesty Lelich. In a palace. Suzaku, who had already revealed his identity, also took off Zero's helmet, and his eyes were lonely. Nanali stared blankly at the photo in her hand, which was a very bright photo of Lelich when she was a child. Elder brother. Tears dripped down the photo. Caroline curled up in bed with Lelich's photo. The trembling quilt can imagine how painful she is now. Because of the exposure of the video, the people of the world have become more united, people get along more harmoniously, and there are fewer malicious lies and betrayals. CC, who stole Lelich's body, was now planning how to bring Lelich back to life. You want to be my demon king, and you have to watch me die with a smile. I won't allow you to leave so easily. CC probed Lelich's body, and then showed a very beautiful smile. Many people in the world lamented Lelich's righteousness and were convinced by his personal charm. There's a lot of discussion right now about who's coming next. Those who live in troubled times, how much hope their world has a savior. The originally silent video became bright again, and the picture gradually appeared in front of the heavens. Top 10 Saviors Number 7. Hokage World, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto *. Chapter 21 He is not a fox demon. The orange-red chakra coat dancing with the wind in the picture, with golden hair and fox-like ears on the temples, the eyeshadow at the corner of the eye is connected to the ear, the eyes are indifferent, looking down at everyone like a god. Fox Demon Little Matchmaker World. Fox. Baiyu looked at the iconic fox ears and took a few mouthfuls of colorful lollipops in shock. Brother Taoist, this Uncle Fox is so handsome. Susu on the side looked at Naruto and couldn't help but be stunned. When Baiyu heard this, his eyes widened, and for a moment he felt that his child bride was going to die. Little idiot, he's a fox. Yes, what's the problem? Oh, it's a fox to you too. La 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 Dimasha World. Ali knelt by the river and prayed to the sky. I long for love, please grant me a stalwart real man. I hope it's the male fox in front of me. Suddenly, a figure fell from the horizon, but it was a monkey. Inuyasha world. Kaibayo, it would be great if you were so hacky again. Hokage world. Inside Konoha village. FK. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. But now there's only 4th Hokage. And I remember Uzumaki Naruto as that fox demon. He is the savior, what an international joke. Many people in Konoha village now hate Uzumaki Naruto, and it is impossible to believe that he will be the savior. Numerous discussions continued. The majestic appearance in the video, if not Uzumaki Naruto, they would not think of him at all. Konoha Xiaoqiang and the others looked at Naruto, who was dancing in shock. Is the tail of the crane the future savior? If it weren't for his signature blonde hair and 6 beards, they wouldn't believe he was Naruto if he killed him. Shikamaru, did Koji see it? I became Hokage, but I'm a little old. Naruto yelled excitedly, and everyone in the venue stared at him. Naruto-kun, that's amazing. Hinata looked at the excited Naruto, cheeks flushed, happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Jiraiya, who was collecting materials outside, also stopped the pen in his hand. Naruto, maybe he is the real son of prophecy. The entire ninja world set off a huge storm. The country of thunder. 7th Hokage, let me see how you became a savior. Yo, this coat looks like a chakra coat, but why is it different from us? Killer Bee looked at the future Naruto and wondered something. As soon as the screen changes, slightly sad music slowly sounds, and a yellow-haired child appears above a huge rock statue, looking slightly lonely. Then he walked alone on the street, but people on both sides of the street looked at him with disgust, when a ball came in front of him. Hey, it's that kid, I'm panicking. Hey, don't play with him, God knows what he will do to you. The boy just left in the sight of people's disgust, and when he returned home, he looked at the ceiling silently, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, but they stopped quickly. The next day, the strong boy came to the Colossus and shouted with a smile, no matter what I do, I am who I am, so fall. The boy jumps off the stone statue suddenly. Is this the savior's childhood? Why are people so hostile to him? Damn it, is it okay to jump from such a height? Newton, take care of it. Newton, shut up. A huge 9-tails fox suddenly appeared in the picture. When the fox moves its tail, the landslides and tsunamis will make life difficult for the people, so they gather ninjas and fight. Be sure to hold out until 4th Hokage arrives. The ninjas rushed forward one after another, but the casualties were countless. At this time, a huge toad fell from the sky. In the end, 9-tails was sealed on a newborn child. These people are going too far to put such a terrifying monster in the body of a newborn child. I finally know why people have that kind of expression, they all regard him as a fox demon, but he was born and doesn't know anything. The boy grew up quickly and kept playing tricks until he was caught by Irika and returned to the classroom. Listen, everyone, today is the retest of the change technique. The children have no choice but to transform. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walks out with Kabuto in both hands. Variety. A beautiful girl with a mist appears in the world. Irika suddenly showed a nosebleed and shouted, "Idiot!" The next day, when the graduation examination began, Naruto's avatar technique still failed to pass the test. He sat alone on the swing, and the dark trees and the opposite sunlight formed a sharp contrast. At this time, Mizuki took advantage of the situation to tell Naruto a secret, and Naruto also stole the forbidden scroll. It wasn't until Irika found Naruto that he knew that Mizuki had calculated, and then Mizuki attacked from behind. Naruto, give me the scroll. Don't give him Naruto, it's a taboo scroll full of extremely dangerous ninjutsu. Naruto stared at them blankly, not knowing what to say. Mizuki looked at Naruto contemptuously and said sinisterly. Naruto tells you the fact that 12 years ago, there was a rule in the village. Shut up. That is the only rule that you can't say that Naruto is a fox demon. You have been deceived by the villagers. Naruto fell into a sluggishness and was constantly stimulated by Mizuki's words. Go to hell, Naruto. The huge shuriken swiftly flew towards Naruto, and Naruto was so frightened that he couldn't move, just at this critical moment. A figure is lying on top of Naruto, protecting him. Naruto looked at Iruka who was blocking the shuriken for him in horror, and trembled. Why? Iruka looked at Naruto who was terrified and couldn't help shedding tears. We are the same. It's really painful, Naruto, you must be lonely. Sorry, Naruto, if I were more reliable, I wouldn't have let you suffer like this. Naruto looked at the sincere Iruka, as if something was stirred in his heart, and then quickly fled from here. Seeing this, Mizuki quickly caught up until he saw Naruto again. This time, however, Naruto didn't hear anything and slammed into him. Mizuki fiercely looked at Iruka, who had recovered his true body, and roared. Naruto is like me, as long as you have the ninjutsu on the scroll, you can do whatever you want. Iruka retorted. That guy Naruto is different, he is an excellent student that I recognize. He understands the pain in people's heart, he is not a fox demon, he is Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village. Naruto, who was hiding behind the tree, was already crying in pain. Mizuki didn't plan to say anything to Iruka either, but just as he shot, an orange figure knocked him flying. You are not allowed to do anything to Iruka-sensei, I will kill you. Mizuki roared disdainfully. Don't be arrogant, I can easily handle a brat like you. Naruto looked at Mizuki fiercely, raised his hand, and began to seal. Try it, I will give it back to you thousands of times. You should try it. Demon Fox. Shadow Clone Technique. The next moment, there are clones of 1,000 people on the screen, and the scene is extremely shocking. Both Iruka and Mizuki look stunned. This is a high-level ninjutsu that can create the exact same entity. Mizuki looked at the surrounding Naruto group in fear, and was immediately beaten and kicked. Iruka looked at Naruto in relief and waved to him. Naruto, come here, I have something for you. Naruto walked over suspiciously and closed his eyes. Teacher is still okay? Yoshi, it's alright? Naruto opened his eyes slowly, the morning sun shining on Iruka's face. Iruka looked at Naruto with a smile and said softly. Congratulations on your graduation. The forehead protector on Iruka's head is being worn on Naruto's head. Thanks to 2317 for the tip. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Implement your own way of forbearance. In the world of Hokage. In Konoha village, many villagers looked at Iruka with complicated expressions, but they didn't expect him to think so for Naruto. Whoa, Iruka-sensei. Naruto thought about what happened when he graduated and started crying while hugging Iruka. If it weren't for Iruka-sensei, he might have been killed by Mizuki now, or he might have become Konoha's rebellion. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you are an excellent student recognized by me, I believe you will definitely become the savior of the world. Iruka is so convinced of this that even if other people don't believe in Naruto, he will believe in Naruto to save the world. Is there something wrong with this kid's chakra amount? Some ninjas are dumbfounded when they watch Shadow Clone on the video. Is this the amount of chakra a genin can have? This is too scary, I am afraid that Jonin is not so scary. Naruto successfully graduated and was assigned to the 7th class with Sasuke and little Sakura. Kakashi looked at the three of them and asked, "What is your dream?" Naruto raised the forehead protector and said with a firm smile, "My dream is to become a Hokage, and then let all the people in the village recognize my existence." Yutha's dream is very firm. After that, they went out for the first sea-level mission to protect the bridge-building expert Dasna back to the country of waves, but this mission is unusual and far from a mission that sea level can reach. Here they met the Peachland in the Fog Shadow Village. This is also the first time they have encountered the cruelty of the ninja world. Naruto, who was trying to control chakra, a mysterious man appeared and told Naruto that I will keep getting stronger in order to protect the important people. They met Zabujian again, and Naruto and the others were facing Shiro, who had the limit of blood, and the two were suppressed from the beginning. Sasuke was pierced by a needle in the front to protect Naruto, and blood dripped on Naruto's cheek. Seeing this scene, Naruto roared in anger and guilt. Why do you want to protect me? Sasuke trembled, weak Kaido. Who knows, the body reacts involuntarily. Obviously I hate you the most. Sasuke fell backward, and Naruto hurried over to hug him. Sasuke stared at the sky blocked by the mirror, thinking of the pair of cold Sharinans, and murmured. I haven't beaten that man, I haven't beaten my brother, how can I just die like this? Sasuke raised his right hand tremblingly. Don't die? Naruto looked at Sasuke with his eyes closed. The anger in his heart had already reached a critical point, so he hugged him like that, silent. The blue pupil reflected Sasuke's shadow, and a faint red color appeared in the depths of the pupil. Bai stood up and said softly. In order to protect his important companions, he stepped forward and is a respectable opponent. Is it the first time to experience the death of a companion? This is the way of a ninja. Naruto slowly put Sasuke down, gnashing his teeth. Less verbose. Unforgivable. White smoke gradually rose around Naruto, and the next moment the red chakra wrapped around him, forming Uzumaki. The original damage was recovered in an instant, and a palpitating power radiated out. Naruto raised his head sharply, the original blue pupils were replaced by red, and the whiskers on both sides of his cheeks became clearer. This look is like the Nine-Tails demon fox back then. I am going to kill you. Bai was shocked by the volatility. What a terrifying murderous aura, it is completely different from just now. What? Naruto rushed forward in an instant and threw a few needles in a row, but they were all bounced off by chakra. In this case, try this trick. All the mirrors reflected Shiro's body, and countless iron needles pierced Naruto's body in an instant, but the next second, all the iron needles were bounced off. At this time, Naruto's speed was so fast that he was not on the same level as Shiro at all. It was just a face-to-face encounter and Naruto was caught. Red chakra covered Naruto's fist and slammed into Shiro's face. Bai fell heavily to the ground, the mask on his face began to shatter, and he got up with difficulty. He looked at Naruto, remembered the figure who would never cut again, and murmured. Mr. Zabuladinjan, I'm sorry, I'm really no match for this child. But when Naruto saw it was Shiro, he regained his sanity, and his fist didn't fall in the end. The other side was suppressed by Kakashi, and when he was about to be penetrated by Reikari, Shiro appeared in front of him and blocked Reikari for him. The blood splattered on Zabuzan's face. Zabuzan saw the pierced white, and pretended to be calm, but the next battle was full of flaws, and his arms were also pierced by the shuriken. At this time, Cardo appeared, constantly insulting Bai's body. Seeing this, Naruto rushed up angrily, but was stopped by Kakashi. Aren't you his companion? His body was treated like this, are you indifferent? Zabuladinjan said with a gloomy face. Bai is dead. A fragment of Naruto's memory appears in the picture, and Bai, who is wearing a woman's clothes, said to Naruto softly, people only become stronger when they protect important people. Naruto looked angrily at the slash, gasping for breath. That guy really likes you. I love you very much. Are you really indifferent? Does it become as powerful as you? Is it really so cold-blooded? That guy lost his life for you. There is no dream, dying as a prop, it is too painful. Naruto's tears soaked the front of his shirt, and he felt sorry for Shiro who would never be killed again. No longer with a vibrato, tears flowed from his eyes and dripped onto the ground along his cheeks. Little devil, stop talking. Bai is not just for me, but for you, also fight hard. I know, that guy is just too gentle. Finally, it's great to be able to play against you. Little devil, as you said, ninjas are also human, may not be completely emotionless props. Oh, it's no use for a kid to borrow suffering. The ghost man did not cut off the final battle again. With kunao in his mouth, he charged towards Kato and the others with a hideous face, beheading Kato. The people of the Land of Waves also came here to drive away Cardo's men. Kakashi gently picked up Zabuzan and brought him to Bai's side. At this time, the sky also seemed to feel sad. It's snowing, it's actually snowing this season. Zabulet Jean looked at Bai, who was sleeping peacefully. You are always by my side. At least, let me stay by your side in the end. Zabuzan leaned on his will to lift his left arm that had long been abolished, and slowly leaned against Shiro's cheek. If possible, I want to go to the same place with you. The gentle sunshine accompanied by the white snowflakes fell on Bai's face, and she was like an angel at the moment. This guy was born in a place where it often snows. Is that so, a boy who is as pure as snow? Naruto and others will be buried without beheading. Little Sakura asked Kakashi blankly. Kakashi-sensei, are ninjas like what they said? Kakashi pondered for a few seconds and said. The so-called ninja cannot pursue the reason for their existence. As a prop, Konoha is also like this, but there are also many people who are troubled by this, just like Zabuzan and the boy. Naruto looked forward, the light of dusk falling on him. Yoshi, I have decided. I want to walk my own way of forbearance, take a road that I will never regret, and go forward bravely. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Hyaga's house. Then I'll change it? The entire ninja world? Within the organization. Is this the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Nagato looked at Naruto, who is now weak, with a positive attitude, just like Yahiko. But he won't forget Yahiko's pain. Uzumaki Naruto, you are very similar to the me I used to be, but sooner or later you will understand the cruelty of reality. Uchiha Obito is in a trance, the Naruto now looks too much like him before. In a cave, Itachi saw the corners of Sasuke's eyes twitching wildly, but fortunately there was nothing serious in the end. Somewhere in the laboratory. When Gaiden Shuiyu saw the location of the beheading sword, she rushed out immediately. Ready to take down. Many ninjas knew that if they died not long ago, the beheading sword should still be there, and a dark tide surged for a while. Inside Konoha village. The ninjas looked at what Naruto said, and some even reflected. Did they have such a firm belief? Has Naruto been able to control the power of Nine Tails? Third generation looked at Naruto regaining his sanity in the video with some surprise. Naruto, you looked so handsome just now. Koji said, taking a bite of potato chips. Some people are afraid, while others are genuinely worried about him. They didn't expect that they had experienced such a dangerous thing before the exam. That is the ghost who will not cut it again. In the picture, Kakashi told Naruto and others to take the Chunin exam, and people from other villages gathered in Konoha village one after another. In the first exam, Naruto encountered a major problem in his life. As a student of the tail end of the crane, doing the questions was even more uncomfortable than killing him. But fortunately, Naruto handed in a blank paper and passed it without any danger. World in peacetime. Student A, teacher, is today's exam a test of our ability to gather intelligence? Teacher A, yes, what do you think the teacher wants to do now? Student B, put down the stick. Say something. At the beginning of the second test, the mood was slightly soothing. As the people taking the test continued to die, Naruto and the others met Orochimaru in disguise and the three of Kusanagi. After a bloody battle, they finally reached the finish line. Following the third exam, Naruto defeated Yat. This FG exam is too scary, this Hokage world is so dangerous, so many people die in the exam. This Gaara is so strong, that look makes me panic. Come on, let's go to the toilet and change pants. Why, do you want to fencing? Pirate world. This exam is quite intense. I didn't expect that there are so many strong people. It would be good for some to join Marine. Sengoku stood up, seeing such a familiar fist-to-meet scene, there was a sense of intimacy. Maybe that's what the fool is thinking. After all, Lelouch before made many people doubt their IQ. Is the ninjutsu at Wanakuni that strong? Sengoku asked Akainu, who was beside him. So far, no. Akainu shook his head. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, came and started to teach Naruto summoning technique. During the practice, he saw the seal of Orochimaru, which caused Naruto chakra disorder, which was released at will. Naruto succeeded in summoning the toad in a desperate situation, and was recognized by the Tai. 8 qualified candidates, the selection day is coming quietly. The battle between Naruto and Neji in the first round officially begins. In front of Neji, who is proficient in acupuncture, Naruto's shadow clone technique is basically useless. Moreover, Neji has an absolute defensive move such as 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. To outsiders, the scarred Naruto's ending seems to be doomed. Naruto's meridians were blocked by Neji, chakra couldn't use it, so he stood up from the ground with difficulty. A guy like you who talks about fate and always escapes reality, I will not lose to you. You don't understand anything, don't teach me a lesson in a domineering manner. Neji thinks about the fate of the sect family and the branch house, the fate that cannot be resisted. How can you understand the fate that people cannot resist from birth? Naruto was gasping for breath, and a picture came to his mind. He is still a child in the picture, but the shadow behind him is a nine-tails demon fox dancing wildly in the wind. There are countless people standing in front of him, and no one is standing beside him. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, clutching his acupuncture chest. Ah, I can understand the pain. Face Neji with a smile. What's the matter with this? Don't be pretentious, don't think that you are the only one special in the world. Hinata, she suffers just like you. She is not recognized as a member of the clan, but she tried her best to change herself. Even if she was seriously injured by you, she still stood up. Actually, you are also desperately resisting fate. Naruto's words stimulated Neji, causing his inner killing intent to gradually expand. But before he could do it, Naruto raised his hand and started to seal. He remembered what Jiraiya had said, and there was another power in him. This guy. Neji saw through the eyes of Naruto that there was a huge chakra emerging in Naruto's body, and was immediately shocked. His hole was obviously sealed by himself. Why there is chakra? Gaara on the high platform showed a strange look for the first time, and the chakra emanating from Naruto made the chakra in his body start to agitate. The orange-red chakra turned into tails and ravaged the scene of the game, forming ripples. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. I'm going. Chakra wrapped around Naruto, and all the original wounds disappeared. It was the first time Neji saw such a bizarre scene, and couldn't help but panic. The next second, Naruto disappeared in front of his eyes, as fast as ultimate. Neji hurriedly used revolving heaven, took out the remaining shuriken and threw it at Naruto. But now Naruto is fast to ultimate and leaves in an instant. Neji gritted his teeth in hatred as he looked at Naruto's calm face. I said you are very confident in close combat. Naruto grinned and rushed towards Neji just like that, and every time he took a step, the ground shattered a little, and Neji stepped back again and again under the terrifying power. Naruto's eyes were firm, and he said as he ran. I don't know what you're talking about the resentful fate of the Hyuga family. If you can't change, then let him go. After I become Hokage, I will help you change the fate of the Hyuga family. The two chakras collided and burst open in an instant, sending dust flying. When the dust cleared, Niji crawled out of the soil, and Naruto beside him had fallen. Just when Niji thought it was over, the ground suddenly cracked, and a fist the size of a sandbag appeared on the ground and slammed into Niji's jaw. Niji fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. In that case you can still use Shadow Clone. This is the ninjutsu you are good at? I was careless. Naruto panted heavily and said. I failed the school graduation exam 3 times, because of bad luck. I encountered a ninjutsu that I have never been good at. Clone technique has always been the ninjutsu I was the worst at. So, don't keep talking about such boring words that you can't change your destiny. Because you are different from me, not the tail of the crane. The examiner on the side smiled slightly, raised his right hand, and shouted loudly. Winner! Uzumaki Naruto. Thanks to Tianji, for the reminder, the monthly pass without alcohol and cold, asterisk. Chapter 24. Two teenagers with similar encounters. Inside Konoha village. The villagers looked at the downed Niji in shock and lost their minds. This is the genius boy of the Hyuga family, isn't he even the opponent of the tail of the crane? But Naruto is awesome, really good job. Some people are gradually changing their minds under the influence of the video, at least not as disgusted with Naruto as before. Naruto, have you become so strong in such a short time? Koji jumped up. Originally he and Naruto and Shikamaru were 3 salted fish, but now told them that they became so strong after a few months. Who would dare to believe that, for a time, the Xiaoqiangs made up their minds not to be lazy anymore? Naruto, after you become stronger, we will fight again. Niji walked over slowly and looked at him calmly, thinking that he had dropped the water in the fight with him. After all, Naruto wasn't kidding about Mizuki's shadow clone before. Naruto's words in the video made Niji, who only has hatred now, have some strange emotions. Maybe he can change the Hyuga family. Sasuke, who was standing on the tree, snorted coldly. He didn't expect Naruto to save him in that battle. Damn it, how strong are you now? It's a pity that the picture in the video skips many other people's pictures, just the picture from Naruto's perspective. Naruto-kun, thank you. Hinata, who was hiding, kept rubbing her little hands and buried her head in front of the murderer. Before waiting for Xiaoqiang to say anything, the screen turned again. This time Naruto is facing Gaara, and Gaara seems to be in a state of rampage at this time. Naruto is completely helpless before Gaara's overwhelming power. Naruto fights for his comrades, while Gaara fights only for himself. At the same time, Naruto also learned about Gaara's past. He was considered a monster and was feared by everyone. No one recognized him. Naruto overlapped his past with Gaara's past and sympathized with him very much. Naruto burst out with the belief that he must not lose to him. Even if there is a huge gap between them, he has to go forward and protect Sasuke and little Sakura to protect his most important companion. Naruto's hands are sealed, and this time he's going to do his best. What? Huge chakra gushed out of Naruto's body, forming a spherical shape. I will definitely protect you. Multiple shadow clone technique. Touch, a huge amount of shadow clone appears around, and there is no end in sight. Temari, Sasuke, Gaara, and a dog stared at the sight in shock. From now on, it's Uzumaki Naruto ninja post. Shuriken in all directions. Gaara didn't know what to do for a while, panicked passive defense. Uzumaki Naruto. 2,000 consecutive bullets. Even Gaara, who was called in absolute defense, was forcibly beaten into a sieve by this attack. Shaoruhi's coat became festering, and Gaara couldn't imagine why the guy who had seen him trembling with fright before became so powerful in such a short period of time. Naruto, when did you steal my skills? Xiaoli saw that 2,000 people were foolish enough to even play bullets. This trick seems to be his own. I don't know where to get the oil. In the picture, the more Gaara thinks about it, the more angry she becomes. She can't accept the fact that she is being hammered on the ground. How could I lose to a guy like you? Gaara let out a roar, as if something awakened in her body. The next moment, there was a huge thick fog on all sides, a huge figure appeared on the ground, and Naruto's shadow clone disappeared in an instant. That's One-Tail Morizuru. Sand began to wrap around Naruto's feet until it wrapped him around. Gaara, who transformed into One-Tail, shouted. This is the end. Sandstorm send. At this critical moment. Summoning technique. The same huge white smoke emerged, and a huge red toad appeared. Toad boss, let's go together. Okay, kid, let you see what benevolence is. Boss Toad drew a short sword from his side and held it in front of his chest. Little devil, hold on tight. The Toad boss exerted force on his legs and jumped dozens of meters high in an instant. He pressed his sword against Shao'erhi's joints and suddenly exerted force. Shao'erhi's arm was instantly cut off and turned into a pile of sand. Boss Toad's dagger also came out of his hand and slammed into the ground heavily. What a terrifying guy. Do your best to make the knife turn. It must be resolved quickly, otherwise the terrain will change. Gaara turned around and looked at Naruto and Bunta excitedly. The next step is to show the true power of Shikaku. Fake sleeping technique. Gaara gradually fell asleep, and began to awaken the consciousness of Shao'erhi in her body. I can finally come out? Shao'erhi shouted excitedly, looked ahead, and raised the remaining hand. When I came up, I found the person I wanted to kill. Wind style, empty bullets. Shaokaku slapped his belly abruptly, only to see a huge ball of air spewing out of his mouth. Toad Boss jumped into the air suddenly, his mouth agitated for a while. Water style, iron cannonball. The attacks of the two beasts collided together, forming a huge storm that smashed to the ground. Little devil, you go and wake up the psychic. How to do? Fat him, just punch him. Toad Boss started to rush towards Shao'erhi, but because it was a toad claw, he couldn't control Shao'erhi at all. Little devil, you come to perform transformation technique, have claws and sharp teeth. Yoshi, I know. Naruto kept imagining animals with fangs and claws, and the next moment seemed to have a feeling in his heart. Transformation. A nine-tails demon fox flew out of the majestic fog. When Shao'erhi saw this familiar figure, the whole cat was dumbfounded, and endless hatred followed. Damn it, it's actually the stinky fox. Turning into the toad boss of Nine Tails, he grabbed Shaokaku violently, and Naruto took the opportunity and jumped towards Gaara. Wake me up. A punch slammed into Gaara's face. Gaara woke up soon after falling asleep. However, Shao'erhi's body did not fall. Gaara wrapped Naruto with sand and looked at Naruto indifferently. You will die at my hands. Oops, Naruto, and I have run out of chakra. What he didn't know, however, was that Naruto had another strand of chakra. Everyone is protected by me. Red chakra wrapped around Naruto, raised his right fist, and charged towards Gaara in an instant. I'm here, stupid raccoon. Go to hell. But before it hit Gaara, it was so close that it was wrapped in sand and unable to move. Damn it. Naruto was very hard-headed and slammed his head on Gaara's head. Boom. The figures of the two also fell to the two trees with the impact. Soon they stabilized their bodies, raised their fists and rushed up. However, Gaara, who seldom used physical skills, was naturally not Naruto's opponent, and was knocked to the ground by a punch. Where there are leaves flying, fire will burn. The light of fire will illuminate the whole village. The two fell to the ground weakly. Gaara couldn't move, but Naruto kept moving towards Gaara with his chin against the ground. Gaara looked at Naruto, who was getting closer, and had endless doubts in her heart. Why is this guy so powerful? Naruto kept recalling the pictures from his childhood. The boy stood alone behind everyone. The people kept using monsters to describe him. The boy's cry goes unheeded. Another boy appeared on the screen again. He's also crying. The people around him have only one name, that's a monster. The experiences of the two teenagers are extremely similar, they don't know why people are so hostile to them. In the eyes of the high level, they are weapons, in the eyes of ordinary people, they are monsters, in the eyes of children, they are the alternatives that adults often say. Gradually approaching Naruto, Gaara panicked for the first time, and felt scared for the first time. Dante, don't come here. Naruto raised his head tremblingly, looked at Gaara with a distressed look, and cried. It's painful to be alone, it's not ordinary pain. Gaara's heart trembled as Naruto looked at Gaara with sad eyes, her pupils dilated. For some reason, I can deeply understand your feelings. But I already have important people, I won't let you hurt them. Even if I will kill you. Naruto's eyes are firm, and he is not afraid of turning into Ashura for the people he cherishes. Gaara asked tremblingly. Why, you can do this for others. Naruto thought of Kakashi, Sasuke, little Sakura, Iruka. Because they pulled me out of the lonely hell. Gaara looked up, as if someone had said something to him. Affection is a heart that wants to dedicate to the one you love, a loving and protective heart. Feelings. Is that why this guy is so strong? Eventually Gaara was taken away by Temari and Kankuro. Uzumaki Naruto, I will have one someday. Temari, Kankuro, sorry. Naruto knew that little Sakura was fine and fell asleep with a smile on his face. P.S. I only write some important plots, thanks to Violet Saigeo for the reward, and the monthly ticket for He Sees Praise, *. Chapter 25 The Blue Ball That Affects a Lifetime. The screen reappears, third Hokage died, and many ninjas died in the war. Jiraiya appears at this time and takes Naruto away to find Tsunade, who becomes the fifth Hokage. Hokage World. The people of Sand Shinobi and Konoha were silent, and they watched Naruto and Gaara's fight without the joy at the beginning. What happened to those two children when they were young can be said to have been caused by them. The Nine-Tails demon fox that they had always hated turned back to protect them. For a while they were mixed. Naruto did a great job. Jiraiya was on her way back to Konoha village, and seeing this fight, has surpassed her contemporaries by too much. How the hell did the old man die? It seems we need to investigate Sand Shinobi. People everywhere now know that the third generation died in Konoha's battle with Sand Shinobi, and there was a lot of buzz for a while. Sand Shinobi's executives panicked for a while, not knowing what to do. Lord Fengying, what should we do next? Kazekage was silent for a moment, then said, send someone to Konoha to negotiate and tell Orochimaru to stop temporarily. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is so strong that even Gaara's can't beat him. Unlike their perspective, Gaara sees another layer. Uzumaki Naruto, I can meet you when you have time. A door in my heart seemed to open a little. In the Shinigami world, Ichigo watched Naruto, who was Ishine trying to protect his comrade, with a feeling in his heart. He also has people to cherish and protect. Inuyasha world. Inuyasha held Kagam's hand tightly and said firmly, I will definitely protect you. Kagam nodded shyly, this was the first time Inuyasha took such initiative. Bellflower behind a tree in the distance looked at them silently, then turned and left. Pirate world. These people look younger than me, but they are so strong, I really want to fight them. Luffy was excited, and he was excited to see the bells and whistles of ninjutsu in Hokage. Zoro, your sword is much smaller than Boss Toad's, you are so small. When Zoro heard this, veins appeared on his head, and he punched Luffy in the head. Spells returned to the world. The silver-haired crazy beauty 5T5 looked at these ninjutsu in surprise, and began to gather magic power with both hands. Maybe, The magic power can also release ninjutsu like chakra, maybe. The screen continues after Naruto meets Tsunade, is easily defeated by one finger in a duel with Tsunade, and promises to learn Rasengan in a week. At this time, Orochimaru found Tsunade and asked him to help heal the arm that was sealed by third Hokage. I seem to know whose hands the third generation died. Damn it, why would one of the Sunnins, Orochimaru-sama, attack the third generation? Many ninjas in Konoha were furious, but they didn't expect their Hokage to die by their own hands. Soon, Sunnin meets a Tsunade who is affected by hyperphobia, Jiraiya who is drugged and weak, Orochimaru, a disabled person who is sealed by his hands. A fierce battle unfolds. In order to protect Tsunade, Naruto stepped forward to face Kabuto, but the gap in strength was obvious. Naruto was constantly defeated, but never really fell. Tsunade looked at Naruto who kept standing up, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Enough! Get out of the way! Run away!" Naruto, however, never gave way, unwavering. "According to the previous agreement, I will accept that unlucky necklace." Naruto grabbed Kabuto's kunai with his hands and said with a smile, "Before I become Hokage, I will never die." Naruto raised his left hand, and Shadow Clone beside him frantically rolled balls. After a while, a blue spherical chakra appeared on Naruto's hand. "I want to go. Rasengan." The blue ball hit Kabuto's abdomen heavily, and in an instant, the blue Uzumaki swept Kabuto's whole body, knocking him off. And the moment Kabuto flew out, his hand quickly hit Naruto's chest. The power generated by Rasengan caused a gully to be formed dozens of meters in front of him, and Kabuto slammed heavily on the rock. The powerful force smashed the rock into a huge depression. At this time, Kabuto was in a state of embarrassment, his whole body was tattered, his chest and abdomen were crushed, and his appearance was extremely miserable. At the same time, Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually blurred, his body was shaky, and he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Kabuto laughed loudly, but before he was arrogant for 2 seconds, he was lying on the ground and couldn't get up again. Tsunade hurriedly checked Naruto's injury, put his ear on Naruto's chest, and his pupil snapped open. Heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Tsunade placed the chakra on Naruto's chest and continued to heal. Kabuto raised his head tremblingly and said disdainfully, "Naruto is helpless, I cut off his heart meridian system, even you." Tsunade growled, "To shut up?" Gradually Naruto's breathing stopped, and Tsunade's pupils reflected the figures of Takia and his younger brother. The same scene, she is equally powerless, is it still impossible to save her this time? Damn it! Damn it! At the seal on Naruto's abdomen, a figure that scared countless people slowly emerged. Ninetales said gloomily, "It's so dark, why is it dark?" The huge pupils were gradually replaced by darkness, and just as the last bit of light was about to dissipate, drop after drop of water fell. "What's up?" Outside the seal, Tsunade's tears kept dripping down Naruto's belly. "Don't die, don't die, don't die." Tsunade kept shouting. At this moment, a hand was reflected in her eyes, and the hand slowly stretched out to her chest, grabbing the necklace in her hand. Naruto opened his eyes slightly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said weakly, "Bet, it's me, Win." Kabuto on the side shouted that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tsunade grabbed Naruto's falling hand, and with an expression of incomparable tenderness on his face, murmured, "Because Hokage is my dream. Finally, I want to put the bet on you." Tsunade put the necklace lightly around Naruto's neck. P.S. The rhythm is fast below, there are recommendations, the big brothers and sisters of flowers please. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Genin fights, stone statues are not guaranteed. Hokage World. Tsunade, who was gambling, stared blankly at Naruto in the light curtain, a little lost. Are you betting your future on Naruto? If that's the case, that's pretty good too. Master Tsunade, do we want to go back to the village? Shizun knew that their generation was about to burp, and wanted to ask Tsunade's attitude. I won't go back for now. Tsunade shook his head, turned and entered the casino. Many people in Konoha village looked at Tsunade and said that the fifth generation is so big, and the abyss will lead them to the top. Sasuke watched Naruto get stronger and stronger, and couldn't help but get more anxious. Screen continues. The gap between Naruto and Sasuke is getting bigger and bigger, and they fight on the roof of the hospital. When Sasuke sees Naruto punching a huge hole in the water tank, his mentality completely explodes. The arrival of the Sound and Ninja group of 4, Sasuke left with them in order to seek strength. Naruto and the others received orders to chase after Sasuke. Companions on the road fought against powerful enemies one by one, until Naruto chased Sasuke to the Valley of the End. Due to Naruto's anger, Nine Tails chakra kept leaking, and Sasuke was frequently suppressed. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who looked like a monster in front of him, and asked, "What the hell are you?" Naruto with a fierce Kaido. "Are friends. So I will never give you to Orochimaru kind of guy?" Naruto clenched his fists and swung forward, forming an air cannon. Sasuke couldn't dodge and rolled his eyes. Immediately after a few punches landed on his chest, he jumped up, clasped his hands, and smashed Sasuke on the head. A mighty force that knocked Sasuke into the water in the blink of an eye. Gollum. Bubbles kept pouring out of the water, and Sasuke jumped out of the water, but was quickly pinned down by Naruto and fell to the surface. What? Naruto let out a roar and followed closely behind. Sasuke's hands quickly formed a seal, and a gust of air surged from his abdomen. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Naruto roared, his stomach swelled up, and instantly suppressed fire style and smashed it to the surface of the water. The water splashed with huge waves. Sasuke was just out of the water when Naruto kicked him into the rocks. "BD, you should almost wake me up." Sasuke opened his eyes and said, annoyed, "You are really annoying. How can you understand my feelings without a brother? You have been alone since the beginning, what do you know about me?" Naruto looked at Sasuke lonely and whispered, "Maybe parental affection, brother affection I really don't understand. But when I'm with Iruka-sensei, I think maybe this is how dad feels. When I'm with you, I think maybe this is brotherhood." Sasuke lowered his eyes, his expression was extremely complicated, and asked, "Why Naruto, you care about me like this?" "Because you are the bond that I finally established, that's why I have to stop you." Sasuke closed his eyes and said deeply, "It's too late, Naruto, it's too late." When he opened his eyes again, the original 2 Guya Sharinan became 3 Tomo Sharinan. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was resolute and didn't intend to keep his hands, but this time Sasuke's actions were completely different. "I can see it." The movements of Naruto before can now be clearly seen. The previous attack could not be resisted at all, but now he is easily dodging and constantly fighting back. Sasuke easily dodged Naruto's flying fist and threw him into the water. Sasuke landed on the water, and the originally calm water surface was filled with bubbles. In the next second, dozens of shadow clone flew out quickly. And Sasuke's attack is precise and ruthless, breaking Naruto's shadow clone with every hit. Just then Naruto grabbed Sasuke's feet, and shadow clone formed a human whip and instantly threw him away, smashing him against the rock wall. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Naruto's human-shaped long whip was instantly covered in flames, which pierced through the water. Naruto collapsed in front of Sasuke, apparently taking a lot of damage from being hit in the front. Sasuke's eyes widened, gasping for breath. "Sas gives. That's too much, it's too late, too late." Sasuke picked up Naruto and made a high jump, smashing Naruto into the rock hard. Naruto also fell into the water and briefly lost consciousness. At the same time, his inner world. Ninetales looked at the unconscious Naruto and said lightly, "You are weak, kid. He, you have to thank me." Clouds of red slime-like chakra in the water gradually wrapped around Naruto's body. Seeing this, Sasuke glanced at him worriedly, and the next second, Naruto's fist the size of a sandbag instantly smashed into Sasuke's face. "Blow it away." Sasuke screamed in pain. Ninetales chakra wraps Naruto's whole body. At this moment, he looks like a small fox with a ferocious face. What is that? Even if you see through Naruto's movements, that chakra is moving on its own, as if conscious. Sasuke remembered the conversation between Itachi and Jiraiya. "It seems that you have special power." At this moment, Sasuke didn't intend to keep chakra, the air kept spewing flames, but Naruto was too fast to catch it at all. The high temperature forms mist on the water surface. Originally, he wanted to keep his distance, but suddenly a red hand flew over from the mist in front of him. Sasuke couldn't dodge, and was grabbed and slammed under the statue of Madara. Naruto rushed after him, when suddenly a huge hand stood in front of him. "Bounce it to the Hashirama statue." "Sasuke's, you." I saw a pair of wings growing out of Sasuke's back, a black cross between his brows, his skin became dark, and his hair became much longer. By the way, this is called the Valley of the End. It's really a good stage, you are right, that's a lot of fun. The last blow. Naruto raised his right hand, and the purple rays quickly condensed. Sasuke raised his left hand, and the black Chidori quickly gathered. Rasengan. Chidori. The two rushed towards each other tacitly, Rasengan and Chidori collided, and the purple light quickly enveloped the two of them. Sasuke retracted his claws and punched Naruto in the chest. Naruto's paw scratched Sasuke's forehead protector. Eventually Naruto fell unconscious and the forehead protector on Sasuke's forehead fell to the ground. The gloomy sky began to rain. Raindrops fell on the two of them, and Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash, knelt on the ground, and looked at Naruto quietly. Then dragged his tired body and left here. Until Kakashi came, picked up Naruto, put the forehead protector in his hand, and left the Valley of the End, *. Chapter 27 Feel the Pain, Spicy Tiansen. Dragon Ball World. Wukong, these guys' ninjutsu looks so cool. Bulma exclaimed, many little stars popping out of his eyes. Yeah, if only I could learn it. Sun Wukong will only release waves until now, it is good that chi can be used like this. Hokage World. Sasuke was surrounded by people and kept asking questions. He didn't expect that he would go to Orochimaru in the future. That guy is brutal. SAS, I won't let you go to Orochimaru. Naruto yelled, dragging Sasuke tightly, ignoring the way he was beaten in the video. You super idiot, don't come near me. Sasuke pushed Naruto away in disgust, something seemed to be sprouting deep inside. Orochimaru, maybe he can make me stronger. Even knowing the future, someone will stop him, but for power, for revenge. Naruto in the video keeps growing up, and more people in the village agree with him. In the past, it was only the people who would call him the Demon Fox, and he was not as casual as before. Protecting Konoha in the hands of Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki, retrieving 5th Hokage, etc., they have to agree with the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto has grown up and become more reliable. Gaara becomes the Wind Shadow. Faced with many powerful enemies, an organization also constantly surfaced in the video. Within the organization, Deidara jumped straight up. In the video, both of his arms are missing, which is too miserable. I don't have any arms anymore for the leader, or let's go catch one tail now, or we won't be able to fight when we grow up. Deidara didn't talk about art this time. We'll discuss this later and see what this video exposes us to. Leader, I have shed blood, sweat, and tears for the organization, woo woo woo. Uchiha Obito yelled, this dog video is wrong for me, please don't expose Project Tsuki no Mi. In the video, Naruto got the news of Jireya's death from Toad Sage Fukazaku. The whole person was depressed. But with the encouragement of Shikamaru and others, he followed Fukazaku to Mount Myaboku and began to learn magic. Jireya, I'm gone? Damn it, why is it gone? Tsunade, big idiot, he went deep alone, why would I allow him to go deep into the enemy camp alone? Orochimaru, Jireya, are you gone too? Outside Konoha village, Pen 6 Paths has been assembled at this time. From now on, let the world feel the pain. The words fall, the way of beasts instantly appears in the sky above Konoha. One intruder. However, Animal Deo's hands are imprinted, summoning technique, the remaining 5 pain appeared instantly, and Tiendeo, headed by him, said lightly, disperse. For a while, the whole Konoha began to turmoil, and there were wars everywhere. Where are 9 Tails? Pen 6 Paths kept asking Konoha's ninjas. I don't know. Konoha did not betray his fellow ninjas. Even in the face of death threats, Konoha Shinobi did not provide Naruto's news. After all, they really don't know. Next, Kakashi died in battle. Tiendeo came to the Konoha Hokage office building and looked down at Tsunade and others. Tsunade looked at the person in front of him and seemed to be a little familiar. Then he thought of something and said in shock, you are one of the 3 little devils that Jireya protected. However, Pain did not respond to her, just asked indifferently, where is Uzumaki Naruto? There are only 8 tails and 9 tails left uncaptured. Now that the balance of power in all the villages has been broken, it is useless to cover him up. My God, what this guy said. Only 8 tails and 9 tails are left, the other tailed beasts. This Akatsuki organization is terrible, what are they going to do? The Hokage world was shocked to learn about these tailed beasts, and this passage has revealed too much, too much. What are they trying to capture the tailed beast for? This is Yahiko, why is Nagato's Rinnegan on him, and everyone else's Rinnegan? What's the matter? Jireya looked at Yahiko, who kept destroying Konoha, in confusion. He learned that they were dead a long time ago. People from all over the world came to their senses for a while. That's right, this is the Savior's inventory. Could it be that the disasters in this world have begun to surface? In the picture, Tiendeo knew that Naruto was in Mount Myaboku, so he planned to leave, and said slowly before leaving. Is the chakra under your feet to guard against my technique? But in the face of overwhelming power, everything is useless. War is accompanied by death and suffering on both sides. Tiendeo slowly lifted into the sky, looked down at Tsunade and others, and said calmly. How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry? A bag of rice is carried on the 2nd floor. How tiring to give a bag of rice. A bag of rice is washed by me. Mud in your mouth. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spicy Tiansen. The huge shockwave began to spread from Tiendeo Pain's feet, and Konoha was razed to the ground in an instant. This horrific scene shocked everyone in the video. Although the combat effectiveness of the first Natsu was off the charts, it was far from the shock of destroying a city like this. Is this still a ninja? Little Sakura saw the Konoha that had been destroyed into rubble, desperate, and tears kept gushing out. That's a lot of fun. Come back soon. That's a lot. With little Sakura's heartbreaking cry of despair, a summoning technique sounded in the center. Boom. The white fog dissipated, and it was Naruto who brought the Toad F3, one old and one young, to appear in front of everyone. At this time, Naruto's eyes were pale yellow eyeshadow, and his eyes had become toad makeup. He had a certain temperament on his whole body, and he was carrying a large scroll behind him. Tsunade stood up from the ruins with difficulty, looking at the destroyed Konoha with endless anger in his heart. As fifth Hokage, I will never allow you to arbitrarily destroy everything created by the ancestors. Tiandeo Pain looked at her contemptuously, and didn't put her in his eyes at all. It seems that you understand some pain, but I am not looking for you. Shurarode rushed up instantly, ready to kill Tsunade. At this time, a figure descended from the sky, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, and Raiznan instantly hit Shurarode. It's me. For a time, Tsunade saw Jiraiya and fourth Hokage. The final battle between Naruto and Pain is coming. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Xianming vs 6 Paths Pain. Naruto looked at Pain angrily. This guy actually destroyed Konoha like this. Let's make a decision. Naruto rushed forward in an instant, constantly attacking Kito. But every move was seen through, and even dead-end attacks were dodged. Naruto-kun, Pain's eyesight is public, it's impossible not to deceive everyone. Katsuya kept talking about Pain on Naruto's shoulder. Then give them an unseen attack. Naruto grinned, and now he's extremely confident. Hungry Kito and Naruto avoided each other's punches, but the next second Hungry Kito seemed to be hit by something, and his cheeks were directly deformed. Falling to the ground and unable to get up again, Naruto's current strength, fused with natural energy, can be described as terrifying. Obviously dodged, but it's like this. The Frog team is to use the surrounding natural energy to attack, Sage Mode's ability to perceive danger and improve the attack range. There was no joy in Naruto's face after knocking down 2 Pains in a row. There is no time for dawdling, use the new technique to solve it. Shadow Clone Technique. Tiandeo looked at Naruto's appearance and seemed to think of something, and said slowly. Soga, you have become an immortal, the same ninjutsu as teacher Jiraiya. Naruto was stunned when he heard him calling Jiraiya a teacher, thinking he had heard it wrong. You said. Jiraiya, teacher. I also learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya, for you, I am your senior. Jiraiya wishes for peace. Naruto no longer wanted to hear his words, and shouted. What a joke. The wind-style Raiznan in his hand was raised in the air, making an extremely harsh sound, and the surrounding air was flowing towards Naruto. What you are doing now, where is there any peace? I saw a tree, but no forest, you just can't understand the meaning of peace. Obviously, let's catch it. Honestly die. Naruto listened to his words, he couldn't bear it any longer, he would die at every turn, who could stand it? Didn't I tell you to stop joking? Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. The fast-spinning Spiral Shuriken flew out instantly, and the speed was as fast as ultimate. You threw out that kind of high-density and high-rotation thing. Tiandeo Pain sees the situation is not good, there is no hard connection, and the Tiandeo Chakra has not recovered at this time. But the speed of the wind-style Spiral Shuriken is too fast, and one of the Pain was involved in it and instantly turned into 2 halves. The magic chakra in Naruto's body is about to bottom out. One more must be solved before the fairy spell chakra is exhausted. Fukazaku Immortal seemed to know Naruto's thoughts, and his small body instantly threw the Toad Boss out. Beast Deo Pain suddenly appeared in the darkness. Continuously being attacked, it seems that there is no ability to fight back. Where? Other Pain is constantly looking for it, who was here just now, what a big man. Spirulina Pill. In the gloom, the 2 balls in Naruto's hands instantly hit the Beast Deo Pain's back. The original shriveled Toad Boss mouth swelled up in an instant, a white eye floated out of his mouth, and the boss looked calmly at Pain below. It was in your mouth. Old Admiral Naruto and Beast Deo Pain vomited out. At this time, the Naruto magic chakra has been exhausted. But he thought of a coup, using Shadow Clone instead of spares, and soon the magic was restored, and he killed Pain except Tiandeo in a row. However, the moment the strongest Pain recovered chakra, he knocked Naruto to the ground and stuck several black sticks on him to block his actions. Only a powerful force that makes people feel pain can usher in true peace. This is my wish. Naruto can't move now, as if everything has settled. Hokage world. The repressed breath permeated the entire ninja world, and the strength displayed by pain has made everyone fearful. As powerful as Konoha, they were all destroyed in an instant. If it were another small country, even a big country would not be able to resist. How to play this? The people of Konoha village are now subconsciously hoping that Naruto will win, and now he is the only one in the village who can stop pain. Land country. Old man, I heard that you used Akatsuki. The long-legged black soil standing beside Oyemu whispered. Is this old man so strong? Even Xiao has used it? The corner of Oyemu's mouth twitched, and he said calmly, that's natural. At this time, the screen suddenly changed and came to a little girl. Hinata, want to be as strong as daddy and gentle as mom. But the girl was constantly frustrated, and even her younger sister couldn't beat her. When she was bullied by others, a yellow-haired boy appeared in front of her and protected her. The next moment, when Naruto was about to be captured, Hinata dashed over, blocking Naruto's face. I won't let you do it to Naruto again. Naruto difference. Hinata actually came, but when she thought of where she was Pain's opponent, she anxiously said. What are you doing here? You are not his opponent. Hinata did not flinch, but firmly said. This is my own opinion. Naruto was extremely anxious, Hinata was not his opponent at all, and hurriedly said. What are you talking about? You can't come to such a dangerous place. I came here out of my own consciousness, this time I want to help Naruto. Just know how to cry. I gave up from the beginning. I almost went astray several times. This kind of me. It was Naruto who pulled me back to the right path. I always wanted to walk side by side with Naruto, always wanted to be by Naruto's side. It was Naruto who changed me. It was Naruto's smile that saved me. If it's to protect Naruto, I'm not afraid of death. The girl's expression gradually softened, and she said with a smile. Because I like Naruto the most. The girl confessed affectionately, facing pain without any fear, and rushed to pain without hesitation. However, the difference in strength is too great. After Hinata destroyed several black sticks, he was covered in bruises and bruises. Until Pain threw Hinata high in the air, slammed heavily on the ground, and slammed into it. Blood flowed from the cracks in the stone. Seeing this scene, Naruto's pupils instantly dilated, and the hatred in his heart gushed out. Boom! The dark red chakra column towering to the sky exudes an endless dark breath. Nine Tails went completely berserk. Asterisk. Chapter 29 The Fourth Ninja World War. Fox Demon Little Matchmaker World. FK, this is a real fox. At the beginning of Bayou, seeing the runaway Nine Tails, he was immediately numb, and he could feel the chilling dark atmosphere in the video. I am afraid that even the big boss is not necessarily so fierce. Inuyasha World. Kaibayo, look at other foxes, Haki. Master Methreya whispered. Kaibayo. Isn't it cute, Haki who wants a hammer? Cute King Slime World. This girl is so infatuated. Zulai was deeply touched when she saw the girl's unrepentant belief. The most touching thing is the world of Hokage. Hinata, you were able to make it this far, you're right about Naruto. Little Sakura looked at the princess with a complicated expression. She would just ask for help, but Hinata would do anything for Naruto. However, Naruto at this time obviously didn't understand the meaning of true liking, so he ran to the front and stared at her closely. Hinata, I like you too. Hinata bowed her head shyly, not daring to look at him, and as Naruto was getting closer, she fainted. The Hyuga family is screaming, the eldest lady was kidnapped by that guy. As an old father, Hayashi was flustered, and the thoughtful little padded jacket was not needed. But more of it was anger. Such a heavy hand, I don't know what will happen to Hinata next. In the picture, Naruto begins to run wild, and Pain has been in a passive defense state. It seems that I can only use that trick. Tiendeo Pain is hiding in the dark, his hands clasped together. Planetary devastation. A piece of black material slowly lifts into the air until it reaches a certain height, and instantly generates a huge suction force, and the ground continues to fly upwards. Ninetales transformed Naruto is also trapped in it. But the next second from planetary devastation, a skinless fox head and Ninetales poked out. Ninetales spewed flames and fell to the ground along with the rocks. This moment is like the end of the world. Naruto's heart is deep, black water is constantly flowing in his abdomen, his eyes become red. Come here, scatter, tear off this seal. Yamato, who is rushing back, already shows 9 in his hand, as if everything is irreversible. Naruto was wrapped in water and lifted into the air, came to the seal, and just tore off a small piece. A figure sitting under the sunset appeared in the video. Stop Naruto. Lightly help Naruto up. When the Konoha people saw this figure, they were so familiar that it was Fourth Hokage. Why is Lord Fourth Hokage in the seal of Naruto? Countless people questioned. Fourth Hokage looks at Naruto with a dull face and smiles. I don't want to see you Ninetales anymore, but I look forward to my son growing up. Naruto doesn't understand what Fourth Hokage said and asks why he knows his name. Minato smiled gently, because I took your name, you are my son. Naruto's eyes widened in fear, but then the corners of his mouth rose, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down. Gradually understand everything while talking with Minato, finally get back to normal with Minato's help. Uzumaki Naruto is Fourth Hokage's son, but why don't we know anything? Countless villagers were stunned when they saw this scene. What did they do to the hero's son? And Naruto cried bitterly after knowing that his father was the 4th generation. It turned out that he also had a father and was a hero of Konoha. In the end Naruto defeated the last Tiendeo Pain and came to Nagato's place. A scrawny, red-haired youth appeared in front of everyone. After some Naruto mouth artillery offensive, Nagato completely gave up his life and performed Rin Tensei technique. The people who were killed in Konoha are gradually resurrected. Nagato, who had overdrawn his life, said weakly to Naruto, "War is accompanied by death, pain, and suffering on both sides. There is nothing more painful than the death of a cherished one. Hate that lasts forever. Unsustainable pain. This is war." Naruto returned to the village with Konan's farewell. And at the entrance of the village, all the villagers are standing at the door waiting for him to return, shouting loudly, accompanied by joy, ushering in the hero of their Konoha village. "Boss, you just hung up like this, and ran over to give it away yourself. Deodara people are stupid, how can they be fooled by these few words?" After shouting, "You must never fight against Naruto, I can't stand it." To shut up. Pain glanced coldly at Deodara, his eyes flashing with confusion. The entire ninja world never thought that a teenage boy would be so strong. Is this the savior of the world? Naruto's figure flashed across the screen quickly, and he met many people, and the real person behind Akatsuki's organization surfaced. Meeting Sasuke again, the two embarked on the road to die together. The 4th Ninja World War is finally here. Naruto gets Ninetales chakra with the help of his mother, becomes Golden Naruto, rushes to the battlefield, confronts White Zetsu and the people who are reincarnation by impure world. In a battlefield, a ninja that made countless ninjas terrified appeared in front of the world. Uchiha Madara is coming. The allied forces of the ninja world that were defeated by only one person collapsed. Madara's Tengai Shinsei wiped out thousands of people in an instant, and the terrifying strength makes life impossible to resist. Then the remaining 3 shadows arrived and officially entrusted Naruto to defeat the masked man on the other side. Naruto and Killer Bee faced off against the Masked Man and 7 Jinchuriki, but the advantage in numbers caused Naruto and the others to be suppressed, but fortunately Kakashi and Guy arrived in time. P.S. Xianming has written a lot, and there are still a few chapters to end the Naruto chapter. After all, the story of more than 700 episodes cannot be written in a few words. Thanks to Tianxiao and 9510 for the monthly pass, **. Chapter 30 The Real Enemy, at Satsuki. During the battle with the Masked Man, Naruto and Nine Tails gradually opened their hearts, and the tail beasts recognized Naruto one by one. And when Kakashi and others are about to be hit by the tailed beast bomb of several tailed beasts, Naruto gradually opens Nine Tails' heart. Nine Tails intends to help Naruto completely. Now you are no longer a demon fox, you are Konoha village and my partner. Kurama. The seal is completely lifted, Naruto becomes the perfect Jinchuriki and turns into a huge golden Nine Tails. Nine Tails transformed Naruto, his strength is terrifying, even if several tailed beasts besieged him, he was still pressed to the ground by Kurama and hammered, it was like a father beating his son. The next battle, gradually revealing the identity of the Masked Man, turned out to be Uchiha Obito. Inside a cave somewhere in the Hokage world. Uchiha Obito couldn't keep his calm any longer and growled, "FK, dog video, wrong me." It was exposed like this. The father wore a mask and hid for so long, throwing the blame on Madara everywhere, and it was known. For a time, Pain, Kakashi's same class, and Obito all couldn't believe their eyes. The old-hearted boy who vowed to become Hokage became the biggest villain. Madara suddenly flew in the picture, obviously the 5 shadows are no longer cool, and then Ten Tails is completely resurrected. The destructive power of Ten Tails is amazing, the terrain is gradually changed, Kurama and Jayaki are like children in front of him. But fortunately, the ninja allied forces came, but it didn't help. They were beaten into pieces, and countless people died, including the 12 Xiaoqiang Niji. Afterwards, Sasuke arrives with 4 Hokage ancestors and begins the final battle. Obito was forced to devour Ten Tails and become Jinchuriki. After a fight, Obito was completely persuaded by Naruto's mouth cannon. Worked hard for more than 10 years, but was destroyed by Naruto's mouth. But no one was prepared for Black Zetsu. Madara was successfully resurrected, the resurrected Madara was far from Obito's, Kurama was forcibly removed from Naruto's body, and Sasuke was heartbroken. When Naruto was dying, a man appeared in his inner world, Sage of 6 Paths. Entrusting the power of Yang to him and the power of Yin to Sasuke, in order to resist its Satsuki Kagaya. Then they were resurrected, 6 Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke suppressed Madara, but they let Madara escape and successfully got the remaining Rinnegan. Infinite Tsukuyomi is also completely successful at this moment. The whole world, everyone is caught in the illusion. Hokage world. Uchiha Obito, FK I'm so convinced, and Black Zetsu is trying to trick me. Nagato, so my eyes are Madara's. Pure Land. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded. Uchiha Madara, one of the 4 great laughers, laughed heartily. Shinigami world. Aizen looked at this powerful illusion and was shocked, similar to his Kyoka Suijutsu, but this infinite Tsukuyomi actually pulled people all over the world into the illusion in an instant, which was terrifying. I really want to go to this Hokage world. Then his plan will be more perfect. The world of Saint Seiya. Shaka's 6 Paths reincarnation is similar, but the range is nowhere near comparable. The world of the grandson of the Slicker. Neurolushan, it's so scary for the demons. My illusion is a younger brother compared to Infinite Tsukuyomi. The other worlds were horrified with Infinite Tsukuyomi, and the people of the Hokage world were just horrified. Totally don't know what to do. Now they can only pray that Naruto and Sasuke defeat Madara. 6 Paths Madara fell to the ground, intending to deal with the remaining people, but before he could do it, Heija gave him a heartbreak. Black Zetsu said sternly, Madara, you are just indulging in the game I created, you are just a tool for me to resurrect my mother. Six Paths Madara was gradually swallowed up, and the next moment, a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. Atsutsuki Kagaya successfully resurrected. Facing this terrifying enemy that surpassed Six Paths Madara, Naruto and Sasuke did not hold back at all, but neither side was suppressed, and there was nothing to do. Naruto seemed to think of something at this time, and whispered to Sasuke, but Sasuke broke into a cold sweat and looked at him suspiciously. Yes, then I'm going to do the left and right surgery as well. Naruto quickly changes a few clones, rushes in front of Kagaya, and seals his hands. Kagaya didn't underestimate the enemy either, his eyes opened, but the next second, people were stupid. Reverse harem technique. A group of extremely handsome and meticulous men appeared in front of Kagaya. Super God World. Humph, shameless, you're right, Rose. Ge Xiaolun looked at these handsome guys with jealousy in his heart. However, Kyangui went back to the room through the wormhole, her face flushed. Demon High School World. Rias, Akeno, and the others were even more blushing, and the power was terrifying. Brother Cheng saw this scene, his scalp numb, and a green wave rushed to his heart. Girls from all over the world have been attracted from childhood to old age. A group of men even shouted. Naruto can be both male and female, and is a role model for our generation. Kagaya showed flaws under this attack, but with the super high amount of chakra, he instantly converted a space and escaped the seal. The next battle became extremely dangerous, and Obito also became ashes under the ashes of the co-killing. Naruto contains a blow of rage, severing Kagaya's left hand. Finally, with the cooperation of several people, Kagaya was successfully sealed. Several people also returned to the world of Hokage. Thanks to Time's monthly pass and reward, Anchor's monthly pass. Also, the content may be a bit long-winded. After all, the savior doesn't have a process, so how can there be an ending? If you come up and set off a fight scene, it's not the savior's inventory. Then I wrote it a little easier. After all, it's only about 1 or 2 episodes, except for the first episode. A fairy tale, I basically forgot about the plot, but I forgot to write it, doge.jpg, *. Chapter 31 Urjuzi and the Crown Prince fight at the peak. Union World. Where are the Zons? Where are they? Let them improve their ventriloquism so that they won't be able to spray in the future. This Naruto's mouth cannon is really terrifying, and the big villain can be blown into a big white faction. If you go too far, you will become a big fan, and become Naruto's little fan. Pi Daxing, who is calling me? A place that only God knows. There are people who can speak so well, but unfortunately they can't pick up girls. Lord God smiled, turned, and plunged into the abyss of attacking the girl. Goblin Slayer World. Goblin Slayer really wants the big black stick in Naruto's hand, which can be turned into a shield and a long hair. This weapon is very good for killing goblins. Priestess looked at Mr. Goblin alertly, and noticed something terrifying to her. Screen continues. Naruto ran to 4th Hokage and saw the light radiating from his body, knowing that he was about to leave. Dad. Minato looked at Naruto with a proud face and said softly, by the way, there is something I've always wanted to say to you. The morning sun is very gentle and falls on Naruto and Minato's faces. Naruto, happy birthday, you've grown into a pretty good lad. Minato's gentle gaze, Naruto's heart trembled as he looked at it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, thank you. We shouldn't be here, it's time to leave. Light wraps around Minato, impure world reincarnation is about to be lifted. Naruto looked at the old father who was about to leave, and couldn't hold back the tears anymore, and shed tears of pain. Tell Mom, I have a good meal, don't worry, never picky eaters. Also, I have made a lot of friends, They are all very good, although my studies are at the bottom, but I work hard. What else is there in the 3 bands of ninjas? I learned a lot from Pervy Sage, although the 3 bands are a mess, but Pervy Sage is the one I respect the most. I just turned 17 today. I haven't tasted wine, but my mother asked me to find a good woman like her, but, all in all, Mom's request is not all done too, but I'm trying. I have a dream too. I will definitely become a Hokage better than my father. Definitely. Tell Mom over there, don't worry about me at all. I will live well. Minato looks at Naruto with relief, nodding, I see. In the end all the ancestors left here, only Sage of 6 Paths is left. When I was 17, I was thinking about how to get rid of the single, how others are saving the world, hee hee. I'm sorry I'm a waste. Salted Fish Girl A, Mingbao, give Mom a hug. Salted Fish Girl B, you actually want to be his stepmother, get out, it's your share. Salted Fish Girl C, I want Naruto's shadow clone. Salted Fish Girl D, there are all sisters present, are you older than me? The girls. People in the Hokage world, many villagers in Konoha village couldn't help shedding tears when they saw this scene. The people in the whole Konoha village felt endless remorse, and some people kept smacking themselves. More and more people are going to Naruto's place, bringing gifts, intending to apologize. Naruto couldn't cry anymore. It was so short when he finally saw his father. Xiaoqiang also constantly comforted. At this time, Sasuke suddenly attacked, just glanced at it, and the 9-tailed beasts were instantly in illusion and unable to move. The final battle between Naruto and Sasuke begins. The two came to the Valley of the End. Standing on the heads of Madara and Hashirama respectively. Madara and Hashirama in the Pure Land world trembled when they saw this scene. The calf is finished, the people are gone, and the stone statues are gone. It's too special to bully 2 old people. The 2 of them were using physical techniques for a simple trial at first, but Naruto soon fell behind and couldn't even tie the seal. At the moment Naruto was kicked off, Shadow Clone activated, quickly rushed towards Sasuke, hugged him, and smashed him against the stone wall with both hands. Second pillar sees too many Shadow Clone, release the power of the sky, flame control penetrates Shadow Clone. 9 Tails Chakra forms a code to protect Naruto. Naruto stretches out 2 chakra hands behind Naruto and smashes Sasuke to open 6 Paths mode. Urjuzu, not to be outdone, spit out a huge fireball and flew towards Naruto. While Naruto blocked, Rinnegan activated and replaced a truth-seeking ball, instantly knocking Naruto hundreds of meters away. Susa kept shooting flame control, Naruto threw the truth-seeking ball to block, and Susa charged with his sword in full body, but Naruto, who transformed into 9 tails, bounced off and flattened the mountain instantly. The two punched each other and looked at each other quietly, but soon Urjuzu didn't talk about martial arts, the unicorn fell from the sky, and Naruto was stubbornly suppressed. Naruto knew that Urjuzu would not keep his hands, and planned to go all out. Originally, they were evenly matched, but Urjuzu planned to open up and use Susa as a carrier to forcibly absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts and turn them into humanoid 10 tails. For a while, Naruto, who transformed into 9 tails, couldn't move at all and was broken one after another. Sasuke looked at Naruto indifferently, and said softly, "Goodbye, that's a lot." The arrow of Indra. The huge thunder bow in the sky exudes a terrifying Kamui. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Kurama, are you okay? The natural energy on the ground is here, take it." Naruto fuses natural energy to form 3 heads and 4 arms, and the 4 hands condense a huge wind-style Raise-Non with 1 yellow and 1 black. 6-path Super Jade Spiral Shuriken. Naruto looked at such a cold Urju, knowing that he would not wake up if he didn't beat him thoroughly. Sass gives. That's a lot. 6 paths Jade Spiral Shuriken and Indra Arrow collide together. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, forming a black tornado for several miles, with lightning and thunder. Every time it passed, it was destroying. It was like a humanoid nuclear bomb. Boom. Even Kakashi and others in the extreme distance can feel this terrifying power. The picture gradually calmed down, the two fell to the ground and climbed up with difficulty. Urjusa looked at Naruto, who had not fallen down, and his mentality exploded. Both of them have exhausted chakra at this time, and can only engage in real hand-to-hand combat. This is the real genin fight? Until the end, the two stood at the same height at the time. Ordinary Rasengan. Ordinary Chidori. The two collided again, forming an explosion in the sky, and the stone statues of First Generation and Madara were completely scrapped. The two exchanged heart-to-heart at this time. One was isolated since childhood, the other was destroyed. Looking back again, there are many people standing beside Naruto, and only Itaki is beside Urju. Urzuzu, who woke up, looked at the sky and smiled. I admit it. I lost. Naruto is still scolding him for being an idiot. What am I to you? Don't let me say the same thing again. Urjuzu shed tears. He has already embarked on the road of betrayal and separation. Only Itaka loves him, and Naruto, who is Hein, wants to help him. It was he who pulled himself out of the abyss. The picture is getting farther and farther away. The hands of the two have been disconnected, and the blood is flowing together. It's numb, the data doesn't go up. I'm panicking. Can I sell it badly? Brothers and sisters, ask for some evaluation tickets, ask for some flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Single Wang at Satsuki Shiran. Sass, you are so ruthless. I lost my arm. Woo woo woo. Naruto pointed at Sasuke. He actually wanted to kill himself all the time. Because of his good psychological quality, he changed other friends, so he must not give you a heart attack. You super idiot, I told you to fight me, and I broke too. Sasuke glanced at him and turned away. Sass, let's go practice. Naruto wants to keep up. After all, the two of them will be outrageously strong in the future, but they are still weak now. Don't come here, I'm going to practice alone. Cut, stingy. Sasuke turned around and left, but around the corner, the tears couldn't stop flowing. You super idiot. The screen continues. And when Naruto was a child, he was still in class, and Iruka asked everyone, write the names of the people you want to spend together at the end of the world. When no one else knew who to choose, little Naruto folded the paper into a plane, threw it out, and crossed Hinata's eyes. Naruto! Don't throw away the paper. Little Hinata looked at little Naruto, a smile crossed the corner of his mouth, and quickly wrote the words on it. Brothers, I don't feel good. Maybe this video has hurt my friends a lot. What should I do? Is this friend yourself? Doge.jpg. The screen moves quickly, and it has been 10 years since the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, and Naruto has become a world hero. Naruto is sought after by fans from all over the world. At this time, Hinata appears in everyone's field of vision, and she is carefully weaving a scarf. One night, Hinata hurriedly ran to Naruto with a knitted scarf. Since it was woven with heart, that heart must be conveyed to Naruto-kun. But before he ran out a few steps, he walked back in fear and worried. Can you really convey it? Today is too late, is it tomorrow? Yeah, no, give it to him tonight. It's still tomorrow. Yeah, tonight. It's still tomorrow. The girl kept running back and forth, constantly tangled, and her appearance was lovable. RNM, quit the video. I want to save the world, not dog food. Countless people roared. In the world of Hokage, the veins on Hayashi's head burst out, and he could not wait to pull Naruto's guy over and go berserk. After all, he is still a child now. Finally, at the encouragement of Hanabi, Hinata went out. Seeing Naruto with other girls, Hinata was very tasty and left with a scarf, but still thought of not giving up and turned around. Under the faint street light, Hinata lowered her head and murmured, "Naruto-kun, until now, I have been looking at Naruto's back, but now I want to be with you all the time, this is I weave it out of my heart. Please be sure to help." The camera zooms out, and there is no one in front of the girl. "Yoshi, practice again." But Naruto suddenly appeared at this time. Hinata saw that he had put on the scarf, his eyes lost the luster, and he left here tremblingly. Then, Atsutsuki Shiren appeared. He wanted to take Hinata away, but was successfully stopped by Naruto. But the scarf that Hinata had woven was broken. The next day, everyone knew about the crisis of the Earth. The moon is gradually approaching the Earth. If the moon finally reaches the Earth, it will be a world annihilation. Naruto and others set foot on the road to find Hanabi. Everyone entered a water leading to a different space, where they were in illusion. The scarves in Hinata's backpack slowly flowed out and wrapped around Naruto and Hinata. Naruto was in memory at this time, watching the classroom when he was a child. He couldn't help smiling. When he walked in front of Hinata, he saw the content on the paper. It was his name. "It's me." The screen flows again, to the time when Naruto just defeated Yat. Hinata puts the medicine in front of Naruto very shyly. However, Naruto looked confused, very straight, and asked, "Why give it to me?" At this time, little Sakura appeared on the side, looking at him with a look of hatred for iron and steel, and said, "Slow." The screen then comes to the conversation between little Sakura and Hinata. "That guy is really slow. You are planning to give him the scarf? Show some confidence, Hinata's words will definitely work." The screen changes to when Hinata saves Naruto. "I like Naruto-kun the most." In the snowy night, Naruto kept chasing the running Hinata, and the sky floated the wish that Hinata wrote when he was a child. Naruto gradually understands everything at this time, understands how he feels about Hinata. Wait for him to wake up again and treat Hinata gently. Ultimate. Young man finally got enlightened. But the good times didn't last long. Atsutsuki Shiren appeared in front of everyone, took Hinata away, and caused a violent energy explosion by absorbing Naruto's chakra. Even the moon has been pierced through a big hole. At this time, the earth is constantly falling with meteorites, just like a sign of destruction. Hinata all left, which caused Naruto to be a little depressed, but Sai and Shikamaru are both straight men. The scene was awkward for a while, but fortunately there was little Sakura to enlighten. If you really like someone, you won't change your mind easily. Little Sakura flashes through the figure of the second pillar. Naruto, Shikamaru, and others who regained their confidence attacked the residence of Shirotakaru. And Hinata also found the location of Tensagen, just about to destroy it, but was found by the puppet, and then was forced to control the mind by Shiren. Until Naruto arrived and rescued her, and at this time, Mao Shiren was still in a state of throbbing due to the transplant. Hinata took this opportunity to bring Naruto to Tensagen. But with Hinata's chakra, it can't be destroyed at all. Naruto saw the scene and grabbed Hinata's hand. "Hinata, lose your chakra to me, this might destroy it?" Hinata nods and begins to deliver chakra to Naruto, and as expected, the destruction is successful. And this Tensagen is actually composed of countless white eyes. At this time, Shirauto successfully adapts to Tensagen and pursues Naruto. A Saiyan chakra code can create infinite truth-seeking ball. Silver will reborn explosion. Truth-seeking ball turns into blue light, forming a hurricane to disperse everyone. At this time, Naruto has chakra with the complete body of 9 tails, and his strength is not what it used to be. The two continue to shoot on the surface of the moon. The world created by Sage of Six Paths is a failure, Earth and you shall end. Comet rays non-condensed in Naruto's hand, and flew towards Shiren. The Earth will not end. Spirulina pill. Naruto kept dodging attacks, and at this moment, the truth-seeking ball in Chiren's hands became one, and a golden light soaring to the sky appeared in his hands. The golden will is reborn. With a flash of gold, Naruto's figure was covered, and the huge moon was cut in half in an instant. Moon, IFG cracked. Everyone outside the video looked at the scene in shock. They thought this video was for feeding dog food, but they didn't expect it to be a real salvation. Just when Chiren thought it was over, Naruto rushed up from below without being injured at all. Naruto seized the opportunity to attack quickly. Golden Rays Non knocks the other person away. Naruto stood quietly, took out the damaged scarf from his pocket, and said firmly, "It takes a long time to weave a scarf. The longer the untransmittable thoughts, the scarf will, the longer." Naruto raises his right hand and rushes up. The golden will is reborn. Let's end it like this. Naruto gathered all the chakras with his right hand, blocked the terrifying golden light, and roared, "How could it be possible for you to end? It takes a long, long time to convey such thoughts, so I won't let you end so easily." Golden light gathers Naruto's right hand and punches Baimao Chiren in the face, knocking him away for thousands of meters. Can't he get up again? Finally, Chiren knew the truth and planned to stay on the moon to atone for his sins. Single Wang is always Single Wang. In the different dimension, Hinata looked at Naruto and summoned up the courage to ask, "Naruto-kun, that scarf?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "This is what my dead mother knitted for me." Then the two ran up, and the stories of Naruto and Hinata from childhood to adulthood were constantly displayed along the way. The running two gradually turned into children, running to the moon. The prince hugged the princess gently, and the rays non in his hand formed a strong thrust, sending the two into the air. The two embrace and kiss. The screen is fixed here. Tomorrow will be the last chapter of the Naruto chapter. I knew that I would not write about heavy particle Naruto. It's good to end this chapter. I'm really tired and I have to watch the previous plot. My hands are so numb, I can't move my liver with my mobile phone. Buy a computer next month to write, *. Chapter 33 Heavy Particle Mode Naruto. People in Ordinary World. RNM, I feel like this is abusing dogs, fighting and showing off. Pirate World. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy jumped up excitedly, the fight was fierce and powerful. I am becoming more and more diligent in my cultivation, and I hope that one day I can be so strong. Hokage World. The Xiaoqiangs looked at the prince and the princess with ambiguous expressions. Naruto kept scratching his head at this time. He was not too young, he knew that he could not kiss children casually, he was so brave in the future. Hinata, that, I. Before Naruto said a word, Hinata passed out completely, which was too exciting for her. Hayaga home. Hayashi smashed the coffee table next to him with a punch, and the others shivered. The cabbage that has been raised for so many years is still being arched by pigs. Pure Land. Minato and Kushina smiled gratified, and their silly son finally came to his senses. Hinata is a good girl. Yet none of them cared about Otsutsuki's renunciation, like air. Otsutsuki Chiren, emotional life hinders you. The picture moves quickly, Naruto gets married and becomes the 7th Hokage, people become more and more mature, and they have a son and a daughter. The situation of peace is broken until the arrival of Otsutsuki Peach and Gold poses. The world of ninja has undergone drastic changes, the enemy is getting stronger and stronger, the other 4 shadows are completely soy sauce and have no power to fight. Only Naruto and Sasuke joined forces and cooperated with Borin's rays non to kill the Peach style, but Borin also carved with wedges. Then a new organization surfaced, the Shell. Everyone is extremely powerful, the leader Cicien is even more powerful, and he can change the size of matter at will. Naruto and Sasuke were beaten in front of him, and Sasuke was severely injured and escaped. In the Pure Land world, Madara showed a very shocked expression. They didn't realize that Cicien had lived for so long. This guy was older than Black Zetsu. It should be said that it is the Otsutsuki style. The entire Hokage world was speechless by the news. This guy is so strong, he can't even catch that Rinnegan. Naruto and Sasuke were beaten like this. This Cicien is still in a certain space now, so did he also see this video? Hokage office. The high-level leaders gathered around, staring at each other, and the next thing was beyond their control. Otsutsuki. They thought that Uchiha Madara was already the biggest threat, but now tell them that the Otsutsuki family is the big boss. Let's hold the five shadows talk. The next thing is not something that one country can solve. Hiruzen said slowly, exhaling a puff of smoke. This time Danzo surprisingly didn't stop, and they were intrigued, but the next enemy was to destroy all mankind. Tsunade and Jiraiya outside, and even Orochimaru are on their way to Konoha. The entire Akatsuki organization fell into silence. There is such a terrifying existence in this world, and they actually played with Naruto and Sasuke when they were adults. Konan, you go to Madara. Oh no, it should be Obito. Pain's face is heavy, and there are such terrifying people, maybe they should change their strategy. If there is any news about the shell, Akatsuki will organize a full dispatch this time. The screen has been completely assimilated. When I came to Konoha and wanted to beat Juanmyo, the high-level combat power of Konoha couldn't even hold it up for a few rounds. Naruto and Sasuke brought the bloggers to the different space again, and started the final battle, still the same as last time, not the same opponent at all. At this time in Naruto's inner world, Kurama opened his eyes and looked at the weak Naruto, and said slowly, actually, there is a way to defeat him. This is the real last resort, and it is a real trump card. Naruto is surprised, didn't expect Kurama to have a solution, and asked eagerly, really? It's more worth a try than waiting passively to die, right? There is such a good way, why didn't you say it earlier? Because you will die, you will definitely die if you use it, and you will die if you don't use it anyway. It's up to you. Naruto stared blankly at Kurama, listened to his determined tone, closed his eyes, and after a while, opened his eyes, extremely determined. Please, Kurama. Sure. Well, I have already made up my mind. From the day I made Hokage, no, it was from the day I prepared to be Hokage. Gold-colored chakra pours out from behind Naruto, quickly wrapping Naruto, exuding a scorching aura, as intense as the sun. Kurama smiles slightly and puts his hands together. Naruto-kun, don't. After waking up, Hinata burst into tears when she heard this. Super idiot, you. Sasuke sheds a tear. Is he going to die? The next second, a red light broke through the seal and appeared in front of Yi-Shi in an instant. The speed was so fast that he could not even respond to Shi-Shi, and he kicked Yi-Shi with one kick. The bright red chakra wrapped Bo-Ren and sent him to the back. Sasuke on the side. Naruto at this time is the scene at the beginning, and this is also his last peak battle. Heavy particle mode Naruto joins. Bearing the name of 7th Hokage, he will not lose. The bright red chakra is scattered around like smoke. The way he reacted, he was surprised that Naruto's strength had suddenly skyrocketed so much, but he still didn't take it seriously. Looking at Naruto's indifferent eyes, completely different from the previous cautiousness, he said displeasedly, "What kind of eyes do you have? It's really unpleasant." A few simple tricks to try to attack, was kicked back by Naruto. You are amazing. Surprised face, continue to attack. At this time, Kurama in Naruto's body said, "It's good, this time is different from the past, and I use your chakra to convert energy until the end of life." Kurama kept admonishing Naruto, saying, "As long as you hit him, his vitality will be weakened, don't do unnecessary actions." The one move quickly couldn't hold back, and Naruto punched him in the face, followed by his stomach, and kicked him away with one kick. "You are so special." Furious, roaring, and rushing up, the Kaguya girls attacked him since he was a child, and now Naruto, a mortal who hammered him, was greatly wronged in his heart. But then Naruto kept hammering his face, rolling on the ground in a row, and fell a few dogs and eating shit, extremely embarrassed. IFK. The right eye is big black sky, activated instantly, and the black stick that even Sharingan can barely see is caught by Naruto instantly. Yishi couldn't believe his eyes, he was a little suspicious of life, and roared, "How is it possible to gain such a powerful power in such a short period of time?" 7th Hokage Naruto raised a friendly gesture and said lightly, "Come here, Atsutsuki, and then you see what real enlightenment is." Continuously attacking in one style, constantly being knocked down, and constantly getting up, like a messenger of justice, Xiaoqiang who cannot be defeated. Damn it! Damn it! Flying into the air in one move, countless black sticks behind him flew towards Naruto, but they were all dodged. Naruto moved smoothly, swept his right leg, and slammed into the water in one move. Getting up with difficulty, looking at Naruto who is constantly approaching, I have a feeling of fear for the first time in my heart. Naruto changed his usual tone and said extremely plainly, "Raise Nan." The flames were continuously released from the hands in a panic, but still could not resist, the figure was submerged in the Raise Nan. The sound of a shocking explosion sounded. The picture gradually turned white. At this time, Naruto's sunny smile gradually emerged in the picture. The screen gradually becomes darker. Thanks for the reward, monthly pass, thanks to Sanshui, for the monthly pass to Grandma Al, asterisk. Chapter 34 Number 6 The 8 Children Who Were Called. People in the ordinary world looked sadly at the smiling boy at the end of the video. Is Naruto dead? Will all saviors die? Many people in the world were silent. From the video, they saw how Naruto grew from a teenager to a hero who saves the world step by step. And will such a hero end up in the end? In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama saw a trace of turbulence in his calm heart in order to stop Ishi's spirit of giving up his life. This is the real hero. Pirate World. We may be able to pass on the spirit of Naruto, maybe the world needs real justice. Sengoku watched Naruto die for the people, and was deeply touched. Could they, Marine, also take this opportunity to correct it? Garp, what do you think? Garp glanced at Sengoku and continued eating the senbei, not intending to answer the question. Hokage World. The heads of state rushed over to hear the news of Hokage, and they must work together to find the location of the shell organization. They are far more dangerous than Akatsuki because they have Atsutsuki. Naruto stared blankly at his future self without saying a word. Seeing his appearance, Xiaoqiang thought he couldn't take this blow. Naruto, we will help you, although we kneel faster. But the next second, Naruto shouted excitedly. Yeah. I'm a Hokage, Dad, Mom, Iruka-sensei, did you see it? He will not care about the final outcome, even if the future has not yet arrived, he will still maintain his original intention, it must be his own consciousness. Shell tissue. Several members of the inner formation looked at each other, Atsutsuki just disappeared? Now Uzumaki Naruto they should not have grown up, not as good as us. Wait now, countries may have already acted. Many worlds are mourning Naruto's ending, but who knows if it's the real ending. With a deeper understanding of the Atsutsuki family, ninjutsu should be used carefully for them, and their eye ability is even more daunting. I feel that the next savior will not be simple. I really look forward to the next inventory, but I don't look forward to it. What's going on? Now I can only hope that the next savior will have a good ending, otherwise I may have to send souvenirs to the owner of this video. More and more people regard Natsu and Naruto as their idols, and very few people regard Lelouch as their idols, such as Little Bird Swimming Liu Hua. After all, those lines are extremely lethal to people like them. The ordinary world is more concerned about the love between men and women, such as the world of passers-by and women. Ying Lili even drew Naruto and Hinata, and even thought of a series of plots, and the whole person hid in the room and gave a very crazy smile. It's been half a day. The screen, which was originally silent, became bright again. Top 10 World Saviors No. 6. Digimon World, The 8 Chosen Children. This time the savior turned out to be 8 children. Damn it, what kind of desperate situation is it that makes children choose to be the savior? They don't know where exactly this is going to make the child a savior. Digimon World. Chosen children are on their way to find badges. The chosen child, isn't that talking about us? Taiki said in surprise. But there are only 7 of us, where is the 8th one? He looked at the light curtain in confusion. Maybe this video can give us the answer. Photon Lang, the think tank of the team, analyzed it. The screen starts. 8 children are seated in the bus, waving out the window constantly, as if saying goodbye. This bus is floating in the air, and in the distance, the Digimon are constantly chasing the bus. Due to the abnormal growth of digital world data, the connection between the digital world and the real world is disrupted. Correspondingly, strange natural phenomena appear on the Earth, and scientists cannot explain them. At this time, there are 8 selected children who are considered by the digital world to be the future and that they can save the digital world. This is a story of saving the world for kids and Digimon, *. Chapter 35 Digimon have evolved for the first time. The screen continues. In a hot summer, there were 7 children participating in the summer camp, namely, Yagami Taiki, Ishida Yamato, Takuchi Suna, Izumi Mitsuro, Tachikawa Mimi, Jodojo, and Takeshi Takaishi. On August 1st, they were trapped in the snow-capped mountains, and 7 divine plants fell from the sky, and then they traveled to the digital world and became the chosen children. Each of them has a partner Digimon. This is the first time the children meet Digimon, and they quickly become partners, and at this moment, Gugamon attacked them. Faced with this huge enemy, the 7 Digimon are no opponents at all, but in order to protect the children, the Digimon rushed out resolutely. At this time, the divine plan trembled, and 7 rays of light enveloped the Digimon, and evolution took place. This is their initial evolution. In the world of Pokemon. Talking Digimon, it's really amazing, different from Pokemon, Dr. Omu burst out with intense interest. So far, Dr. Omu has never encountered a Pokemon that talks to humans. If they can communicate, I believe that the bond between humans and Pokemon will be deeper. In the world of Hokage. This Gugia beast is as big as a tailed beast. It will attack humans if it doesn't agree with each other. Sure enough, the tailed beasts are ferocious. People who are not aware of it, have more and more opinions on the tailed beast. But those children's Digimon aren't as brutal. Some people are more rational and think that Digimon are not all bad. Naruto's inner world, Kuramo looked at the murderous Gaugamon with contempt. Humph, such a big body can't even beat such a small Digimon, it's as weak as that Tanuki. Shao Crane in Gaara's inner world shook his fat stomach and shuddered. Damn it, that stinky fox is scolding me again, so annoying. Screen continues. Tai and the others continued to look for the way back, when they came to a beach, and here, they saw several phone booths. When Tai and the others saw this, they ran over excitedly, picked up the phone and called. But no one got through, and the children sat on the beach a little disappointed. How so? Don't worry, let's eat first. Taiki comforted everyone, sat in a circle with the other Digimon, and began to distribute food. But the children are worried about the food, and they don't have enough food. You don't need to worry about us, we will find food by ourselves. It doesn't matter if you don't count us in. The Digimon looked at the children with understanding. When Chen Zhaizhang heard this, his face brightened and he said happily. That's great, 7 of us can distribute the food. At this time, The husband did not regard the Digimon as his companions, thinking that they were still pets. Damn it, this person doesn't distribute food to the Digimon. Luffy gritted his teeth, they were all friends together. He doesn't like this kind of behavior. Yes, Sanji is much better than him, Chopper agreed. Luffy, they didn't treat Chopper as a pet at all, but a real partner, a real person. Tei had no control, and secretly pulled the Agu beast aside and put the food in front of it. Agumon, it's delicious. Agumon's eyes lit up, it was the first time it had eaten such delicious food. Tasty. When the husband saw this scene, he became angry and shouted loudly. Tei, is that the food we humans eat? Tei frowned, disliking Zhang's behavior very much, and said indifferently. What is the relationship? Why are you so stingy? Just when Zhang was about to get angry again, the bhikkhu furrowed his brows and looked at the beach warily. Coming. The voice fell. The ground shook violently, and a giant water column rose into the sky, destroying the phone booths one by one, and the ground suddenly dented, forming a deep pit of tens of meters. Something has appeared. The children stared at the scene in front of them in panic. Huge shells protruded from the ground, covering the sky and the sun, with a height of dozens of meters. This is a shell beast. Gabumon screamed. The children were so frightened that they kept retreating when they saw such a huge shell beast, and there was only a petite figure standing in front of the children, who did not give in a single step. Agumon, please. Agumon grinned, his eyes were full of war, and he said to himself. No problem. Everyone, come on. Small flame. The fireball spewed out of the mouth of the Agumon and landed heavily on the shell of the shell beast. Boom. The shell beast took a step back in pain. Air cannon. Vine. Except for Agumon, none of the other Digimon can use their unique skills. What's going on? Why can't they release a single trick? Ahi and the others watched the scene in surprise from the rear. They could release it before, but why can't they be released now? Shellman seized this opportunity, counterattacked instantly, raised its huge feet and smashed at other Digimon. Just one face-to-face all route? The situation is extremely dangerous. At this moment, Agumon stood up with a firm look in his eyes. Small flame. Even if a comrade falls and only one is left, it will fight to the end. However, the difference in size was significant, and Agumon was quickly suppressed under the feet of Shellman. Seeing Agumon's painful appearance, Tei rushed forward without any hesitation. Agumon, I'll save you. No matter who it is, how much courage has to face this behemoth, let alone an 11-year-old boy. The shell beast disdainfully grabbed Tei in his hands and ravaged him. Painful screams came from Tei's mouth. When everyone thought it was all over, Agumon, who was suppressed under him, woke up abruptly when he heard this voice. The divine plan beside Tei's trousers shone with an incomparably pure light. In order to protect everyone, Teiki's courage gave Agumon power and began to evolve. Feeling this power, Agumon released an extremely terrifying power from its entire body. With the sound of BGM, the screen came to Agumon. Agumon evolution. The young Agu beasts continue to grow in size, like ancient dragons. Tyrannosaurus. Roar. With a terrifying roar, the shell beast blinked and flew into the distance. Tei landed on the ground, looked up at the Tyrannosaurus beast in front of him, and was very excited. Tyrannosaurus. Here we go. Oh. Super flame. The hot flame spewed out from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus beast, like the sun, illuminating the world. Boom. The terrifying flame drowned the shell beast, and within a few breaths, the shell beast fell down with serious injuries. Tyrannosaurus also lost all strength and degenerated into the appearance of Agumon, facing Teiki beside him with a cute face. Teiki, I'm hungry. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Children Face the Real Darkness. This Tai is very brave. I have never seen such a brave person since Lubuletin died. Where is this child? Boss Cao was amazed. In the Digimon world, Tai and the others watched the familiar scene in the video. Taiki, we may be able to find the 8th child through this. The think tank Mitsuro said excitedly. They were told in the video that there were 8 selected children. Since all of them have been exposed, the video may also be exposed. As expected of Mr. Photon, he is a programmer at such a young age. Mai sincerely praised. Photon Lang, hey, I haven't returned, Mai, I still have a lot to learn. Come on, become a very smart programmer. Mai encouraged. Innocent Mai looked at Mitsuro with a smile on her face. Photon Lang nodded, but why did he feel that something was wrong? In the world of pirates, Wanakuni. Quinn, the Tyrannosaurus, seems much more handsome than you. Jack the Drow taunted Quinn. Shut up, how could a small Digimon be my uncle's opponent? Quinn roared, quite dissatisfied with this. Whitebeard pirates. Brave boy, I wish I could be my child. Whitebeard laughed. Dad, can you still have children in this body? Marco was speechless, he was so old, didn't he count? Whitebeard. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and others analyze the fighting power of Digimon on the video. This Tyrannosaurus beast is quite strong, much stronger than ordinary sea kings. He said solemnly. It seems that the video has only evolved twice, and each time it is more terrifying, in case there is evolution later. This has to make them pay attention to the combat power of this digital world, which seems to be much more terrifying than the previous one. The screen continues to tell the children's journey. Tai and others live on the island in the heart of the lake. That night, a sea dragon beast suddenly appeared out of the sea and grabbed Ahi. Ahe. Seeing this situation, Gabumon was extremely worried. It's okay, Gabumon. Aho comforts Gabumon. Just as Ahi was about to be dragged into the water by the sea dragon beast, the divine plan shone with the same light as before. That familiar soundtrack. Gabumon evolves. A white light merged into the body of Gabu beast and began to evolve. Garurumon. Gabumon successfully evolved into Garurumon, with blue and white patterns intersecting each other, like a lonely wolf king in the middle of the night. Fox Flame. Cyan flames covered the sea dragon beast. In a face-to-face, the sea dragon beast was defeated, and its huge body fell heavily into the water, splashing all over the sky. Ahi was also successfully rescued. The children are also a little relieved, until now they don't know what a dangerous world they have come to. Several people also began to face the battle. The picture flashed quickly, and several Digimon are also getting along with the children and constantly evolving. Bishuman evolves into Badoramon. Scarab Beast evolves into Padomon. Goma Beast evolved into a Sea Lion Beast. Balmon evolves into Cactus. Continue to fight against various Digimon along the way. Gradually know the dark truth. The children also learn that many Digimon are controlled by a kind of black gear, and soon they come to Fai Island. A villa appeared in front of the children, and they were also very tired due to the long battle. I didn't think much about taking a break. But all this is an illusion made by the evil beast. By controlling the black gear, the demon beast separated Tai and the others, and they were once again controlled by the black gear. This evil monster is so good, damn it, so bad. Naruto pointed angrily at the evil beasts, it was too treacherous, he used so much heart for children, and controlled so many kind Digimon. Or Kurama, and fight alongside him. But since he knew that Ninetales is Kurama, he kept calling Kurama, increasing his daily feelings. In the video, Wu came to the founding village. There are countless digital eggs here, and here he met Elimon, the father of the founding village. After the Digimon dies, it will be turned into data and returned to the founding village. At this time, the dark figure of the lion beast appeared in the founding village. Obviously, he absorbed many black gears, and his strength became extremely powerful. Fortunately, Tai and the others arrived in time and used the power of the divine plan to purify the darkness in the cross beast. Lionman, who has regained consciousness, is very sorry for his attack on the children. The children didn't mind either. They sat under a huge tree and heard the lion beast talk about a legend. It is said that when the world is about to be completely shrouded in darkness, a chosen child will appear to save the world. At present, Faialu Island is completely shrouded in darkness, and you are here at this time. Tai and the others were extremely surprised. At this time, Ahi doubted and said, "But what does this prove that we are called children?" "Because the chosen children have the power to evolve Digimon." Photon Lang held his chin, thought about it, and said slowly, "If the dark power in this world is completely eliminated, will we be able to return to the original world?" Tai stood up, looked at Fei Island in the distance, and clenched his fists. "Everyone, come on. Although I'm a little scared, I still want to go home quickly. It's only like this so far. Our physical strength has been restored, and we can fight at any time." So the 7 children and the lion beast returned to the Infinity Mountain again, and this time it was the first time that the children faced the real demon, the real darkness. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The Angel Beast, the Symbol of Light. People from different worlds outside the video. Looks like a decisive battle is coming. The world of passers-by women. Old Fatsia, hurry up and get some snacks, this looks too hot. Sister, what are you doing? Don't touch. Junior Enyi, let's have a child, our child will be as brave as Tai and the others. Kato, save me. Demon High School World. Minister, the pectoral muscles of this lion beast are so big and strong. Sincere. Senior, you are wrong. In the video, the dark aura of the evil beast fills the entire screen, and even people outside the video can feel the evil in it. This kind of existence, there will be no mercy. The demon beasts learn the strength of the children through Orgaman. It seems that I need to go out in person, before the guy wakes up. As soon as the voice fell, he looked at the Orga beast below and smiled evilly. The Claw of Death. Orgaman instantly turned into data, dissipated in this world, and the black gears in its body were also revealed. The power of darkness is concentrated on me. The endless black gear began to merge with the demon beast for a day. The sky was buzzing, dark clouds shrouded, and black lightning continued to strike the earth. The entire Faialu Island was completely turned into a dead place. Children not far away can also feel the power of this palpitation. The children were instantly startled by this power, stopped and looked into the distance. What is that? I saw a huge figure in the sky above the island, and the evil eyes hung high like a blood moon. That is the evil beast that absorbed the power of darkness. The evil beast at this time was nearly 100 meters tall, and the island was much smaller in front of it. The lion beast could not help but leave a drop of sweat. This dark force is terrifying. The world under one person. WC, Sister Bauer, protect me, I'm too scared of people. Zhang Hulan hid in Sister Bauer's arms in fright, enjoying the tenderness in it. Zhang Hulan, the ball is over, this guy is too big, I can't bury it. Sister Bauer looked at the shovel in her hand and silently threw it aside. Demon High School World. Ilong Emperor looked at the evil beast in the video, and then looked at the ministers in front of him, and couldn't help sighing. This is the devil. Hokage World. Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, was staring at the evil beast, and said silently in his heart, Hiruzen, please change my pants. Weak people in all worlds have been scared to pee their pants. This body looks about the size of 10 tails. The evil beast in the picture jumped gently and came to the children. The inertia of the huge body falling caused the entire island to vibrate. The evil beast turned around at will, forming a hurricane in an instant, slamming the children heavily against the stone wall. Agumon, evolve. But before they evolved, the dark red light emitted from the palms of the evil beasts, shrouded them, and made them unable to move. Chosen children, I want you to die without a place to be buried. Just at this juncture. Harpoon cannon. Meteorite wings. The sea lion beast and the Betara beast appeared in time and rescued Tai and others. Everyone, take advantage of the present to evolve. Sana shouted as she ran. Taishao looked at Agumon beside him. Come on, everyone. Oh. Agumon evolution, Greymon. Gabumon evolves. Garuruman. Badamon evolution, Cactus beast. The evolution of beetle beasts, Betamon. Everyone, please. Taiki clenched the glowing divine plan with a solemn expression. The Digimon didn't hold back at all, and they came up with a trick. Super Flame. Fox Flame. Sharp bumps and fists. After a while of output, the evil beast was not damaged at all. It's naive to think you can beat me with your little tricks. The huge size brings about a gap in strength, and the Digimon are as powerless as children in front of evil monsters. Soon, all Digimon were defeated. Are all your tricks useless? At this time, the youngest Awu saw that the attack of everyone was useless at all, and he also showed a look of horror. And the evil beast also noticed Awu. You are the youngest child in the selection, right? As long as I get rid of you, I will be able to sit back and relax. Claw of Death. The dark claws probed towards Awu. Run away, Awu. Awa and Garuruman rushed over and stopped Death Claw. Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity and bit on the thigh of the evil beast, and the other Digimon slashed with their teeth one after another. The pain-eating evil beast was completely angry. Go away, leave it all for me. Black energy erupted from the demon beast, and all Digimon bounced off. The weak Tai looked at the Tyrannosaurus beast in the distance and murmured. Tyrannosaurus. Taiki, I'm sorry. We really want to help you go back, but I have no strength. Damn it. The atmosphere was reduced to a minimum, as if everything was a foregone conclusion. The evil beast's evil claw slowly probed towards Awu. Badamon stepped forward and kept hitting. Air Cannon. X3. But it is useless at all, unable to stop the pace of evil beasts. Natsum's Book of Friends World. Teacher, can you help them? Natsum Kazi couldn't bear to see this scene. Xiaomu, you look down on me too much. Teacher Miaomi shook her fat body. How to go? Use a body of fat to smash the evil beast to death. Attack on Giant World. Stand up, fight. Fight. Alan roared at this scene, his eyes full of despair. Damn it, can't you beat the evil? Alan knelt on the ground, tears gushing out unwillingly. The huge evil beast reminded him of the super-large giant that broke the city that day. Just as desperate. The worlds that originally planned to watch the play were silent at this moment. In the video, Badamon constantly shoots air cannons. But it doesn't help at all. Facing the claws that covered the sky, Badamon showed unwilling tears. Why can't only I evolve? At this time, Awu blocked his eyes in fear and did not dare to see what happened next. Awu. Badamon rushed over without regard for his life. Bump. The devil's claw finally caught Awu and Badamon. And at this desperate time, a familiar picture appeared in the light curtain. That is the light of evolution. Badamon evolution. With the high-pitched music, a white and flawless figure appeared in the heavens and the world. Angel Beast. At this moment, the holy Digimon descended here in its most holy form. The originally dark sky became clear under this holy light. Seeing this holy gesture, the people of the heavens were stunned. Then the whole darkness turned into light. The body of the evil beast also dissipated continuously at this time. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Heart of Courage, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The evil beast sees the angel beast as if it sees the natural enemy. Damn it, watch me destroy you. Angel beast glanced back at Awu, and said apologetically, Awu, I'm sorry. Fist of Heaven. The holy fist that purifies all evil forces runs through the body of the evil beast. Darkness turns into light. The body of the evil beast also dissipated, not just him, but also the angel beast. Too careless, angel beast. What should you do now that you have exhausted your strength? The expansion of the dark forces is not just a Falu Island. On the other side of the sea, there are Digimon who are more evil and darker than me. You are all finished, ha 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 ha. The evil beast also dissipated completely. Angel beast. Awu looked at the disappearing angel beast, and kept rubbing his little hands in fear. Facing Awu, the angel beast smiled lightly and comforted. Awu, we will definitely meet again. As long as you want, then we can. Angel beast. The angel beast in the sky completely dissipated, turned into a feather and fell in front of Awu, forming a digital egg. The 7 deadly sins of the world. Damn it, are these angels so strong? Jialan in the 10 Commandments saw the defeat of the evil beast and flattened a mountain in anger. Shut up, Galan, this is not the angel of our world. Gerudlis glared at Galan, it was too noisy. They have just released the seal, and the magic power has not yet recovered in their bodies. Gabriel world. Damn it, this demon is too evil, and Winnie is still an angel than an angel. When the terrifying posture of the evil beast appeared before, Gabriel was so frightened that she directly took out the horn of destruction. It's so scary to angels. Screen continues. Tei and the others saw an old man who claimed to be Suanei from the holographic projector on Infinite Mountain. He sent them out to sea to the faraway continent of Shabbat, and he said that somewhere there were evolution keys and badges that would allow Digimon to evolve again. With the help of the bouncing beasts, Teiki got a badge of courage soon. But Teiki didn't know how to evolve again, so he fed Agumon too much. At this time, they also fell into the trap of Wukong beast. The Tyrannosaurus beast fought with another Tyrannosaurus beast. Because of eating too much food, the Tyrannosaurus beast was unable to perform its nirvana. The Tyrannosaurus beast was knocked down. Tei rushed up. Damn it, stop, are you afraid of you for me? Have the ability to attack me. Tei roared at the other Tyrannosaurus beast, preparing to plunge himself into a dangerous place so that the Tyrannosaurus beast could evolve. When people from all over the world saw this scene, they were stunned and wanted to ask, why have you always been so brave? Too much courage is reckless. Suanei pulled Teiki's shoulder to discourage. Tei, stop quickly, your divine plan has not shined at all. Suanei, please don't stop me. Tei rushed forward, and at the same time, Agumon felt Tei's obsession, and the whole body bloomed with the light of evolution. See, the Tyrannosaurus has evolved. Seeing this, Taiyi jumped up happily, but he wasn't happy for a second. A gigantic skeleton appeared in front of everyone, and the terrifying appearance made everyone feel fearful, and even the evil beast before felt kinder. This is a zombie Tyrannosaurus beast. Scarimon recognized this ferocious Digimon. Zombie Tyrannosaurus, it has extremely destructive power. Once it enters the battle, it will fight to the end. The zombie Tyrannosaurus waved lightly, and the Tyrannosaurus beast was sent flying, and the cannonball behind it instantly turned it into powder. Teiki stared blankly at the zombie Tyrannosaurus beast in front of him. Is this really the evolution he expected in his heart? No one told him the answer. Pirate world. Looks like this kid is blinded by power. Whitebeard said solemnly. In the face of power, even an adult can't control it, let alone a child. In the video, the zombie Tyrannosaurus finally collapsed and turned into a rolling ball beast. Taiki, after the war, hugged the boom beast and blamed himself. "I'm sorry, Bumble Beast, it's because I became too impatient that I made you like this. Everyone, I'm sorry." The video keeps showing the kids getting badges. When encountering the molecular beast, Taiki mustered his courage to defeat the death threat, and his courage made the badge glow, saving Su-na. Gokuman and the Dark Network merged into one. In the face of this powerful enemy, Taiki mustered his courage, did not flinch at all, and used his incomparable courage to make the badge shine brightly. The Digimon kept attacking Gokuman, but it was of no use at all. "Are you tickling me? This is for you." Dark Necronomicon Ball. Wherever the black ball passed, the space was distorted. When the children were desperate, Taiki stepped forward. "Let's go. Tyrannosaurus." "I know, Taiki." Taiki ran towards Gokuman holding the glowing sacred plan and badge. "I will never give up until the end." Tyrannosaurus felt Tai's determination, and endless power poured out of its body. The light of evolution envelopes Greymon. Greymon Super Evolution. The power of the badge poured into Tyrannosaurus. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Now comes the right evolution in the divine plan. I saw that the Tyrannosaurus beast grew in size, covered with mecha, and grew a pair of wings on its back. Ultimate Destruction Cannon. Gokuman died in an instant, but the space-time distortion that appeared at the same time also sucked Taiki and Mechanical Greymon in. Taiki opened his eyes again, and he has returned to the overcrowded Tokyo. I don't know what happened. At this time, a ball hit the Pokemon in the face, and the little girl ran over to pick up the ball. Taiki looked at the little girl and hurriedly asked, "Is this an island country or a Digimon world?" The roller beast also added, "Where's the Wukong beast?" But the girl didn't return to them. After a long time, Taiki came back to his senses and picked up the boules to go home. Doorstep. My parents should be very worried when I have been out for so long. How should I explain it? By the way, how long have I been in the Digimon world? 1 month, 1 year, or? Just when Tai was thinking about it, the roller beast gave him a worried look. "Taiki, are you alright?" "Well, it's fine." Tai opened the door, looked at everything he was familiar with, and felt relieved. "Taiki, it's so narrow. I want you to take care of it." The rolling ball beast picked up a can of Fat House Happy Water and drank it tons and tons, revealing its foodie attributes. Tai looked at the calendar and saw that the time had not changed at all. Why so many things happened? It's still August 1st. Tai. Rolling ball beast, what's wrong? Taiki looked forward with the gaze of the Bumboman. "Jer. Brother, are you back?" The beast's mouth said straightforwardly, "This guy is your sister." Tai suddenly panicked, pressing down on the ball beast and explaining, "This guy is." But at this time Jer leaned against the door and said softly, "The bumblebee is also together, asterisk." Chapter 39 Ultimate Evolution, Agumon, Gabumon. In the world of pirates. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, I seem to know who the 8th chosen child is. Usopp was keenly aware of something. "Ah, look at the snacks in the refrigerator. It's delicious." Usopp. Not only the pirate world, but many people with world and brains have begun to guess. It's like guessing who the hidden characters are before we watch the show. In the video, Tai is very different from Jer calling out the boom beast. "How do you know it is a rolling ball beast?" Jal tilted his head and said cutely, "Because the roller beast is the roller beast." Taiki went on to ask Carl something. It seems that Carl has never been related to the Digimon world, but why does he know about roller beast? At this time, the picture turned to a TV, which was reporting strange phenomena occurring around the world. And catastrophically, there are traces of Digimon. Soon the screen came to the appearance of Orgamen, and the roller beast evolved into Agilman and defeated it. The space was distorted again, a huge aperture appeared in the sky, and the door to the digital world opened again. Light and hope turn into notes and sound in the video. P.S. The pure music I loved to listen to when I was a child. Taiki looked at Agilman in the air and shouted. Agilman. Tai, goodbye Jia. Then Agilman disappeared into the air. Tai was so anxious that he was about to catch up, but just after he took a step, Jia grabbed Tai and leaned gently on his back. Jia, I will definitely come back. The cold should get better soon. Jia reluctantly looked at Tai, who flew into the air until the last finger. Elder brother. All the girls in the brother-controlled world wailed. To save the confusion between the two worlds, Taiki brought Agilman back to the digital world again. And this time they will encounter a more terrifying enemy. Children continue to fight the enemy, and the Digimon continue to evolve into perfection. At the same time, Gene also tells them that the last child will appear in Hikari, Japan. At the same time, the blood-sucking monster also knew the news, and came to the real world one step ahead, looking for the 8th chosen child through the badge of light. Taiki and others also returned to the real world, and they also remembered the Digimon Advent event that appeared in Guankaiu 4 years ago. Everyone decided to go to Guankaiu to investigate. As a result, instead of having no clue, a mammoth beast suddenly appeared on the street and attacked passers-by. At this point, the world began to be chaotic, dark Digimon appeared everywhere, and the whole world fell into a panic. During the search of Delumen, Chia was found and doubted about her. But when it was about to kill Chia, it developed an affinity for her and eventually left. When Delumen was puzzled, Wizardman found the digital device and gave it to Delumen to remind her of the past. Only then did I know that Chia was the 8th child who was called, and Delumen was her partner. Just when the two beasts wanted to get the badge back, they were discovered by the evil beast and arrested Delumen. People from different worlds have the same thought at this time. I knew Chia was the 8th chosen child. The Digimon have also grown rapidly during this time, and all but all have evolved into safe bodies. Now is also the moment of decisive battle. When the blood-sucking monster was about to kill Xiaoguang and Delumen, the 5 arrived first, and then Mai Mei and Tai arrived. But the vampire beast became extremely powerful because it sucked the blood of many young women. Everyone is not his opponent. The vampire beast looked at Dilu beast and the vampire beast viciously, and made a trick. Night demon strikes. At this critical moment, a familiar figure stood in front of Dilu beast and the others. It's the wizard beast. Boom. The wizard beast that was recruited fell heavily to the ground, and its vitality continued to dissipate. The vampire monster said disdainfully. You deserve it, who told you to meddle in your own business? Chia and Delumen shed tears while hugging the prized wizardman. Wizard beast, you can't die. The wizard beast didn't care about his injury, and said softly. Delumen, are you alright? Sorry, wizard beast, for getting you involved in this battle. It doesn't matter, if I hadn't met you, I would have lived for unknown reasons. I am so glad to meet you. Sorcererman saves Delumen and Jia with his life. Finally died in front of them. Jia looked at the dead wizard beast and shed tears, the divine plan and emblem shining. Seeing this situation, the vampire beast was dumbfounded and shouted in horror. It's over. Then the familiar evolution light wrapped Delumen. Delumen is super evolutionary. The holy light gradually turned into a female body, with 3 pairs of wings blooming behind it, which was extremely beautiful. Heavenly female beast. Holy bubble. The Digimon who had lost their powers recovered instantly and gathered their powers together. Holy bow and arrow. The vampire beast was suppressed by the holy power and could not move, and was instantly pierced by the holy bow and arrow, completely destroyed. The thick fog that should have dissipated did not disappear. According to the prophecy of the Bible's revelation, the time came to 6:6:6.66. The vampire beast was successfully resurrected and evolved into the ultimate vampire beast, and at the same time absorbed the cute little demon beast. The children also stepped forward to fight, but the opponent is already the ultimate body, and the Digimon who are the perfect body are not opponents at all. At this time, Kunlang analyzed the prophecy and needed the conclusion that angel beasts and celestial girl beasts should shoot arrows at Ahe and Tei. Everyone believes that a miracle will happen. The two angels looked at each other, nodded, and said firmly, "We believe in miracles." Tei and Ahe encourage each other. "Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid, it's a lie." "Seriously, I'm scared too, but you have to hold me tight, or I'll run away." "Okay, then you have to hold on to me too." Tei and Ahe held each other's hands tightly, their eyes extremely firm. A miracle, appear. As the two arrows were shot quickly, they hit Tei and Ahe. Unparalleled light erupted from the two of them. The divine plan vibrated violently here. Evolution shines brightly. The ultimate evolution of Agumon. The ultimate evolution of Gabumon. Battle Tyrannosaurus. Steel Garurumon. Two Digimon complete the ultimate evolution at this moment. Two huge figures appeared in front of everyone. "Brothers, it's going to be scrapped, the data is completely untouched, most of them are no one watching, is anyone watching, asterisk." Chapter 40 The Clown Emperor Who Makes the Children Desperate. When the heavens saw this video, there was only one thought in their hearts. Really handsome. In the video, Battle Greymon and Steel Garurumon are constantly suppressing the ultimate vampire beast, and their huge body is also frozen into ice cubes. However, when everyone thought it was over, the ultimate vampire beast burst into a fiery flame, melting the ice on its body. "This guy is too strong." The ultimate vampire beast roared angrily, as if it had been hurt by an attack before. Toxic rays. Terrifying rays are continuously shot from the eyes of the ultimate vampire beast, and everything they go is turned into dust, and everything no longer exists. The children clenched their teeth and clenched their fists as the ultimate vampire beasts were constantly destroying. "Damn it, we must defeat it and save the comatose people." In the face of this disaster, the adults have no choice but to rely on these 8 children and their Digimon. Fighting Tyrannosaurus looked at everyone who came and shouted, "We attack together." Harpoon Cannon, Tip Collision Fist, Meteorite Giant Wing, Mega Cannon, Heaven's Fist, Holy Bow and Arrow. Frozen Fried Order. Battle Tornado. The Battle Tyrannosaurus turned into a tornado, piercing the ultimate vampire beast in an instant. "What is that?" In the next moment, a huge face appeared where the hole had originally been, and the dark aura became even more terrifying. The black breath he spit out knocked everyone down in an instant. Facing this desperate moment, the badge burst into the sky with 8 rays of light, turning into a rope of light to lock the ultimate vampire beast. "Damn it, you chosen brats!" Taiki looked at the talking giant face, and instantly thought of a way to deal with the enemy. That must be the body of the ultimate vampire beast, the Battle Tyrannosaurus beast. "I know." The Battle Tyrannosaurus jumped up, kicked the giant sphere to the giant face, and then gathered powerful energy fluctuations in both hands. Gaia Energy Cannon. Steel Garuru is close behind. Absolutely frozen gas. The terrifying energy continued to destroy the body of the ultimate vampire beast, and it disappeared in a short while. Pokemon World. "I'm finally going to die this time." Guhao, who was frightened, hid in the cave and shivered, daring not to say anything about recovering the divine beast. People who were in a coma gradually woke up. They thought the crisis in the world was lifted, and the sky actually appeared as another world. It is the world of Digimon. The children returned to the Digimon world in order to save the world again. This time they are facing the Dark Four Uranus who have ruled the digital world. The 8 selected children were attacked by the Dark 4 Uranus Steel Sea Dragon Beast, Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast, Puppet Beast, and the Clown King, and were beaten to the point of failure, with a huge difference in strength. At this time, the Goblin Beast appeared and rescued the children, but was also beaten to death by the Dark 4 Uranus. In order to when the children encountered the Steel Sea Dragon Beast again, the Giant Whale Beast rescued the children in the crisis, but also died under the Steel Sea Dragon Beast. But it also triggered the anger of the Battle Tyrannosaurus, a battle tornado that pierced it to death. At this point, the Sea Dragon Beast family, all loyal and fierce, all perished. Therefore, it means that the ocean pattern is also fading in the Dark Tornado Mountain. During this period, he also found that Awu had grown to be able to stand alone and was no longer a love ghost crying hiding behind everyone, but he stopped moving forward. In order to find the meaning of his existence, he resolutely took Gabuman with him left the crowd. After that, he was fooled by Zuli Beast and fought Tai, but he was also beaten up. Then a ray of light took the children to a different space, and controlled Jia and explained it to everyone. Where there is light, there will be darkness. Digimon have different evolutionary routes. There is no wrong evolution. 8 children symbolize 8 beautiful feelings, which makes Digimon evolve towards the light. Even if there is no badge, Digimon can evolve, and those who control Jia are the people who symbolize peace, and they are also called constancy, equivalent to system administrators. When the people outside the video heard these words, their minds were a little dazed. I really want to spit out, this FK is something that a child has experienced. Why can't I understand it as an adult? It was because of them that the sacred plan and badge were made, but then they were attacked by the Dark 4 Uranus, and Gene fled to protect the Digimon and the sacred plan. On the way, the Deluman Digimon unfortunately fell, and this is what happened later. Everyone also realized that they were not the first selected children, but they were all defeated by the Dark 4 Uranus. The children who know the ins and outs, once again set foot on the road to defeat the Dark 4 Uranus. Digimon World. The Steel Sea Dragon Beast that has not been knocked down roared, and the appearance of his death was too miserable. The strength of these selected children is a little stronger. The Clown Emperor looked at the children playfully, but did not take it to heart. They are impossible to beat. The mere fighting Tyrannosaurus is a scum in front of my mechanical evil dragon head. The mechanical evil dragon beast is very confident in its own strength. But the next second screen. Dinosaur Buster. The huge mechanical evil dragon beast has directly turned into one piece after another, and the dead can no longer die. Mechanical evil dragon beast. Then Puppet was also defeated by Steel Garuru. At this point, there is only the last Clown Emperor left in the Dark 4 Uranus. The Heavenly Girl Beast and the Demon Girl Beast had a showdown between women, constantly slapping each other and pulling their hair. Women fighting is really pleasing to the eye, the previous ones were too scary. Many people outside the video have already regarded Tian Beast as a goddess. There are some people who are extremely unserious, at least they shouldn't. In the end, the demon beast died under the heavenly purple light of the heavenly beast. Then the Clown Emperor himself came off the stage and played against everyone. However, in the face of such a terrifying opponent, so Digimon are not opponents, and Battle Greymon and Taiki are dying, their bodies shattered. Fortunately, Ahi arrived at this time, and the final battle is coming, but the Clown Emperor is too strong. They turned into puppets one after another, only Jia, Awu, and Bataman remain. Awu, run. In the end, Awu brought Jia to a room, but the Clown Emperor also arrived. Bataman also evolved into an angel beast, but in the face of the huge power gap, it was quickly defeated. Awu looked at the defeated angel beast with tears like a spring, and then looked at Jia who was afraid, and forced his mind to stabilize. No, if I want to be afraid, Jia will be afraid too, I have to cheer up. Bump. The rope broke, Awu and the others also fell, and a Wu in the air looked at he who had turned into a puppet. Elder brother. I will never give up, in order to save the Digimon world and our world. The emblem that has never radiated light now blooms with an unparalleled divine aura. Angel Beast. Oh! In the face of this powerful emotion, Angel Beast finally achieved super evolution. Angel Beast super evolution. Holy Angel Beast. Thanks for the reminder of the endless hand, 1200 monthly pass, asterisk. Chapter 41 Children's Eternal Adventure. The holy wings descended on the light curtain, this light surpassed before, so that people in all worlds can feel the warmth in their hearts. Holy Angel Beast, the left hand has a beam of light as a shield, the right hand has the light emitted by the sacred sword, and the back has 8 holy wings. It is an Archangel-type Digimon with a unique trick to the gate of heaven. The Joker King looked at this holy Angel Beast without any lingering fears, the Angel Digimon restrained them too much. Let you taste the power of the Sword of Judgment. What, do you think you can beat me? In just one face-to-face, the doll on the Clown Emperor's waist was taken away, and he himself fell into the abyss. Afterwards, the children were resurrected by the light of divine resurrection, and Maimei also came here with many Digimon. Everyone, it's time for a decisive battle. Looking at the group of resurrected children, the Clown Emperor was also very annoyed, and summoned a large number of little ghosts. Damn it, give me all to die. A piece of darkness hit the children, but they were not afraid at all and met them head-on. Heavy Hammer Spark. Wing Slash. Holy Bow and Arrow. Super Large Angle Cannon. Flower Fairy Cannon. The dazzling attack made the Clown Emperor extremely angry. Gate of Heaven. At this time, the Holy Angel Beast drew a huge circle in the air and slowly opened it, forming a different dimension space. The Clown Emperor, we should also learn about it. Gaia Energy Cannon. Frozen Bomb. The Clown Emperor was also blasted into the Gate of Heaven. The crisis of the Dark 4 Uranus is lifted. The children are also very happy, but Jenny I sends an email to tell them that the real enemy is not the Dark 4 Uranus. Actually, the real enemies of children are the distorted real world, Digimon born from the evil hearts of countless people. Jobless reincarnation world. Is there a boss? This world is so dangerous. Rudius was horrified. I thought that the evil Dark 4 Uranus was the ultimate enemy, but I didn't expect there to be. Which of these ultimate bodies is not strong is outrageous. Moon World. Humph, there are actually such terrifying enemies, they look even more terrifying than Tiamat. Jin Shan on the throne said solemnly. They have done their best to face Tiamat. The ultimate power of the Digimon in the video is enough to instantly destroy a city, but the children keep encountering more and more powerful enemies. Desperate. In the picture, the children are pulled into a dark starry sky, and the children also know the real enemy. Children who know the real enemy don't know what to do. Facing the enemy who has a real body but needs to defeat them, they really can't think of any countermeasures. At this time, the darkness gradually emerged and appeared in front of the children. At this time, the sky in the real world turned into darkness, the evil figure of Ultimate appeared, and people all over the world watched the apocalypse in horror. The children's parents were worried when they saw this scene, they just hugged each other and could only pray for them. The apocalypse beast slowly appeared in front of everyone, and the darkness of Ultimate made people breathless and frightened. The worlds with angels outside the video saw that the apocalypse beast was approaching a formidable enemy, while the abyss of hell was extremely fanatical. Apocalypse tells the children that he is the aggregate of the evil thoughts of all the Digimon who were wiped out in the process of evolution. It first degrades all Digimon, and then destroys the badges. Finally, the data of children and Digimon is broken down. Hokage World. Damn it, no one can help them. Naruto looked at the apocalypse beast angrily, blaming others for his own failures. What a lie. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder, his eyes also showing confusion. Did my father ever blame the villagers? The children completely disappeared into the darkness. What kind of world is this? This is the data world, we are all broken down into data. Have we lost? When the children are desperate, the Digimon are encouraging everyone. Don't be discouraged. We will definitely fight to the end. With constant encouragement, the children regained their confidence, recalled what they encountered in the digital world, and recalled the best feelings in their hearts. The 8 of them are one, and they inspire each other. The badges that had disappeared before appeared on the chests of the children. Each badge is engraved with the hearts of children. My light badge is also shining for everyone. Break through the darkness, light. Dilu Beast Super Evolution, Celestial Beast. Everyone's hope is my hope. Never give up, hope. Badaman Super Evolution, Holy Angel Beast. Knowledge. Super Evolution of Beetle Beast, Super Beast. Goodness and Sincerity, Innocence. Balman Super Evolution. Flower Fairy Beast. Appraisal Oath, Honesty. Super Evolution of Goma Beast. Zudun Beast. Selfless Dedication, Love. Pick Human Super Evolution, Gagataman. Tolerance and Mutual Help, Friendship, Doge.jpg. Ultimate Evolution of Gabuman, Steel Garuru. Courage to Face, Courage. Ultimate Evolution of Aguman, Battle Greymon. Then the Digimon returned to reality and faced Apocalypseman. Finally, with the help of the Divine Plan, he successfully defeated the Apocalypse Beast. After that, both worlds returned to normal. The mission of the children is finally over. At the same time, Xianai told the children that now the digital world and the real world have been synchronized. Children and Digimon also ushered in a goodbye. The screen came to their respective moments. Bikhuman and Sana are next to each other on a tree trunk. You go back to your world to say hello to your parents for me. Thank you Bikhu, if it weren't for you, I would not have cleared up the misunderstanding with my mother. Goma Beast and her husband sat by the river, with slightly gloomy eyes. Let's shake hands with Gomaman. Goma Beast froze for a moment, then raised its front paw and rubbed it on the husband's hand. The husband said honestly. This is really your hand. Gomaman. Aho and Gabuman on the hillside quietly looked ahead. Ahe, can you play the harmonica for me again? Of course can. The sound of the piano lingered, reaching Tei's ears. Damn it, Ahi this BD. Teiki, what happened? It's okay, by the way, this seems to be the day we met the Sea Dragon Beast. I lit the Sea Dragon Beast's tail with fire. Aguman squinted at Teiki, and thought it was his fault at that time, but he didn't expect it to be Teiki's work. Ha ha ha, don't do this, Yagaman. In the end, the children said goodbye one by one, but Maimei couldn't find Baluman. They also took the bus at the beginning and said their final goodbyes. The real world is beautiful, there are relatives who love them. Of course, there are also a group of Digimon in the digital world, with the deepest thoughts and the most assiduous memories, waiting for them forever. Beautiful. Maimei also seemed to feel something and leaned out of the bus. Maimei, I'm sorry. It's okay Balman. At this moment, Balman stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Maimei unconsciously wanted to rush over, but she forgot that she was in the air now, and the hat around her neck flew out. Behind the infinitely extended dream. Travel through the ruthless world. Don't want to lose to yourself. Oh my love. At this point, the story of the 8 selected children has come to an end, and of course they will not be the last batch asterisk. Chapter 42 Number 5 Rick the Will. Digimon Worlds 2. I didn't expect Brother Tei and the others to go to the Digimon world to take risks at such a young age, we can't hold back. Daisuke Motomiya smiled and looked at the V-Boy beast beside him. No problem, Daisuke. Digimon 3 Worlds. Karen, can I also evolve into an ultimate form? Kilman, who was born not long ago, asked dumbly. Of course, Kilman. We are the strongest. Digimon 4 Worlds. Soul of a fighter, let's fight together. Takia Kanhara stroked the soul of a fighter of the fire god beast that he had just received. Digimon 5 Worlds. Big brother, this Agilman's ultimate body is so cool. Agilman looked envious. Agilman, you can too. The big beast said as he smashed the Digimon in front of him. Digimon Reboot. Taiki, that seems to be you. Yago Beast rubbed his head with a confused look on his face. Why is it that the video is exactly the same as them, and the objects of battle are the same as the evil beasts, so why is the back so different? Now they will face the Millennium Beast. That could be me from another world, Agilman, we must save the digital world with everyone. Tai clenched his fists and looked at the darkness in the sky, heart pounding, but he would never back down. Pirate World. This full-body angel is amazing, Kizaru said slightly sly, but the smell from his mouth seemed a bit wrong. But fortunately, this time the savior did not die, just separated. Crane Vice Admiral looked at these pure children with a smile on his lips. Do 8 children represent 8 beautiful feelings? Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper, do your forms look like evolution? Luffy crouched down and asked Chopper in a low voice. Yeah, it seems. Chopper's eyes lit up, as if a switch had been turned on. After a few months, the sugar-loving Chopper becomes an evolved Chopper. The bounty has also multiplied many times over. Pokemon World. Kanto area. Zyazai looked at Pikachu in his arms with a firm expression. Pikachu, I will definitely become the strongest Pokemon master. Pikachu smiled back at him. Pick up. We will always be together and never be apart. Pick up. ReZero World. 486 glanced at Parker from time to time, swallowed, and asked, Parker, will you evolve? Parker's eyes narrowed into slits, and with a wave of his cat's paw, 486 turned into a frozen stick. Eden Planet World. Happy, you can evolve too. Rebecca looked at Happy with excitement. Hubby looked at Rebecca in confusion, scratched the cat's head, and then said excitedly, Rebecca, can I also become the ultimate? Ah, this. Dragon Ball World. Everyone who just participated in the martial arts competition. So strong, I really want to fight them. Sun Wukong looked at the ultimate Digimon and showed high fighting spirit. Hokage World. Kurama, let's evolve together. At the moment Naruto is constantly talking to Kurama and wants to be friends with him. Go away, Slack, don't disturb my uncle's rest. Kurama showed a hint of impatience, but his tone was much better. Hey, don't be so stingy. The children of many worlds, seeing this scene, want to have Digimon that can fight side by side. The adults hope that the next saviors can have a perfect ending, and hope that children will no longer be the saviors. This kind of pressure is too great. When many worlds were discussing, the light curtain, which had been silent for a day, became active again. Top 10 World Saviors, number 5. Game Life Zero World, Rick the Will. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The Struggle of the Gods, Human Beings Survive. In the picture, a boy with gauze tied on his head, covered with scars, is full of tears and wants to grab a cup, but he can't touch it. It's over, it's definitely a tragedy this time. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to know the end. Can't the author of the special dog video have a big reunion? Can you fix the sunroom? Just thought I was getting better, another backstab. Game Life World. This is our world? What the hell happened? Why do we have no memory at all, don't know this history at all? High-level people of all races had puzzled expressions on their faces. In the palace, Doro looked at the boy in the video with some doubts, and whispered, "Kong, is this boy so similar to you?" "It's more than similar, it's exactly the same." Jibril on the side was holding the light curtain and licking it constantly. Her innate thirst for knowledge made her very much want to know how this light curtain was made. But it shouldn't be Sara. After all, Sara looks so wretched now. Dora kept complaining. But the reason for losing before made her look more and more handsome. "Bai, brother, am I being rude?" "Not at all." Bai shook his head, but then said, "It's stupid." Whoa, white. Outside the city, Izuna is playing chess with Tato, the god of games, and the result is obvious, Izuna loses. "Ah. Why did you lose?" Izuna said, scratching her cheeks, her face full of unwillingness, but she still handed the fish to the smiling boy. The young man smiled and returned the chess piece in front of him, picked up the king among them, and said to Izuna, "Then I'll tell you a story that no one has ever heard before." Izuna girl obviously didn't care, let him hurry up and compete with her. Just as Ketetu was about to speak, the light curtain in the sky showed a figure that he missed. "It seems that this fairy tale was told for me." Game Life Zero World. Rick in the cave looked stupidly at the video of the sky, that was himself. After thinking of something, he burst into tears and clenched his chest. "That's the Star Cup, that's the Star Cup." Standing silently behind Rick, a girl of the type of guy, lightly patted Rick on the shoulder. He rapped his head gently, stroking it constantly. There are no 16 races in this world at this time. Humanity is at the end, not even recognized. This is what happened 6,000 years ago. It was a long battle to shred the world and smash the stars. No one remembers, nor left any records. Even so, there is one person in my heart. The picture gradually emerges, a white-haired boy playing chess with an unseen opponent in the room, but never winning. Next. The sky is dim, the blood moon hangs high, the ground is covered with black ash, the world seems to be broken, and there are ruins everywhere. The picture gradually shrank, and the grown-up white-haired boy, wearing goggles, appeared in the public eye. There was no trace of anger in the boy's eyes, only numbness. They came to the wreck of the goblin species battleship to collect items, where they discovered the goblin world map. The teenager decoded the information left by the goblin species, and the more he decoded the more angry, he growled. How far do they want to destroy this planet? But at this time, they were discovered by the demon species. In order to escape, the young man looked blankly at his companion, as if he had already experienced the same thing. The boy gave a ruthless command to a man with a broken arm. "Ewang, this is an order, bury it here." The man did not hesitate and nodded. Oath to the will. The man ran forward, took off the face towel, looked back at the crowd, and said with a smile, "I am sorry for my children, I'm sorry." Rick. A huge black monster rushed out of the wreckage. Ewan threw the explosive pack forward and said angrily, "Your bait is here. Bring it on." Demon species. Boom. A monstrous explosion drowned the demon seed and Ewan. Teenager ran out with another. The picture gradually lifted into the sky, the blood-colored fog was wrapped in lightning, and several beams of light penetrated through the clouds, and a beam of light was swept out of nowhere in the air, and the flames exploded, forming a mushroom shape, destroying everything. Endless flames flooded the earth, and the battleships in the sky were swallowed into it and turned into dust. And in this war, a teenager told the story of the past. There used to be a thing called the sun in the sky. The white flame radiates dazzling light, and the sky is a clear blue. Ancient, a fairytale-like story. The long struggle between the gods, and the species they created, burning the earth. The sky is full of ash. A deadly black ash falls. The boy raised his head, his desperate eyes were distressing, and a small piece of black ash fell on Rick's forehead, which was instantly infected. The young man said indifferently. These black ashes, maybe bring some mercy. Because this black ash can isolate the enemy, this is the pity in the mouth of the boy. What the hell, what kind of bullshit world, the human race is not recognized. That deadly black ash is the last mercy for mankind. In this world, why can you even say the words to let others die? The people of many worlds have completely exploded, and the war between the gods has become a luxury for human beings to even survive. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Machine Guy Girl. Rick went back to the ground, Clooney hugged happily, tears flowed out, but quickly recovered. At this time, a little girl ran over with a piece of paper in hand, and shouted excitedly. Dad! What about Dad? The little girl looked around for a week but found no sign of her father. Rick walked up to her, squatted down, looked at her expressionlessly, and said in a low voice. Nah, Dad, he will not come back. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she asked tremblingly. Why? The boy's eyes were full of despair, but he still told the fact that the little girl collapsed. He died. The little girl couldn't accept the news, broke away from Rick's hand, and cried bitterly. You're lying. I did not lie to you. In order to preserve the continuation of the fresh blood, Rick used the heart lock to seal his heart. The corners of Rick's eyes kept twitching, his left hand covered his chest, pressing it tightly, and his right hand tightly grasped the corner of his clothes. Despite this, Rick said calmly. Iwan fights with all his strength, in order to win. The little girl shouted heartily. This is not a victory at all. In that case, it's better to change Rick and die. Nona. The little girl was held tightly by Clooney, she held back her tears and told them to take a bath. Rick returned to his residence, completely unable to suppress his heart, and roared in a broken way. What to say for victory, you damn pseudo-cun. You ordered him to sacrifice, admit it, you killed him. It was his sacrifice that brought his own survival. If this continues, what will happen in the future? When will it end? When the 999th person sacrificed for the 1001st person? It's still the last person. This kind of life is worse than death. When will it be? The boy's hands were soaked with blood, and he squatted on the ground crying and moaning, despair shrouded in his heart. Clooney outside the house, leaning against the door slowly squatted down, her eyes were still full of tears, but she didn't make a sound. A sense of despair hangs over the human beings in the world. Game life world. At this moment, people of many races can't help but feel a little sighed when they see this scene. Does the human species have such a tragic past? Damn it! Why don't we know anything about this history? The blank in the palace looked at the sky quietly. They will definitely bring the human species to the strongest, use their wisdom. Pirate world. Whoa, Rick. Luffy looked at the desperate Rick and cried, and wanted to run over to help him. Stupid Luffy, stop crying. Chopper also burst into tears. Cage world. Boss Bai looked at Rick and sighed. They were also lingering in the apocalypse, but the enemies were only soul eaters, and humans still had a way to resist. And Rick's enemies are the gods. Super God world. Holy Geisha looked at the broken teenager with pity, but firmly believed that Rick would win in the end. Come on, little guy. The final Valkyrie world. The Valkyrie sighed, in front of the gods, human beings are too weak. Can humans defeat the gods? The Valkyrie whispered. Humans in their world are also in a situation where they are about to perish. Screen continues. Rick took Iwan's map alone and came to an elf ruin. He shuttled through the ruins, looked at the devastated ruins, and recognized that it was the work of the Flugel. Rick followed the vines and climbed to a high place. He was slightly shocked by the sight in front of him. The ground was covered with flowers, and the magnificent buildings. When he came to the center, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Rick looked at the girl in front of him in horror, and said in a low voice, "It's a machine guy?" Assessment, starting status, analyzing. Rick felt a shudder when he thought of the power of that gangster, and analyzed that he must not attack the gangster, so he gave up his plan to attack. The girl machine guy, staring at Rick, his eyes kept flashing, and after a few seconds, he tore off Rick's face towel. "Brother, I can't take it anymore, let me be a real woman." "What?" Before Rick could react, the girl machine guy slammed into him. People in the ordinary world are stunned. At this moment, they only have three symbols in their minds. People. What's the matter? This, unexpected dog food, did you make a mistake, didn't the last Naruto and Hinata feed enough? Especially because of a certain empty world, Kyan was deeply touched and pulled his brother into the room. After a few seconds, the girl left the boy and gave up the analysis. Error, unintelligible. It's probably me who can't understand. Rick was also confused by this wave of operations, but then he began to ask. As a machine guy, why do you come here to find me as a human? Answer, come and investigate the unique language of human beings, what you call the heart. Heart. Reason, this machine is investigating whether the guy species has the heart, and there are contradictions due to theoretical loopholes, and it has been scrapped. It seems to be planning to rejoin the clan. Request, this kind of special language and skin-to-skin relationship, a behavior that assumes the exchange of hearts, please reproduce with this machine. I reject. Rick put the dagger in front of him and swore to death. The code is open. A white crystal appeared on the girl's head, lifted into the sky, expanded, and turned into a chessboard. Game, 001, Chess. Challenge. Game request. Rick looked at the chessboard in front of him with a long-lost smile, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. How can I ever win a computer guy who is good at computing? In case, if I win. Answer. This machine requests it to go home for breeding. In the end, the boy was picked up by the girl and returned to the settlement, *. Chapter 45 Swear to the Covenant. Brothers, is it my illusion that I feel that the will is rolling back and forth on my face? In such a serious world, is this for you to consider this? Pirate world. These gods look rubbish, like celestial dragons. Garp said something that made everyone in the room go numb. Garp. Sengoku looked at him angrily, how could he say these words here? Find a good place to say it. Ah, yes, you can't say this, so you don't hear it, ha 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 ha. But there was no one to laugh at the scene. On screen. Rick dressed the girl to make her behave like a human, and thought of a name for the girl. Your name is Hubby. The boy put on the girl's kabuto hat and brought her back to the settlement. In the room, Hubby offered to continue playing the game, but was ruthlessly rejected by Rick. If Rick wins Hubby will provide you with useful information. For example, the reason for the start of the war, and the conditions for the end. Rick looked at Hubby gloomily and said what he wanted. Because he knew that he was powerless. Hubby picked up the food that fell on the chessboard and said doubtfully. Under this kind of environment, humans can still stock up, it's abnormal, even the mechs can't analyze and understand. There must be a reason for this, speculated to be the heart. Hubby wants to know what the heart is. Before the girl could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the boy. The ore emitting a weak light in the house gradually became dim. Hey! You are laughing with me, you start wars at will, take everything from us. And what nonsense are you talking about, human, why are you still alive, tell us what's in your heart. Rick grabbed the dagger tremblingly, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, he stood up suddenly, pushed the girl to, and the dagger stuck in the girl's ear. Okay. I'll tell you what I think. It hasn't changed since birth. That means you all die? You know how many people were killed by you, how many people were killed, how many? How many people do I have to sacrifice? Rick's tears couldn't stop flowing out, and his lips kept quivering. The girl gently wiped the boy's tears, and opened the placket to reveal the mechanical heart. As long as you stab here, hubby will die. Dead. We don't have life, so it just shuts down forever. Hubby, want to understand Rick's heart. So, if Rick's heart wants to do this, want to kill hubby? A glimmer of light flashed in Rick's eyes, and he read the name in a low voice. Chad, Anton, Elma, Corey, Yasuo, Ewan. They all died because of my orders. Of course it was because of the Great War, it was completely wiped away like dust. It was me who ordered. Rick couldn't take it any longer, rushed to bed, covered himself tightly, curled up together, and cried. Hubby looked at Rick's appearance, something seemed to be born in his heart, with a very sad look on his face. The depths of the cave are covered with gems, and water drips down the gems, and there are many people praying with their eyes closed. This is the resting place of the deceased. The deceased cannot even bring their bodies back. They can only pay tribute to the dead through these gems. People's faces are smiling slightly, even if the tears fall, they still keep smiling, because they want to live together for the sake of those who have passed away. Hubby lived in the settlement for a year. They went back to the place where they first met. Here, hubby gradually understands Rick's heart, and Rick also knows the beginning of the war and the conditions for the end from hubby's mouth. People after 6,000 years can't believe what they see. How miserable our ancestors must have been at that time. Is this true? I don't know why my heart hurts. How I wish this video was fake. Screen continues. The battle between the giant dragon and the forest species spread to the settlement, and everyone began to flee. Seeing Rick shaking in the room, Clooney couldn't control it anymore and hugged him tightly. Rick, hey, let's take a break, I'll leave the rest to my sister. At this time, Rick changed his previous tone and said with a bad smile. Hubby, have you recorded everything? Clearly. Clooney, who didn't know, was stunned, and quickly asked. Rick, everyone in the settlement and I need you, where are you going? Rick looked at her with a smile and said. No one will die from now on. Clooney looked at hubby's tail, looked at Rick who was completely different from before, and shouted with a smile. Hey, do you have any big plans? Go play a game, just a game between children. In the cave, everyone quietly surrounded Rick, and the faint light couldn't hide the firm belief on their faces. Everyone here has stayed to the end, and it seems that all of us are no longer ourselves, no longer exist in the world, and become ghosts. We are looking forward to the end of the war one day. Don't look forward to this future that will not come. Are you running around in this garbage world, lingering on, and looking forward to the end of the war? Rick waved his hand, vented his emotions, and shouted. To whom? To those destroyers who claim to be gods. Alter Hugh, the creator of the Flugel, Gynas, the creator of the forest species, and Okanan, the creator of the goblin, these bastards are constantly fighting for the throne of the only god, thereby destroying our world. Piece after piece fell on the map, and it was these creators who destroyed the world. It's time to accept the fact that there is no hope in this world, so we must create hope. This world is purely like a game, those spoilers, in order to plunder the concept device of the Star Cup. Since that's the case, let's make our rules and win. Rick held Shubby's hand tightly, looked at everyone watching him, raised his fingers high, and swore. First, you can't kill anyone. Because I don't want anyone to die. Second, no one can die. Because I don't want to kill anyone in my heart. Third, it cannot be seen through by anyone. Because that means death. Fourth, any means are not cheating. As long as you are not seen through, no matter what means you are cheating. 5th, do not need to pay attention to the rules of other races. It's stupid to fight each other like that. 6th, if you violate any of the above rules, you will lose. Victory by violating the above rules is meaningless. Above, follow the rules and let go. We are ghosts, any race, including gods, can't kill any of us, and we can't be seen through by them. On the contrary, we have to end this war by inducement. We are ghosts, ghosts can't speak. Rick lowered his head and clenched his fists, thinking in his heart. But, if we win this game. The young man put one hand on his chest and looked at everyone with a bright smile. Then can we hold our heads high? Died without regret. Everyone smiled and surrounded them. They had already made up their minds, and no one showed any unhappiness or flinch. Let's do a big fight, everyone swears to the will of the deceased. Swear to the will? Rick raised his palm with a smile. No, we are not swearing to the will of the deceased, but to the rules that everyone agrees to. From now on. Swear to the covenant. Come on, let's start the game. Brothers chapter is wrong, reposted again, asterisk. Chapter 46 Rick's Star Cup Plan. Game Life World. Many races have heard the oath to the covenant and have understood many things. It turns out that the current peace was bought by our ancestors with their lives. Humans couldn't hide their inner pain and cried out in a broken way. Sorrow looked at Rick, who was very similar to himself, and murmured, "Is this the prototype of the covenant?" Jibril on the side fell into contemplation, always feeling that she had seen this hue somewhere. But 6,000 years is too long, and many things have been forgotten. The screen continues. Hubby followed Rick to the entrance of the secret base. At this time, the sky was extremely gorgeous, and a little brilliance poured into the world. It was not as hot as the sun, nor as cold as the night, and some were just gentle. Hey, let me ask you a question, what is the probability of me proposing to Zyubi now? Hubby blinked and was stunned, but she still replied. The intent of the question is unclear, and the estimate is basically 0. Rick chuckled and said. Look, you are wrong. Rick squatted down, took out a ring, and said to hubby. Marry me, leave. Hubby looked at Rick with incomprehensible eyes, and then said. Interpretation, failed, rejection request. Rick was extremely hit, lying on the cold ground, tears streaming down his face, his whole body became pale, and his body was constantly twisted. I am really sorry. A mere virgin shouldn't push his nose on his face. Before the end of the world, he ushered in the end of his marriage proposal being rejected. The world? Destroy it? It doesn't matter anymore. People are already numb. Hubby slowly walked towards the entrance and muttered. Marriage is a contract formed by human beings for reproduction. Hubby is a machine guy, can't do this kind of behavior. Rick from behind shouted. That's okay, I just simply want to be with you. Why, now, is here by your side. It doesn't mean that, it's a life partner. Machine guy species cannot breed. That's no problem at all. Machine guys can't act. Rick will be a virgin for the rest of his life. Rick hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said. That's okay. Hesitated. Don't care about those little details. With a confused and sad expression on hubby's face, his body trembled, and he whispered. No. Because I destroyed Rick's hometown. 12 years ago, there was an unexpectedly large-scale engagement between the mecha guys. The opponent is Yanlong, one of the 3 crowned with the title of King of the Dragon Spirit species. In order to defend against Yanlong's Yao, the machine guy turned the attack position, and that was Rick's hometown. After listening to hubby's words, Rick shook his head helplessly, scratched his cheeks, and showed a childlike innocent smile. I know all of these, even with these as the premise, I still fell in love with hubby. Rick stroked hubby's cheek and said gently. Let the past go by, it's pointless to entangle the past, gnashing teeth, remorse, crying, next time we must move forward. Rick bent down and took hubby's hand. Even in such a world, I want to be with hubby. Rick put the ring lightly on her ring finger. Would you like to be my wife? Hubby gave up thinking at this time, tears running down his cheeks, wrong storms and logical contradictions. Let her understand that this is love. Little girl is not talented, forever, please let me stay by your side. I should say this. The world of passers-by women. Sister, I think I will marry a second-dimensional wife in the future. Senior sister He looked at the second-hand junior with dissatisfaction. Why? Because of kawaii. Dragon King world. Master, will you marry me in the future? I looked at the Dragon King expectantly. Maybe. At the same time, several of the Dragon King's inmates were asked by those around him. The ghosts in the picture don't kill anyone, don't let anyone die, they only use various means, intelligence, tactics, and tricks to induce the war situation. The goblin species was provided to the orcs to create a mass destruction weapon called Marrow Blast that can kill even the god species. And Rick appeared in front of the elves? When he appeared in front of hubby again, he was already on the verge of death and had been inhaling black ash for too long. Rick, who had almost a breath left, looked at hubby who looked anxious and asked weakly. Hubby, how long do I have to? Hubby hugged Rick and said with an angry look. Rick must be alive before hubby dies. Rick raised his head, half of his face was contaminated, and asked softly. How many years does the guy species live? An 892 years. Haha, then I have to work harder. The first goal of the ghost is completed, keeping the war circle away from humans. The ghosts are constantly plotting war behind the scenes, and everything is according to their plan. Almost all races are led by their noses. However, there is still the strongest flugel here, the gods. When Clooney found Rick, looking at him like this, people were about to collapse and their hearts hurt. That's when Rick also spoke out about their plans. They're going to destroy the planet so that the chalice will appear and rebuild the planet. Brothers, I'm numb. I wrote from 1 to 5 o'clock this morning, but the chapter was sent wrong. I just finished editing and found that the manuscript was cut and not saved, so the content was completely lost, and I played with eggs for a few hours. Mentality exploded a little, asterisk. Chapter 47 This game. Hubby 1. Shinigami World. If the young man wants to destroy the planet, he must face the gods. Let me see how you can kill the gods. Aizen looked at Rick with interest. Pirate World. Brothers, let's go kill the gods too. Kill those celestial dragons high above. Countless pirates began to riot, and the people oppressed by celestial dragons began to rebel. Naval headquarters turned black when they heard the news. Don't be so old to kill gods, is God so faceless? On screen. Rick was lying on the table with difficulty at this time, even his breathing became rapid, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, looking at Chubby and Clooney, he said to Clooney weakly. Go back quickly, everyone should be in a mess, Nana and everyone will ask you. After Clooney left, as soon as Rick got up, he was pushed down on the bed by hubby, frowned and said. Rick, take a day off today. Rick, who was held by hubby's hand, fell asleep peacefully. Hubby lowered his head and let go of Rick's hand. There are 9 remaining traffic controls that have not been placed. Sorry, Rick, I'll be right back. The girl left the boy and flew to the sky. 8 left. Just as hubby was about to leave, a joking voice came from behind him. Oh, I wandered around, and I encountered an unexpected harvest. Hello, scrap iron. Shubby turned around, only to see the hair reflecting the light, the amber eyes, the wings woven by the light, and analyzed that it was a flugel. After analysis, Hubby knew that her chances of winning were almost zero. She raised her head and said calmly, "Please let me go." Jibral's eyes widened and she was extremely surprised. Is this the kind of machine guy she knew? Begging for mercy because of fear, and it's still a defective product that has been disconnected? This is even rarer than a rare species. Heh. Jibral showed extremely idiotic behavior, and saliva flowed out unconsciously. Note, because this angel is pervert, Hubby's words aroused her greater interest. Jibrals after 6,000 years are stupid. Why is there a comment for this? A black sickle slowly appeared in front of Jibral, smiling sinisterly. Rick said that there is no zero in probability theory. Final warning, activate all equipment, combat power, strategy. Activate life support system. Nouns armament, aiming at Jibral. Oh yeah, machine guys are not analyzed and copied? But you declared war on me, it really made me laugh to death. Jibral looked down at Hubby condescendingly. Super boost. Shoots the super high-speed concentrated spirit in the form of particles. Exploding elf particles cover Jibral. Taking advantage of the acceleration of the elf particles, Hubby quickly left here. But Jibral had the space jump and reached the front of Hubby in an instant. Swing the dark sickle. Hubby flew to the sky to avoid it. All-round cross. A large number of elf particles erupted, transformed into skeletons, and produced a large number of black particle membranes. Jibral gently waved the dark sickle to disperse it, raised her hand and fanned the spirit skeleton in front of her, as if she was very disgusted. It's a machine that loves to destroy the environment to be able to release spirit skeletons at will. But do you think this can beat me? Jibral ignored the spirit skeleton and rushed towards Hubby. But Chiu was already waiting for her. Opening. Pseudocode Yanlong Roar. The yellow explosion light unfolded in an instant, and the ground was set off by huge smoke and dust, and the endless eruption of magma covered dozens of miles in scorching heat. One way. Hubby activated the last weapon, ready to escape from here by space jump. However, Jibral quietly came behind Hubby and joked. Oh, where are you going? Hubby couldn't think for a while, her eyes widened, and before she could react, the dark sickle slid across her body. It flew thousands of meters away in an instant and hit the ground heavily. I am clearly aiming at the head, am I slipping my hand? Jibral looked at Hubby gloomily, and murderous intent emerged in her heart. This machine guy is too special. I have a bad feeling, so please die here. Jibral condensed the ball of light in her hand and smashed it at Shubby. No entry. Hubby unfolded the barrier, but it shattered in an instant, and he was also driven into the deep pit. I don't want to die, I can't die. Failed because of Hughes. Can't agree. This is absolutely unacceptable. Faced with this unwinnable situation, Hubby kept thinking of a way until she thought of a way that Rick might hate. For Rick, EPUB can only. Body Identification Code UC207 No PR Type. Request to connect to the clan again. The analysis of the heart has been completed. Sync, request to reconnect. This unit has permanently lost connection. Judged as a serious error. Request rejected. Negative request denied. Even and his, whatever report, needs to be parsed, urgent request connection. Request connection, correct, who can correct, you stubborn guy. The girl was constantly rejected, and she screamed, her body was about to shatter. Actually, I don't want to give this feeling to anyone. I love Rick, I don't want to be separated from him. Because I'm shy, because the feelings I got from Rick, all belong to Hubby. Now I said to hand it over. Don't you understand the meaning? Stupid. The girl kept crying, crawling on the ground, crying out in grief. Stop being rambunctious. Keep this feeling alive. Hugh, who was covered in bruises and bruises, lay quietly in the center of the explosion, curled up, crystal tears streaming down the tip of his nose. Your machine is really damaged. I know. Your machine is contradictory and defective, but it still works. That's abnormal, it's against the rules. I know this too. Therefore, judging that your plane is valuable information. Data synchronization started, 251 seconds left until the end. During the period, all acts of sabotage to your aircraft are prohibited. Full code open. Bring all the armaments, all the firepower, and all the devices that the guys have to the ultimate at the same time. This feeling is the heart. Born as a machine, but gained life. I want to block everything in these 251 seconds. Huge steel wings, floating in the air, seemed to be declaring war on Jibril. Hubby, this is my name. This is the name given to her by the person she loves the most, Rick. So it turns out, my name is Jibril, nice to meet you, and then, it's time to say goodbye. Endless elf particle cannons fired, blocking Jibril's offensive. Never give the leadership to the other party. Let the opponent put down his guard, let her think that she is an insignificant opponent, let her think that I can't attack at will. 72 seconds. 51 seconds. 24 seconds. Hubby was hit in the chest, damaged his core, and fell to the ground. You made a fatal mistake. Hubby looked at the ring on the ring finger, smiled and said, "It's not a mistake. I want to apologize to you for calling you scrap iron." Hubby fell to the ground without any resistance. In the sky directly above, a huge aperture, Jibril opened her arms and said, "You are a threat that must be eliminated here. I agree that you are worthy of being called an enemy. Sky strike. This is the real deal, the strongest strike of the Flugel. Sync, complete." Hearing this voice, Hubby closed his eyes with a smile and murmured, "This game. It was Hubby who won. Full code open, no entry. The light wraps around the only ring, and even a sky strike can block it." The sky strike suddenly landed on the ground, and the picture suddenly turned white. Rick. N.A. Rick. Shubby finally understands. Hubby was able to meet Rick, I'm really happy. Next time I will never let go. I really, love you deeply. Thanks for the reward of happy chasing books, MR_LK's monthly pass, *. Chapter 48, The highest respect to all the guys. Game Life World. Jibril, why did you have to kill her? Dora cried and looked at Jibril with lost eyes. It was her. I'm sorry. At that time, there were no rules, there were wars everywhere, and many Yuxia people were suspicious of each other. Jibril's dusty memories were opened. Jibril, sit down. Bai looked at her unhappily. Okay, master. In the picture, Rick received a notification from the ghost that Hubby was dead. He pretended to be calm and came to the place where he often played chess with Hubby. I thought this time, we would definitely win. Hey, why can't I win? Rick was leaning on the chess, holding the pieces in his hand, trembling constantly. I don't know what God created human beings. Behind Rick, sat a young boy with a vague figure. He didn't speak, just lowered his head. But please, even if it's just once. Can't he let us win once? Rick held the chess piece tightly, raised his hand tremblingly and hit the chessboard. In that case, why did you give me your heart? The vague figure did not respond to him. Hubby. Rick cried in despair, looked at the chess piece in his hand, as if he saw Shubby's hand, and suddenly thought of what she said before. Rick, to live before Hubby dies. Yeah. Hubby is dead. Okay. I'll follow you. Rick leaned his body against the chess piece, relaxed his whole body, as if relieved, and closed his eyes. The Willer, Rick, who was about to fall into the abyss of consciousness, heard this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, and he raised his head and looked forward. A man in a black robe appeared in front of him. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Rick knew he was a machine guy, but the vigilance was to ask him where he was coming. "Although I don't have a name, everyone calls me Einzi. I'm here to fulfill the legacy entrusted by the legacy body Shubi." Einzig spread the ring in front of Rick, and at the same time released Hubby's will. Rule 2, don't let anyone die. Rule 6, violation of all of the above is considered a defeat. So the loss of Hubby, not included. It's general, Rick. Next. Please. Rick clenched the ring tightly and wept softly. Einzig began to tell the plan. They can give everything for Rick to help him pierce the planet and destroy the God of War essence, so that the chalice will appear in front of Rick. We are machine guys, machines without heart. Just props. We will only faithfully obey orders. Therefore, Willer Rick, please revise the plan. Order. Rick's body kept shaking. Hubby, if this is your wish. The screen suddenly changed and appeared in the God of War camp. All fighters. Pseudocode Sky Strike. Full code open. 1,000 heavenly strikes suddenly appeared over the God of War camp, and endless flames covered the God of War camp. At this time, the inside of the camp was panicked, and it was unknown who launched the Sky Strike. Who launched the Sky Strike? Azrael rushed out of the camp. The other races were also attacked at this time, but none of them actually hit. Goblin species. Confirmed the declaration of war attack from Artbenheim. Prepare to launch a marrow blast. Elves. Release the Zeroth protection of the void so the spell. Right wing, attacking Arthuo. Left wing, attacking the goblin species fleet. Sinki Nyarba unfolded the technique. His face was extremely gloomy, and he doubted the origin of this attack. This is Artbenheim's attack. No. It's. The various races thought the Flugel had attacked. In an instant, the artillery fire continued, and the scalps of people outside the video were numb. The power of this scale of war was much more terrifying than the previous ones. Azrael, who flew out, saw the dense gangsters in front of her, and said fiercely, "You are underestimating us. Scrap iron." Just as they were about to fight back, the sky turned dark and huge Uzumaki appeared in the air, accompanied by endless lightning. Everything in space and time vibrates. The ocean is evaporated, and everything is in a dead silence. The God of War is here. Lord Althuo. The Flugel bowed respectfully to the figure that appeared in the sky. The other races stared blankly at the sky, like an apocalyptic scene. At this time, they only had one thought in their hearts. God species, what is it? This is the real God, high above, never caring about the survival of ants, everything is dominated by God. Waiting for a long time, my true enemy. The God of War Athur has never put other creatures who claim to be gods in his eyes. He is the strongest God. So, it seems that being pulled off the stage by the weak, is it the common destiny of the strong? Right, monkey. At this time, the people of all ethnic groups thought they were talking to the machine guys, but what they didn't know was, the gods are watching the weak human beings. Rick's cold and ruthless eyes slowly opened, and he said calmly, "Shot from the rear of Artbenheim, will not hurt anyone. 11 races are about to move to the designated location." Ares whispered, ordering the Flugel. "All staff, preparation. The God of War, the strongest God, must go all out at this moment." Rick knew how terrifying his opponent would be this time. The opponent is a god species. The mere human cleverness can easily be seen through. Even so, they will fight back with all their strength. Because that is the principle of the strong, the way of the strong. The emotionless words of the god of war swept the whole world. You bunch of ignorant guys. Just a bunch of dust and garbage. Struggle, resist. Even if you worms resist, no matter how much you resist, you will never be able to defeat the gods, it will only lead to destruction. The various races began to unleash the attacks that Rick had expected. The Zeroth protection of the void is fully displayed. Mellow explosion, launch in all directions. God strike. The sky suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, gradually forming a small sun. This terrifying power collection is enough to destroy the planet. Even the elves, the goblins' attack can't stop the divine strike of Althuo. These energies will collide and shrink, turning into a light that declares the end. Then, the traffic control set up on the ground began to operate. The small sun in the sky gradually descended, and expressions of despair appeared on the faces of all ethnic groups, but at this time Zink discovered that the attack had shifted. She hurriedly traced its direction, and saw that there were many figures floating in the air, forming a huge wall. They're the machine guys. Tears flowed from the corners of Einzig's eyes, and said calmly, "We are machines. A tool with no heart. Those who do not have life live, even if they die." Above. All machine guys responded. To understanding. Highest respect to all the guys. At this time, a small crystal in Rick's hand began to move. 11 groups, 4,807 individuals. Report, start syncing. The code is open. Now I will give you the true tome, Star Killer. Suddenly appeared in the void, the shape was like a small tower, and the bottom was like a sharp sword. Rick held Star Killer in his hand and murmured, "This way there will be no children available. Draw. Sorry, gods." A white light shoots towards the bottom. That is the essence of the god of war. The blow shattered the planet's core and broke the elf corridor. After a while, like rays of light, the polyhedron of the pentagram and the star-shaped dodecahedron appeared. This is the Star Cup? Asterisk. Chapter 49. Come on, let's start the game. Pirate World. Marshal Sengoku, it's not good, there are celestial dragons that have been minced into meat. The numerous locations where the celestial dragons appear have all sparked riots. Celestial dragons cried for a while. Damn it, at this juncture. Sengoku punched the table with an angry punch. The influence of this video is too great. Even Garp stopped joking. It's terrifying. The world is about to change completely, and it may be a terrifying situation to become one piece, Huang Wei murmured. It seems that the next plan has to be discussed with someone. Dragon Ball World. Beerus looked at the god of war defeated by the mortals and closed his eyes in disdain. Weiss, do you have dessert? Lord Beerus, there seems to be a good dessert on a planet. Let's go then, if it doesn't taste good, just destroy it. Game Life World. The little fox Izune kept crying, the death of hubby, the dedication of the mechanic. On screen. Star Cup. Rick walked to the Star Cup and looked at the Star Cup that was close at hand. His heart lock was completely broken at this moment, and he roared. For this moment, how many people died? EPUB's companions and other living beings. How many people have been sacrificed? You don't hesitate to deceive yourself, even take advantage of hubby's feelings. How are you, how are you? It can be called a draw. Rick reached out to touch the Star Cup, but before he touched it, his hand began to dissipate. The energy overflowed, and Rick, who was a human, couldn't bear it at all, and his body was collapsing. As if the chalice would not allow mortal hands to be defiled. At this time, humans are not yet known as races, there is no elf corridor, and there is no way to touch the Star Cup. The ring floated in front of Rick's eyes, and Rick cried in despair. Hubby. Sorry, hubby, I lost again. Hey, hubby, if you and I, the two are one, Then we will definitely win next time, hubby. Next time you must be in a game without death. The light gradually engulfed Rick's body, and Rick cried out heartily. If God is born from feelings. God of games. Although my life is like dust, I am willing to give my everything. This is my only prayer. I beg you. If the mere loser, it's too dirty to steal the star cup. If these blood-stained hands are too bloody for the throne of God, then please, at least tell us. What we do is meaningful. Anyone is fine, as long as he can end this war. Let that person have a star cup. Still no one responded to him. Rick closed his eyes in despair, and at this time, the confused figure, lightly stepping on the air, flew towards the star cup. Rick seemed to feel it, opened his eyes suddenly, looked in the direction of the star cup, smiled slightly, and said softly, "What, you really exist?" "Hey," I said, "let's play the game again. I will definitely win this time. Hubby and I will definitely." It was a young man with a big hat and eyes of diamonds and spades who no one had ever seen before. But Rick knew about him because he kept losing to this guy and never won. This is the weakest and last god species born in the belief of Rick and hubby. Their god hugged the star cup tenderly, and a white light enveloped the world. Everything recovers, and everything seems to have never happened, back to the point in time when there was no war. When I was young, I always felt that the world was very simple. There is no unwinnable game. In Lucia Continent, in Rick and hubby's bedroom, the sun shines on a game of chess, and Clooney moves the white chess piece to a position. I am dying, right? Rick. She thought about her last conversation with Rick. If it's over, can you help me move the white car to E6, Cloney Dora? No. Sister, the rest is up to you. The girl's trembling hand clenched the jewel engraved with the names of the three people, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Hey, Rick, hubby, you two really did an incredible thing, ending the eternal war. In just 2 years, you are really amazing, you are my proud brother and sister. But, why, sister, why do I feel so unwilling? The girl decided not to cry anymore, leaned against the wall, and left here. At this time, the god of games appeared beside the chess, moved the pieces, and said with a smile, "That's because the game isn't over yet. This is not checkmate, it is general. Then, you forced me into a long draw. Haha. This is the first time. Actually draw with me. The dazzling sun, the clear blue sky, everything is just as the fairy tale says. The god of games is at the top of the world, looking towards the mortal world. Not created by anyone, not expected by anyone, not based on any prayer, only by his own will, evolved from a beast to a two-legged walking, an anonymous race that acquired intelligence human beings. For you like this. In the name of the one God, I give you the name, immunity, human race. That is, the 16th race that claims to have intelligence. Inherit the legacy of the deceased. This world does not, reincarnation. The god of games raised the star cup and shouted excitedly. Abolish the alliance contract between races. Based on the 10 articles of the alliance, pay tribute to the oath to the alliance. Today, at this moment, the world has changed. Spread. Let the game continue. Swear to the covenant. The scene shifts to 6,000 years later, when Tet touches Izuna's head happily. At this time, 3 figures came running from a distance. Tet looked at them with a smile, and quietly left here. The world is not complicated, maybe as he once said. I went through a lot of difficulties, to create this game. Tet floated in mid-air, holding his head, looking at the world. A pair of 2 people very similar to Rick and hubby appeared in the light curtain, surrounded by Flugel, orcs, and elves. The eyes of the boy and girl were full of confidence, and they looked into the distance. Sarah, Let's start the game. The picture ends abruptly here. Thanks to KKK12345ZSS for the reminder, monthly pass, and thanks to Caillou for the reward, asterisk. Chapter 50 Number 4 The Bald Demon King Saitama. At the entrance of an internet cafe in a certain world, a group of teenagers are sneaking around. Go play the game. Does it matter even if your parents break your leg? What about a broken leg? I've decided to play this game today, even if my dad comes, it won't stop me. Real. Swear to the covenant. Your dad has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. FKU, your dad just arrived on the battlefield. You brat, how dare you go to an internet cafe? Damn, I'm sorry, I don't dare, I won't come again next time. Forget it, I'll go today too, to pay homage to my lost youth. The man took the 7 wolves and pulled the children into the abyss. Game Life World. Sora, Shiro, you guys actually appeared on the video, does that mean anything? Dora was stunned. This is the Savior's inventory. Could it be that they are the Saviors? Wake up, have you forgotten the 10th rule? Sora grabbed her abyss and woke her up. We just want to have fun playing games. Their present is exchanged for life, so they will push the human species to the commanding heights. Some of the surviving machine guys looked at the passing Rick with a very sad look, but when they saw Sora, the heart became excited again, and the love almost poured into my heart, whether it was male or female. Tichu sat in the air, waving his calf and showing a happy smile. I'm waiting for you here. Gamers Video Game Cafe World. King Takun, can I play games in your room tonight? Tiandeo Wapiti looked at Yu Yijingta shyly. Of course, Tiandeo classmate, I have a lot of games, and I play him all night long. Yu Yejing was so excited that he could not wait to enter the world of games. Tiandeo Hualayan looked at this fool with a sad face. Sword Art Online World. Asuna, today can we go to Alice's? Kirito looked at Asuna with a worried expression. Benzina glanced at him, grabbed the fat on his waist, and gave him a vicious look. Let's go. Speed up the world. Senpai, which legion are you going to attack today? Let's play together today. Document Horizon World. Shiro-kun, where are you going today? Shiro thought about it and said, go find them. The wife of an online game can't be a girl's world. Nishimura-kun, skip class today to play games. Aze hugged Nishimura tightly, her big eyes twinkling. Overall bounds. The empty nest old bone looked at the endless sky and sighed deeply. Days without companions, miss them. Albedo quietly came to Laogu, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile. In Sama, we have prepared a game for you today. One Punch Man World. Saitama-kun, I'll hit you with one finger today. King put the handle in front of Saitama and said calmly. Saitama, what am I? That's what you said, see if I don't beat you to the ground today. After half a day. KO. Saitama's head turned red, gas was spewed from his nostrils, and he shouted. Trash. Trash game. At this point, Genos had already prepared the meal, placed it on the table, unbuttoned his apron, put it aside, and shouted to the side. Ms. Saitama, the meal is ready. At this moment, an afterimage flashed in front of his eyes, and Saitama slammed out of the door. King inside the room grinned and said lightly, Mr. Saitama, you're still a long way off. After Saitama had dealt with a few weirdos, the whole person became refreshed. Many people in the world were infected by Tichu, and they were addicted to the game for a while and couldn't extricate themselves, but only a very small number of people's game was betting everything. There was a sizzling sound from the light curtain at this time, which was far different from the past. There was no sad music this time, only a picture of a braised egg. Top 10 World Saviors, Number 4. The World of One Punch Man, The Bald Demon King Saitama **.